Welcome to Saturday Action. From Aqueduct, appropriate to see the bridge from Staten Island to get here to the Big A with a Staten Island. One of our co-features, Athena Beach, gets a second try in Stakes Company. She's won half of her 12 career outings. But the presence of Sunday Girl with her speed poses a potential problem. Can she outgun Athena Beach to the front and win for the fourth time in 5 starts? Antonio Avena saved his best for last with a breakout performance in the Times Square. But we haven't seen him since. Can he win off a 7-month layoff? Doc Sullivan was no match for Antonio that day, but he's become a better horse since with 2 wins, including a stakes score in the Mike Lee. That rematch and more ahead on this Saturday edition of America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, we're 10 minutes away from the opener on this Saturday card. Sloppy going to kick things off, and we'll get to the opening race coming up in a moment. Welcome to our Saturday coverage here from South Ozone Park, New York. Good to be with you on Fox Sports 1. I'm Greg Wolf, and our 2 co-features today, that's Staten Island and race named after a former New York-bred Travers winner, the Thunder Rumble Division. And Antonio Avena was very, very good before he went to the bench. He had won 3 of 4 starts, all stakes victories, and again, did save his best for last. He was brilliant the last time we saw him, but it's been a long time away. Can he win off the bench in this New York Stallion Series Thunder Rumble Division? With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, former champion jockey Richard Migliori. What do you make of him coming back off the bench? Can he be as good as when we last saw him?
Well, he can be, but in general, when horses like that get really good and they end up getting laid up now for 7 months for him, it's tough for them to come back and run at the level they were running at. And while he beat Doc Sullivan in this race, Richie, I think Doc Sullivan has improved since then. And this is, I can't remember a high-level competitive Stallion Series race like this one.
Oh, this is very competitive, and I'm with you about Doc Sullivan. I do think he's a better horse. He tried Grade 1 company in the Pennsylvania Derby. I like him getting back to the New York Sire Stakes and getting back to 1 turn. I really think that aids him a great deal.
But no one has produced the kind of race that Antonio Avena ran in that Times Square. Granted, it was back in April. He's been away, so there's question marks.
Yeah, they're question marks. Listen, he runs that race. He's going to be very tough. My general feeling is when horses start to really improve like that, and then there's a hiccup, and they're off for as long as he is, they don't usually come back and run that, especially because it's not like he's an established star. It's not like he had run a series of really fast races. I wouldn't say he caught lightning in a bottle, but he was really improving. And this is forget about, Doc Sullivan. There are other major players near as well, particularly on the outside.
He may be back up to this level, but off the bench, it's a tall ask. And watching that race, he was in good form. He goes to the bench. That may lead you to believe something went amiss. I did not like the way he changed back to his left lead in mid-stretch. It was rough. It didn't look good. And then he went to the bench. So obviously he's training well now. But all athletes usually need kind of a tune-up to get back to their optimum level.
That is coming up race 8 later today, 3:38 Eastern start time for that Thunder Rumble Division of the New York Stallion Series. You can play all the action today, including a pick 5 right off the bat on this Saturday card by getting signed up right there at NYRA Bets. Get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus. Punch in that code at sign up, bonus 200. And you're ready to roll at NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anytime, anywhere. Today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. Entire card to come on our split coverage. Sloppy to begin the afternoon. Our first race coming up, an allowance optional claiming group. 1 turn mile, and then those co-features races 7 and 8. The ladies in that Staten Island division. We'll see the boys go with Antonio Avena in that Thunder Rumble in race 8. We also have Tampa Bay opening weekend coverage. They are fast and firm, and they're about just inside of a half an hour away from their first on the card coming up. So we kick off the card with this. Again, 1 turn mile, where Bank Frenzy, a strong standout, and deservedly so.
He's been in tremendous form, especially since he was purchased by LSU Stables. Rudy's really got him running well, and he's way the horse to beat.
Let's get a look at him. Here's our post parade. Gun it. Dylan Davis rides.
He's not quite maintaining the best form he had, and even at his best, he was a horse that was a little camera shy.
Any chinks in the armor for Bank Frenzy?
Well, this is not him, but, this is the 1A. It looks like the speed, but overmatched.
There's Bank Frenzy. Gets post 2.
Well, not only does he look good, I like him getting back to the one turn, and he's 2 for 2 on wet racetracks as
Thanks,
well.
team player. 9-1 on the 3. Seeking Unity. It's going to be that kind of day.
It's a rough morning commute for both of us. I guess the thing of his armor, the two, is the lack of speed. Seeking Unity has some speed, but is he really good enough even on his best race?
Classic Legacy. Jose Lezcano.
I think he's the horse that has the main chance of an upset here, and he's also very proficient on wet going.
All right, Andy's got me fired up now. Ruben Silvera, Jamie Ness, Celestial Moon.
Celestial Moon's a bit of a wild card. He's running, though, for a claiming tag. Of whatever it's worth, Jamie Ness has horrendous numbers. He's like 1 for 24 or 25 shipping to New York with claimers. He's got a good record when he's got horses in allowance races, so you have to ask yourself, does it really matter with him? Will he reproduce that out-of-town form? He and the horse inside of him. I mean, are you surprised that Classic Legacy is this close in price to Bank Frenzy?
I am.
I am, too.
I am as well. I thought Bank Frenzy would be a lot shorter north or south of even money, I should say. Here's the Empire Classic. Mile and eighth, just too far for him, you think?
Well, no, I think he can get the mile and eighth. I think when a horse like Mama's Gold runs a 103 buyer, the race is just too fast for him. I mean, I'm not sure he didn't run his career highest buyer last time. I just think he ran into a horse, Richie, that ran a great stakes quality performance.
Yeah, Mama's Gold has shown in the past when he can get things, control things on the front end, and it doesn't matter if it's a fast pace, he likes to be loose, he can be very tough. And Bank Frenzy made a big run around the far turn. He just couldn't get to a better rival on the day.
I mean, the winner ran huge. To put it into perspective, I think the Breeders' Cup Classic got around a 112 buyer. The winner got a 103 buyer, so that only puts him about, a conservative 5 lengths beyond the Breeders' Cup winner. So that's how well Mama's Gold ran. I mean, he ran a huge race that day for Jimmy Ferraro.
Freakish performance that afternoon. And in defeat, I mean, Bank Frenzy ran a sort of number that it just seems like no one can touch unless they reach new heights.
You would think the race he ran last time, it's almost hard to believe he lost. That's how well he ran.
Yeah, I agree with that. Do you think there's anything to the fact that the 2 times that Bank Frenzy has shown really good speed were both on off racetracks?
Well, to be fair, only one was a sealed surface. The other one was a muddy, harrowed surface, and he didn't really have any speed. He actually got left that day. The day he wired, I don't know. I guess the job is, Manny Franco's job is to make sure you're at least engaged. Don't get outrun too badly early. Right.
Let's go to Classic Legacy for Bill Mott. So 8-5 on one. He's very close in the wagering here. This was back on August 7th, Saratoga, his last start.
He's the second likeliest winner, but for my money, I don't think he is nearly as likely to win as the 6-5 and 8-5 suggest. Is that fair?
I agree with you. I didn't think he'd be that short a price, and I was maybe leaning towards picking him because I thought we'd maybe get 2 or 3 to 1. I don't see that.
So, I guess the question as we talk this out, should we be cautious now with Bank Frenzy? Because at this price, he's a little cool on the board, isn't he?
Well, I feel like short-priced horses are always a little worse bets on wet racetracks because it throws a big monkey wrench into it. Potential monkey wrench.
2 minutes away from this opener on the card with 2 stakes to come in that New York Stallion Series. Let's bring in for the first time today, Acacia Clement. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, and we'll start things off with Bank Frenzy and kind of touching on what Richie was mentioning with his seeming affinity for a wet racetrack. He is kind of one of those narrow, very lithe, athletic type of builds, which, as we often talk about, sometimes just really skip over a wet racetrack with a lot more ease. I thought that he ran tremendously well last time out in the Empire Classic. Mama's Gold wired the field, and Bank Frenzy broke out at the start a bit and kind of got shuffled back and got a little bit keen into the first turn, so he was left with a lot to do in the later stages of the race and trying to run on behind a wire-to-wire winner who also loves a mile and an eighth, which, while Bank Frenzy is a leggy type, I do think that this is a better spot for him. He's kind of worn that extension blinker pretty much throughout a lot of his career, a horse that does have the tendency to drift a little bit, but lately I thought has been pretty good. I think the break will be key for him in getting into the race, but I think he's very much the horse to beat. Now, his main foe, the number 4 Classic Legacy, as you guys mentioned, the price is not appealing, but I did think that he ran well last time, and I'm sure it was a gratifying victory as 7 out of his 8 prior races, including graded stakes tries, were in the money finishes without getting the win. And He pulled away pretty easily, winning in that off the turf race back in Saratoga. He looks great. He's not the biggest kind of imposing type. He too also looks like the type of horse that will handle a sealed track or a wet track without any problem at all, and his record does speak for that. But for his standards, he's carrying good muscle mass behind the saddle, which I appreciate. If I was just throwing the program out, the 3 Seeking Unity is the one that just looks the best. I just can't get over how well this horse is doing. I do think it's a big question of if he's good enough, and he is best when he's able to be forwardly placed, and you've got the presence of a horse like Magnolia Midnight and even Gunnet a bit stretching out, who should be forwardly placed too. But kind of the other Rudy, who's a big price, and like I said, one that's just doing so well. Finally, the 5 Celestial Moon coming in from Parks for Jamie Ness. Andy mentioned the stats, but I do think you have to take a look at this barn. He ran a fast race, just physically does not stack up here, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. And now a little bit more of what we expected or getting there. Bank Frenzy has become odds on at 4 to 5.
Reality is, if he's able to run either of his last 2 races, he's going to be very hard to beat.
Yeah,
I
agree.
I'm not. The knock on him is, I think you're always a little worried about wet tracks. If you have a favorite in a race, I don't care if the horse is won on wet tracks. When you rode, Richie, did you ever want to ride a favorite when the track came up wet?
Well, you want to
Was it
eliminate as
Sotelo?
many variables as possible, right?
Well-
And, but he is 2 for 2 in wet off going. Now, every wet track's different, and it does introduce a different variable. But I just think
He has hand whip. I agree.
He's done, he's just in such good form. But Acacia said something about the extension blinker, and the one key that Manny Franco has to guard against is making sure that the eye that's inhibited by that extension blinker can see the brake. He can't have his head turned. That's how horses get left. He's got to have his head perfectly straight so that he can see the doors move and react to it.
But even in the Evan Shipman, he got left, and
Yeah.
he still won. I remember it well. He beat me.
Yeah, he's that good against this group. It may not matter. We'll find out. But you
But-
certainly don't want to spot the field.
No, I don't care who you are. You don't want to
Yeah,
spot
any
the
amount
field.
of lengths in here and be up against it. And with the variables you've said as a wet track. Here we go. Bank Frenzy, 4 to 5 favorite to kick off our Saturday action. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And they're off. Seeking Unity breaks very well from in between horses. Also, Classic Legacy is right there to contend. And on the far outside is Magnolia Midnight. That's the leading trio. Here's the gray. Gunnet moves through at the rail, is now secured 4th, as the trailer is going to be. Bank Frenzy, just in front of that Celestial Moon, as they hook up with the backstretch, a 2-way battle for the front. Magnolia Midnight from the far outside draw is crossing over, gets in front of the field, is up by a full length. Backing off the early tempo now is Seeking Unity, who's back to a shared second, gets past now, gets shuffled all the way back to 5th. As moving forward here, Celestial Moon is now taken second towards the inside Classic Legacy. Seeking Unity didn't like being in there, is in the 2-path here, is back for more here to challenge towards the inside, and Gunnet's going to be in a tight spot here at the rail. The gray is going to have to shuffle back and steady, is now the trailer, is moving forward. Bank Frenzy is steering clear of all that trouble down on the inside with less than 4 furlongs to go. 46 and 3 for a half-mile time. Magnolia Midnight has been passed by Classic Legacy from in between horses. Celestial Moon 3 wide. Bank Frenzy starts to warm up on the outside, and here comes Bank Frenzy after the leaders. And Bank Frenzy, Manny Franco, they're making a decisive move here, and those gold blinkers have now put ahead in front without much urging. Quick look back, nobody there. It's now Bank Frenzy at the top of the stretch. Gunnet off the rail is chasing this new leader. Bank Frenzy still battling in there as Classic Legacy. In between horses, Celestial Moon not going away. Bank Frenzy is drifting well out here into the center of the racetrack, and Bank Frenzy is still clear. Seeking Unity starts a late charge as well, but Bank Frenzy has a 16th left to go and is 3 lengths ahead of the rest. It's all Bank Frenzy to win the opener. Seeking Unity reclaimed second, then came a Classic Legacy in a photo with the oncoming Gunnet and Celestial Moon in 1 minute 37.44 seconds.
Bank Frenzy was far back early in here, did not matter. Drifts out a little bit too, wins convincingly.
You know, Greg, I mean, how did we ever lose in this game? How does it ever happen? This was just so easy.
This was an overlay, wasn't it?
I don't disagree. I'm kidding about that. He got the job done at 4 to 5, and truthfully, the way he won, Richie, you were absolutely right, Greg. He should have been a lower price.
Yeah, I mean, he broke about a length slow, which is kind of typical
His
for him.
thing.
He was climbing down the backstretch from the kickback. He was tipped out and basically raced 5 wide the entire turn and just drew up. He was decidedly best. Good call by Acacia, identifying that the 3 Seeking Unity from an appearance was making that nice appearance because he ran on for second. And the best thing that happened to him, he was held up in traffic, so it allowed him to make that last run to be second.
No, I agree. A horse you would have thought would have been more forward, and he did pick up the pieces to run second, run well in here. Classic Legacy. It was his usual sort of okay also ran. Winner's too good for these right now.
2, 3, 4, 1. 4 to 5 on Bank Frenzy, and the beginning did not go great for him. Keep your eyes on the 2.
Yeah, he's looking down the racetrack. He always reacts a little bit slow, and this time he kind of raked the stall doors a little bit. And Manny tried to hustle him up to get up in there, but once the race took shape, he started getting hit with the kickback. Watch Greg, once they clear, like they get out of the chute, he'll start climbing from that dirt, particularly on an off racetrack.
He also broke a little slow, but it wasn't one of those bad breaks where he dropped back further.
No.
He broke about a length slow, but he never took himself out of the race. I think Manny felt like, I just don't want to do anything stupid to get him beaten here, and he didn't.
No, and you're going to see, right, coming up in here as the horses take shape in front of him, he gets to climbing. You see his head carriage, he's up and down instead of forward. And that's when Manny said, you know what, I'm going to put him out in the clear. I'm on the best horse. Let's not take any chances. Sometimes you have to drive defensively, sometimes you got to ride defensively.
You know what's interesting about this horse? Correct me if I'm wrong. He could have run the New York Stallion Series later today where he would have been favored in that race, $125,000. I mean, this was obviously an easier spot for $95,000, but he's a central banker. I believe he could have run the Stallion. He's run Stallion Series races before.
Do you think they were concerned about maybe cutting all the way back to 7/8 off the mile and an eighth?
I wonder because Rudy also has Antonio Avenis in that race. I don't know the reason. This was $95,000 in an easier spot. I think they probably made the right choice, but he could have run in that race later today.
Yeah.
Now
And I think he would have been favored.
Sure thing
I think he would have
here.
been favored in that race.
Very tough spot, though.
A tougher spot, no doubt about it. But
Well, speaking of our stakes ahead, for the ladies, it's the Staten Island division. And Athena Beach and Sunday Girl, they both want to be up front early. We'll see how that speed duel develops later on this afternoon. Stay with us.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. Bank Frenzy, just too much for this field here in the opener, as I'm happy to be joined by Larry Sarf of LSU Stables. And Larry, this horse, he definitely overcame anything that was thrown at him. Class really prevailing today.
Yeah, he likes an off track. He likes the mile. Rudy's done a great job, man. He rode him great. And it was just a sad day. Had some good horses in the race. Mine had a great horse. Rudy had 2 horses, and second one, he finished second. But Frenzy ran a great race and won by 5 and in hand. And we're getting ready for the stake race at the end of December.
And you were just telling me that the distance was why you opted for this spot versus trying a Stallion Series later. A mile here, a mile and a 16th for the next one.
Yeah, he's been very good at a mile. He won 2-mile races already. This is third, and there's a little prep race for him getting ready for the mile and 16th and 8th, or whatever it's going to be run at the end of December. Oh, that was so much fun.
That's what it's all about, right? And it's always great to see you all celebrating in the winner's circle. And I wanted to ask you quickly, Farbridge coming back for a 5-year-old season. Can you just talk a little bit about the fun that I know the whole team has had with that horse and looking forward to next year?
Yeah, Farbridge is doing well now. He's relaxing down at Payson Park with Miguel Clement and the team and Vickers. And we're going to probably get him ready for the Pegasus on January 25th. And if he trains well up to it, he'll be in that race. With Johannes, I think, will be in that race. The 2 horses that are going for the Eclipse Award, along with Carl Spackler. So it's getting exciting now in the stake area.
Very exciting indeed. But enjoyed this one today. Congratulations with Bank Frenzy.
Thanks, Acacia.
Greg?
Acacia, who's that trainer he's talking about that Farbridge is with?
He said Miguel somebody. I don't know. Maybe Acacia's heard of him.
Yeah, Acacia maybe knows him. I don't know.
Acacia's husband, yeah, taking care of Farbridge right now. Bank Frenzy, just too good for this group. And Mig did some good math for us during the break.
Yeah, so he was eligible for the full New York Breeders bonus because he's buying New York Stallion. And when New York breds win in open company, they get this bonus money. So
So he actually wound up winning more money in this race with this win than he could have
with the bonus. And
yeah, comes close to 70,000.
Yeah,
and
in
he got
the
the
stake.
full bonus, as
Right.
you say he does.
And Rudy is well represented by Antonio Venison there as well. So he's kind of maybe going to have his cake and eat it too, right?
Yeah, we'll see. $16,000 claiming race sprint at 6.5 furlongs. Coming up next, look at the field. Cold as hell. Joel Rosario, rider change for the Red Hot Barn.
Not cold as hell.
Not cold as hell barn, yeah, of Rick Dutrow Jr. winning close to 50% at the meet right now.
Well, he's had 7 winners here in the last 9 days of racing, I believe, of which 5 of them set career top buyer figures. 1 equaled it. Yesterday's did not. So cold as hell probably in a normal situation would be the second choice to Poppy's Pride, but the way the Dutrow barn is going, nobody wants to get in the way of that freight train.
Meanwhile, back to the first of our co-features later today, the Fillies and Mares in the Staten Island division. 7 furlongs, purse of $125,000. And we talked in the open about the 2 that want to be forward in this race. First off, Athena Beach with that outside post. 2 back, a winner at Belmont at Aqueduct on this racetrack.
Well, she has one going a mile at Penn National, so she can get longer distances. But I wonder if in this spot, the extra half a furlong to a furlong might be a bit of a detriment for her. I preferred others in here, Richie. And I think the question is, how hot is the pace? Is Sunday Girl going to go, or is Athena Beach going to be able to control?
I don't see how Sunday Girl doesn't go, particularly being drawn more towards the inside post too. And she went too fast, 2 back in the Bowery when she went 44-4, but you know she's capable of going that fast.
Especially, too, and here's Sunday Girl, so she's 3 for 4 lifetime. You see that 3 furlong bullet move in preparation for this. Is that a sign, too, that, hey, we want all her speed?
Yeah, trainers usually give horses that sharp, short work to kind of hone that speed and, you know, that they're going to show up with it, and that you would think that was by design here. I don't think anybody outruns Sunday Girl for the lead myself.
I'm not sure. I think the 7 could be faster. I won't be surprised if the 2's in front. She's got to get 7. She's won at 6.5 furlongs. She's going to have to improve. She is the one that has the most upside. Now, she's coming off a layoff, and what happened to her? Why did she run it out at Saratoga? First day of the meet, and now we haven't seen her for over 4 months. So where has she been? Is she going to be ready to run her best race? Best thing she may have going for her is her trainer, Dave Duggan, who seems to be able to do nothing wrong. His horse has been running extraordinarily well.
Dave Duggan, Mig, 1-2 punch in this race. Not just the speedster, he's got Lisa's Vision as well.
Yes, and horses that complement each other. Lisa's Vision is definitely going to be coming from a bit off the base. I think the biggest thing for Sunday Girl for me is the 7 furlongs. I just don't think she wants to step over 6.
I worry about that myself. She did win at 6.5, though, to be fair.
That's coming up, race 7, later on this afternoon. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We're going to welcome Tampa Bay Downs into the mix when we come back. They're approaching the 5-minute mark to post, and that's the one to beat right now. Funkenstein in the opener. 5-time winner, current 7-5 favorite, going a mile 16th from Tampa when we come back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred Racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. You can get free Equibase patch performances. Follow along. Get the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys at Naira.com/TV schedule and get your free PPs. We're underway in our card here at Aqueduct. We have Tampa Bay Downs. 3 minutes to post in this $8,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price in this opener. Distance of a mile and a 16th. Let's meet the field here. We'll start with Venezuelan Triumph.
Venezuelan Triumph appears to be better on turf by a lot.
Would agree with that assessment. 12-1 right now, but nevertheless getting back to dirt today. Here's Style Me Royal, who's 4 for 8 on dirt.
And 1 for 3 at Tampa. You get Joe Rocco Jr. spending the winter in Tampa this year. He used to do that regularly. This is his first time back in a couple of years.
In honor of Artie's been on a lesser circuit, but can be forward.
Can be forward, and he could be a thorn in the side of the two Style Me Royal, along with the 6 of the 2 main players.
Hey Padre, only dirt start, did not hit the board.
No, and that concerns me quite a bit. I just don't know if this horse really wants the surface, but it's been a while since he's been on it.
And Funkenstein just been facing tougher. Was out at Del Mar last start for 16,000, in for 8 today.
Yeah, claim for 16, cut in half, taking all the money. Sammy Camacho, every year one of the leading riders at Tampa Bay.
I would say is this is not a trainer who has good numbers off the claim. He's just 3 for 26 over the last 5 years, the 75-cent ROI, but he's the horse to beat.
So 2 minutes away from that opener at Tampa as we bring you back to Aqueduct. Race 2, start of the early pick 4. 6.5 furlongs in the $16,000 claiming race, and that is the barn that is the exact opposite of Cold as Hell, which the 2 is named. The red hot Rick Dutrow Jr. barn winning at 47%.
Well, it's not just that he's had these 7 winners over the last 9 racing days or 10 racing days. It's that, maybe it's 8 now, actually. It's 8, actually. I'm sorry, it's 8. They're almost all running career tops. And some of them are older claimers, you know, and they're getting bet like it too. He's also got credentials to win here. He didn't run badly behind Poppy's Pride last time out. He had some trips going back. The drop down always a bit of a concern, but the way this barn is going and in this field, Richie, I have no interest in betting against this horse.
Yeah, I mean, the barn is white hot. The horse adds blinkers. He already has speed, and he drops in class. He's proficient on off-going as well. A lot to get by there. He's daunting.
Dropping out of a 25 claiming race in for 16 today. Blinkers go on. With more, let's go to Acacia.
We'll take a look at Cold as Hell, who, as you said, not well named for how the barn is going. But Joel Rosario going to have the mount on this one. Unfortunately, Jose Gomez still off all his mounts today, but Joel's ridden quite a few for the Dutrow barn recently. And as far as Cold as Hell is concerned, is, yes, taking that drop in class and getting that equipment change. It's a French Cup, so a little bit of a bigger cup than a typical kind of cheaters. But I think that those blinkers might actually help with this horse. If you watch that last race, he was pressing early in the 2 path throughout, and Mr. JT was the favorite. He was kind of sitting right there, and I thought Cold as Hell a little bit flat late, but all in all ran pretty well finishing there. And so maybe with the addition of the blinkers, we're going to see him use that speed and be able to have a little bit more punch early on. It's interesting, when he was with Wayne Lucas early on, I always thought that he was a horse that just carried so much weight and conditioning. He's become much more athletic, which is funny now as a 6-year-old, just different types of training, different feed programs, whatever it is with the barn. But he looks great in here. I have 0 problems with Cold as Hell, and you absolutely cannot ignore the way the barn is going. It's not quite as cold yesterday as it was today, but this is a horse who might just be finding himself in the right spot today and rounding into form at the right time. Greg?
7-5 favorite. Thank you, Acacia. And again, Joel Rosario, rider change. Here's the entry, not far behind. Poppy's Pride and Scaramanga will be to the inside of Cold as Hell.
And they're both forward. All 3 of these horses should be forwardly placed. And obviously, Poppy's Pride ran well enough to win this race, finishing ahead of Cold as Hell last time. I don't know, though, Richie. If I was trying to beat the 2, I'd be leaning more towards Gemography, who has back races that are faster than these. But he's the only place I'd go besides the favorite.
Andy's been a fanboy of Gemography for several years now.
I am a charter member of the Gemography fan club.
I'm with you, though. He's an 8-year-old, and he's a 12-time winner. Those are the horses that make up our game. They're the heart and soul of it.
So back to Tampa as we get set for this opener, 6-5. Funkenstein coming from the West Coast to Del Mar, and obviously a much tougher group. Didn't fare well at all in that performance. Prior to that was a winner, though, at Del Mar for even a tougher group than what he's getting today.
Yeah, I mean, those are just better horses than these in general, and he's way the horse to beat. I don't love that the trainer doesn't have great numbers off the claim, and believe it or not, these connections and this trainer are the ones that claimed this horse at Del Mar, even though he's down here at Tampa. So they claimed him basically to bring him down here, even though he's running for just 8,000.
So 6-5, what do you think with Funkenstein?
Well, I think he's the horse to beat, but the truth is, with claiming him, shipping him, and all this stuff, they're not going to really make out very well with a win here and him getting claimed. So I think that's a bit of a negative. I don't think they claimed him for 16 to run him for 8 here.
Jason Beam with the call. Here's the opener from Tampa Bay Downs.
And the race is on. Funkenstein away just a half step slow. In Honor of Artie got out quickly and goes right to the front. Pushed along for speed. Hey Padre in the early going, trying to establish some position up into that second spot. Funkenstein's trying to move up to that one's outside as Venezuela Triumph holds the rail. And Stymie Royal is toward the back early on. As they go into that first turn, it's apprentice Sarah Hess and In Honor of Artie in front. In Honor of Artie by the 7/8 pole, length to the good of Hey Padre, who shadows Venezuela Triumph there second and third. Stymie Royal fourth, just 2.5 off the lead. Funkenstein counted out about 3 or 4 wide there at the back, but the entire group of 5 just separated by 3 as they work their way onto the back stretch. So up front, it's in honor of Artie. In honor of Artie leads it by half a length. Pushing a little bit closer now, Hey Padres. Venezuelan Triumph continues down at the fence, just a length off the top. Another length and a half. Back to Style Me Royal and Funkenstein, the two favorites, are 4th and 5th right now, but both within striking distance. It's just 3.5 lengths front to back as they have a half mile left to go in the opener. In honor of Artie has led every step of the journey, takes him toward the far turn, the lead still about a length. To Hey Padre up on the outside of Venezuelan Triumph. Another 2 now, back to Style Me Royal, and Funkenstein continues at the back and being pushed along, still now about 4 lengths off the lead. In honor of Artie continues on cruise control up top. In honor of Artie by the 5/16 pole. Now Venezuelan Triumph going to try to come through down along the inside. And here's Venezuelan Triumph, the long shot, coming up to Poconos in front. In honor of Artie is back to second. Hey Padre, 2.5 lengths back third. It's 3 more back to Style Me Royal. Funkenstein did not go on as they come into the stretch. Venezuelan Triumph cuts the corner now, goes a length and a half in front of In Honor of Artie in the second position. 2.5 more to Hey Padre. Style Me Royal still back and forth. A final 16th to go. Marcos Meneses and Venezuelan Triumph in front by 2.5 In Honor of Artie. And Hey Padre, a 16-1 winner to kick it off. Venezuelan Triumph by 3.5 in the end. In Honor of Artie looked to hold second over Hey Padre. Fourth was Style Me Royal.
First off, good points on Funkenstein. That horse nowhere in here, but how in the world could you make Venezuelan Triumph, who had really done nothing on the dirt?
Maybe a Ouija board. You know, if you're a Ouija board handicapper, I'm going to tell you, this might be one of the highest triple payouts in a 5-horse field you can see. I mean, what were the chances that both the 2 and 6 ran out in this race?
Yeah, I mean, your 2 favorites off the board.
Back to New York Post Parade for the second. We'll start with the entry, and I'll get them both this time, Andy. Here's Poppy's Pride.
He's the speed of the speed with Cold as Hell, and obviously he finished ahead of the favorite last time.
Can you name the Bond movie where Scaramanga was the villain?
Yeah, the man with the golden gun.
Well done.
The man with 3 nipples.
Yes, 9 to 5, the other half of the entry. Dylan Davis on board here.
Yes.
They get post 1 and 2, by the way.
Big upset by this horse in Saratoga. His form's tailed off a little bit, but Horacio de Paz dropping down. He could be dangerous.
So here's the 8 to 5 favorite for the Dutrow Barn.
You get Joel Rosario, the Dutrow Barn, just white hot. Going to be tough.
Fiery Heart with Jose Lezcano.
Just a cut below on the recent races, but is dropping down.
Ruben Silvera on Gemography.
Hickory horse, 12 wins, 12 seconds from 54 starts, shows up and has run well and off going.
Gary Siaka Barn with Dream Point.
Much like the winner at Tampa, this horse doesn't appear to be very good on dirt.
And 9 to 2, that's actually the 6th. There's Super Chief. I thought a player here. For sure.
Oh, absolutely a player, and getting that patented aggressive warm-up from Kendrick Carmouche, and he gets that nice, cozy outside draw. Should be in a good stalking spot.
Yeah, so there's Kendrick on Super Chief. This horse second, beat a length last start. It's been a popular horse in the claim box.
Has, since he was dropped down by Mike Maker. He is claimed by Juan Bernardini. Now, Juan won a race, I think here on Thursday, won our last race. And he comes in. He doesn't really have many chances off the claim. He's 0 for 5 with 3 hitting the board over the last 5 years. So a small sample size, and while he hasn't won, 3 of them did hit the board, so they ran okay.
And the horse he won with the other day had showed nothing early in his career, Son of Franco, and he actually improved for him.
I really liked him in there, so I'm not sure. I think that was a backhanded insult. I'm kidding.
Back to Gemography.
That was off. I didn't even know.
And, you know, Gemography tried New York Stallion Series Company back in December of last year. That was obviously a little bit over his head. Then they put him in a $40,000 claiming race on a sloppy sealed track and looked very good doing that.
I have no confidence in him. They brought him back for 12.5 after layoff, you know, of an 7.5 month layoff after avoided claim. He does no running. Miles a bit far. It feels like it could have been a tightener for him. He likes a wet track, so I could see a case to be made for him, but you got to admit there's some questions whether or not he's competitive anymore.
Well, they're huge questions, but lower level horses, who's good on the day, and I like him just turning back in distance and the fact that he shows up and tries hard every time.
Let's go down to Acacia.
He does show up and try hard every time. I'm a Gemography fan as well. One thing, though, is he is second off of the layoff. He is a big, burly type of horse, and he probably does need to race into fitness and have a little bit of time when it's followed by a layoff. He doesn't physically strike you as the type of horse that would appreciate a wet track, but as Andy mentioned, he certainly has handled it. I just do wish that he looked better in his coat and his color. As we often talk about at this time of year, you will see it start to get long and to turn, and I am seeing that with him, and he's typically one that is pretty well turned out. Usually this barn's horses are glistening early on, and so I do wish that I do wish that he was holding his color and coat a little bit better, but I like shorter for him, and he is sharp today. Now, the number 1, Poppy's Pride, we talked about Cold as Hell coming out of that race last time out. Poppy's Pride was the one setting the pace that day and was, I thought, very game when kind of being down inside when Mr. JT came alongside him. He didn't necessarily look the most comfortable there in the stretch, but I thought digging in pretty well. He's always one that's a very energetic type, doing much of the same in here and dropping in for the 16,000, which is the level at which he last won. I think that he continues to be a major player, but he has an inside post yet again, kind of forcing Lane Leslie's hand, and we'll see what kind of pressure he does end up taking. Now, the number 6, Super Chief, as you guys were talking about, taking attention and is a player based off of his recent races, and we did see Juan Bernardini win that race. This was the horse that just first caught my eye back in the paddock, and Kendrick gave him an aggressive warm-up out on the track away from the pony. He looks absolutely fantastic today, especially for this level of competition. So a horse that seems to be thriving. We'll see what he can do for the new barn today, Greg.
4-1 on Super Chief from that outside post. Thank you, Acacia. And we'll see if this horse at least has tactical speed and gets that cozy outside spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll be sitting, probably 4th or 5th out there, but he does get the good outside post, and he's not impossible. I prefer others, but he can win.
But this one here has dominated the wagering. Cold as Hell.
The game has changed a great deal in that trainers have a very outsized importance in the game. And when you have a trainer like Rick, who obviously had enormous success long before his suspension, and it's interesting, he has not done great since coming back. Obviously, the big wins with White Abarrio, but from a percentage standpoint, but lately he's picked it up, and his horses are just on fire.
By the way, White Abarrio came back going back to his original barn, Saffie Joseph Jr., and looked impressive winning coming back the other day.
Yesterday, got a 94 buyer. 94 buyer.
And nice way to come off the bench, right? Ease them back into it. You want to win races, but you also want them to help you move forward.
Whitney Classic winner from last year, of course.
Oh, he was Horse of the Year. Cody's Wish was Horse of the Year, right?
He was a finalist, yeah.
Well, I mean, he had a claim at it. He just didn't have quite a complete year.
Sure you guys don't want me to sit in the middle?
Why? We're fine.
Show's going great.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Greg's just enjoying the music. Greg loves it when
Race
they have the music
2, we start
going
this
up
pick
here
4. Mig, do you feel left out of the conversation?
No, I'm enjoying myself.
7-5 favorite, Cold as Hell. Joel Rosario, Rick Dutrow Jr. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And in. All set. And they're off. Dream Point has early speed. It's Dream Point out to the front with Super Chief right there. Lining up on the front end as Cold as Hell is in that early mix. And here at the rail is Poppy's Pride. They bandy back and forth, and Poppy's Pride now emerges with the front, is ahead in front of Cold as Hell, trying to slow things down up front, but a pace duel on up front. Scaramangas just off of them is in third, is at the rail, cruising right along, is now 2 lengths off the lead. Hustle along is Gemography out in the center of the racetrack with Super Chief out wider. That's the front 5, 22.40 for the opening quarter mile. From the back, Fiery Hearts trying to rally with the trailer. Now Dream Point. The leader is Poppy's Pride. It's Poppy's Pride in front. Here's Cold as Hell, ready to challenge under a snug hold, and 3 wide is going to be a move from Super Chief Kendrick Carmouche. That's the front 3, and at the rail, Scaramanga's looking for room. Losing a touch of ground, Gemography is in between horses with a wide rally. Here comes Fiery Heart from the back, and Dream Point. Still the trailer, 46.45, a contested half mile. Cold as Hell is still traveling nicely in between horses. Barely being asked, now gets the cue. Super Chief is trying to run right with this rival, is doing just that. These two shoulder to shoulder here as they approach a final furlong. Cold as Hell to the inside. Super Chief to the outside. It's still Cold as Hell with a nose in front. A 16th left to go. Cold as Hell, Super Chief. Cold as Hell, Super Chief. Cold as Hell, Super Chief. Cold as Hell. Got it. Super Chief is in that photo. Then came Poppy's Pride and Scaramanga. Behind them, that was Fiery Heart. In 1 minute 18 seconds flat.
Kendrick Carmouche, Super Chief, gave this one a challenge. Was this ever in doubt?
Well, when they drew it, I mean.
Cold as Hell with a win.
I don't think this one will be in the category of Dutrow winners that ran their career best buyer, but just enough, good enough to win, Richie.
Very, very game. And Joel Rosario, I think, has really found his form, riding much better than he was during the summer. And look at as they turn for home. He's between horses. Everybody's riding. And look at Joel. He's still sitting there. He's got that long hold. he builds a horse into his finish. Finally here, he picks up the reins, puts the bit in his mouth, and he hands and heels all the way well down inside the 8th pole before finally going to the crop and just getting that little bit extra to preserve the win. Very game performance by Cold as Hell, but this is Joel Rosario at his finest.
He's the opposite of me, I'll tell you that. I mean, he is nothing rattles that guy. Nothing. I mean, he's unflappable. It's amazing. And I understand why he can frustrate horse players, because he is on his game. He is as good a rider as there is in the game, but there's a feeling sometimes you don't get those great rides. I love Joel.
He's in a neck-and-neck duel, and he may as well be out for a routine gallop.
He's taking a ride in Central Park. Yeah. He's just like chill, and he only asks a horse what's necessary of them. He doesn't go to the bottom of them too often. But look, he's still hands and heels here. Finally, watch, he pulled his stick through to the left hand, and now he came out. They brushed right there a little bit, straightened him up, give him two cracks with the crop, and preserve the win here. This was as cool a ride as you could get.
And I know you guys have been a little bit, probably fairly so, critical of him throughout the year, but he's really started to, and we're going to talk more about it later, but he's had a very strong end to the year.
I think he's a fabulous rider, and it's frustrating. There are times you look at him and you think, Joel, what are you thinking out there more than other riders? But when he rides well, he's as good a rider as there is in the game. As evidenced by winning, when did he win the Eclipse Award? 2-3 years ago?
Listen, he's a Hall of Famer.
And deserving it. I mean, he's a great rider.
But I was of the opinion he was not riding in good form from springtime through the summer.
I agree.
And until maybe about a month and a half ago, he started rounding back into form.
Do you wonder if things were bothering him, if there was an issue or something?
Well, the thing is, too,
he never says anything. He doesn't complain.
No, I mean, you don't know. Riders ride with injuries. Different things can say weight. I mean, there's a lot of things that can contribute to that, but I think he has really found his form.
Cold as Hell with a win. 7-5 favorite. Gets it done to start off this early pick for Rosario. Dutrow team up for Gatz's Stables. And a formful beginning through the first 2 races on this Saturday card here at Aqueduct.
Idiomatic in front, 16th to go in the Juddmonte colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster.
Idiomatic is taking the lead. Clevier trying to squeeze through, but it's going to be Idiomatic to win.
And Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Juddmonte Spinster for Florent Giroux.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for spending part of your Saturday afternoon with us. Program brought to you where you can play all the races we're bringing you and beyond at NYRA Bets. Go to nyrabets.com to get signed up and started. Favorites win the first two on this card, including Cold as Hell. Here in race 2 for the Dutro Barn, Joel Rosario winning this duel down the stretch over Kendrick Carmouche and Super Chief.
Quite a duel. One guy is in an all-out drive, and the other guy's just sort of lollygagging along, riding his horse. And Joel's so strong, too, Richie. Look at him pushing that horse on. Really rarely goes to the stick.
He really is just as strong a finisher as we have. And to me, he's a combination of two great riders. When he's at his best, he's a combination of the sheer strength of Lafitte Pincay and the finesse of George Velasquez, two Hall of Famers and two of the greatest riders I've ever seen.
In the end, a head victory for Cold as Hell as this incredible streak right now for this barn continues at the meet.
A torrid pace that this barn is setting. Cold as Hell, ultra game and victory. They put on a good show. Lower level horses, they just put on a nice show.
I'm a little concerned, though. The last two have not run a huge fire, so his run could be over for Rick.
It's true. I mean, look, his runners were doing things they'd never done before. Wins again, though. Here's the third. And this will start a pick four, middle pick four. It's a New York bred first allowance condition race, 1 turn mile. And the entry opens as 2-1 favorites for Christophe Clement.
But looking at the doubles, which just came up, the 6-5 morning line favorite, Liberty Central, is currently co-secondary 7-2, is the favorite in both doubles and pick threes. So by post time, likely will be favored over the entry.
And your looks tough to beat. What do you think?
I preferred Liberty Central. I'm a little concerned with Landoro that he hasn't made that many starts. You know, he was against the track in June when he ran, but then he came back. He didn't run that badly. He's been entered since that race September and scratched. I don't like it, Richie, when these horses have trouble staying on the racetrack.
Yeah, there's a lack of consistency in their, not only their racing, but their training. There's interruptions, and that usually means there's some physical issues they're dealing with.
We're going to take a timeout. More to come on this third. When we return, we'll tell you what was significant about this New York bred winning the Travers back in 1992 when we return. Of course, we have the man on set who rode him to probably the best performance of his career at a track he loved, at the Saratoga Cup. Stay with us.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
the field, straightens away into the stretch. Thunder Rumble charging hard on the far outside, and now he's in front. And Dixie Brass toward the inside is now back, racing in second position. And farther back, Devil Is Due, and they're coming down toward the final 16th. And it is Thunder Rumble who rambles home here to win the Travers Stakes.
New York bred back in 1992, pulled off the Jim Dandy Travers double, and he became the first New York bred in over a century to win the Travers.
Good horse, man. He had such an intense demeanor. He would pin his ears and look at other horses, and they would shrink. What a good horse.
A fast horse. I think he ran a 110 Beyer, and he won that Travers. He may have run 109, 110. He ran a fast figure, and he won the Jim Dandy, the race before that. And he even ran a respectable fifth at his next Stars and 3-year-old in a very loaded Woodward we ran at Belmont with Sultry Sun won.
Yeah, he really good horse. And then he went to California. Richie O'Connell had an injury. They gave the horse to Chris Speckert, I believe, out in California. Came back to Richie as a 5-year-old, and that's when he won the Saratoga Cup.
Which we're going to show you right now. Who was aboard that day?
Some scrub.
The MiG was aboard. This was actually the biggest speed figure he ever earned.
He was a good horse. Richie O'Connell brought me to his stall when he got back in his barn and said, all right, you're going to start working him. He won a 7/8 allowance race right before we left for Saratoga on closing day of Belmont. And then he ran him in the Saratoga Cup, and he was dominant.
Whose silks are those in the second horse, Richie?
Brophy.
Ah, yes, correct.
Yeah.
Right, exactly right. I knew it was like the 36 red silks.
Look at him. He was the Black Stallion to me. He was just a tough dude. Loved the way he came in. And you know what was cool about this, Andy? Steve Cawthon presented the trophy. He got inducted into the Hall of Fame that weekend. And
there he is.
There's Steve Cawthon right there. And there's Richie O'Connell with the white hat on, the owner, and obviously myself. But Steve Cawthon, the reason I ever wanted to be a jockey right there, and a big deal for me to get the trophy from him.
And Steve Cawthon, as an apprentice, was riding here. He might have been the single biggest story in all of sports.
Yes, absolutely.
Incredible.
I stole all of those Sports Illustrateds out of my school library with him on the cover. I wish I still had them. Incredible. Just what a rider, what poise, and what class. To this day, seeing him in Saratoga this summer, as classy an individual as you'll ever meet.
And he had a lot to do with sort of changing riding styles over in Europe as well by being aggressive when he went over there and having all that success.
He and Cassius Musin revolutionized the way European riders rode.
Well, this year's edition of the Thunder Rumble. Again, a look at the field. We talked about it at the top of the show. Question marks, really mainly with Antonio Venice coming back. Can he be? And it was, that last start, that was sort of a one-off. He never had run that big before. It was huge, but he's been on the bench now for 7 months.
Yeah, he has been. And watching that replay of his last win before he went to the bench, changed leads roughly mid-stretch back to his left lead. He's obviously training well. A couple of nice bullet works sprinkled in there. And he has the ability.
I just find over time, those horses often don't come back as good.
You can play all the action today, getting signed up right there. Again, NYRABets.com. Bonus 200. Code to use at sign up to get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We'll take you back to Tampa Bay Downs now. Race 2, mile and 40 yards. On the main track, $8,000 claiming race, so all in for sale for that $8,000 price. Non-winners of 3 lifetime as we start with Ballandine.
Let me turn to that race. Ballandine for Mike Deeney, a trainer switch, a horse who does most of his running on other surfaces.
Inbound, winner at Delaware. That was 2 starts back at 6 furlongs.
Yeah, against cheaper 5,000 claimers there. Stretching out to this hybrid, kind of odd distance of 1 mile and 40 yards.
Break the ice, got through the non-winners of 2 condition last start. That was a Gulfstream with a 64 Beyer.
His lack of speed concerns me, however, especially for a horse who right now is a short price.
Here's all the rage. Kevin Rice taking over.
Has races that would be competitive here. Has been running on synthetic most recently, but has won on dirt.
4-1 on Estilo Magico.
I like the 2 possible speeds, though you never know down there, the 5 and 6, and prefer the 6. But I think this horse is a big player stretching out.
Here's the Hulk.
That's right. Bruce Banner.
Bruce
appropriately
Banner.
in green silks.
Yeah, he used to have speed. He's lost speed recently.
Unique Path went by at 20-1, and then not this time Randy on the outside.
One that feels like it would be a bit of a surprise, but should be forward. And after the first race, is there really any surprises at Tampa?
Well named. Not this time. Kind of a weird name to give to a horse, right?
Not this time Randy, or is it not this time Andy?
It's not this timer, Andy.
We say that to ourselves a lot in our handicapping, don't we? We'll get back to that race 4 minutes away from race 2 as we return to New York. So again, a middle pick 4 starts in this race coming up, and favorites taking the first 2. We'll see if we can break that trend coming up in this race ahead. Here's part of the entry, Landoro. Blinkers will go on with Manny Franco.
As Acacia had pointed out to me, this horse had been scratched last time when Mary Broman, Chester Broman's wife, passed away. So that's why the horse had been scratched. So thanks to that information, Acacia obviously is kind of important. He's trying to come up the rail. The inside was the place to be. Even though they were crawling, they came their last 3 ace and 41-2. Nobody was really able to gain in this race, dominated up front. He was against the track 2 back. I think he's a very, very logical horse. I just prefer Liberty Central a little bit. I didn't think there'd be that big price discrepancy. I think by post time there will be with Liberty Central a favorite.
You think Liberty Central will be more forwardly placed?
I don't know. There's really no speed whatsoever in this race. The truth is, if Manny Franco wants to be aggressive with blinkers on, I'm not sure this horse couldn't be in front.
There is Liberty Central, and yet we expect to be the likely favorite at post time. This was back on October 25th, most recent start and a runner-up finish.
I just think cutting back from the 1 1/8 to a mile is going to help him running around one turn. He's been pretty consistent, and I just like the fact that he has more recency than the 1/8.
I think it's a very fair point, and I agree with you about the turn back. I think the 1 1/8 very stretched him to his outer limits. Going the mile, you get Jose Lezcano. Is there a more consistent rider than Jose Lezcano? I mean, he shows up, gives you a ride every race.
Doesn't it also seem, I mean, he's such a professional. He's underappreciated here, isn't he?
I believe so. I think he always kind of gets a little bit overlooked in the bigger races, but now he's got PJ Campo representing him now. Maybe that'll change.
Right. I agree with all of that.
9 minutes away from this third. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll pick up where you guys left off with the 4 Liberty Central. Is accompanied by the pony here in the paddock. Common thing for him, saddled with that pony close by, and we'll be following him. As he is a horse that typically can get a little bit revved up in the preliminaries, particularly as they get closer to the gate. And as you look through his past performances, he is a horse that has had some trouble getting out of the gate sometimes. And they kind of have to push him in, load without the rider, and then will break a little bit awkward and a bit slow. I don't know if it's something mentally that kind of turns on with him, but they do take every step to try and keep him quiet and settled prior to that. And he was very forward when he first came in here. He looks great for Pat Quick. He's really doing well. Super coat on him, carrying really good muscle mass and conditioning, and one that if he's able to break well and get himself into the race, I think will really be the biggest benefit for him. So keep an eye on him at the start. Now taking a look at the 1A Landoro, as Andy mentioned, yes, unfortunate situation with some stops and starts for him recently, but he does get to come back here to the racetrack and add the blinkers on. A short cup going on for him, as he's a horse that comes off of a 3rd place finish last time out. When he came from off of it, Tall Paul was the one that was on the front end that day, and we did see Yo Banana Boy come back to win with an aggressive ride following that. So certainly flattered, and he's a horse that has shown some glimpses as well, and hopefully with those blinkers on, that will help him to have a little bit more punch, and for him too to get into the race a little bit better on early as well. He's one that also, again, there were reasons behind the recent scratch, but not having run since September, he's a good doer. He carries his condition, and that has always been the case. So hopefully he will be able to have enough fitness coming into this spot. He's very strong, which I appreciate, but certainly one that appreciates the feet up. You can tell, one that really carries good weight from race to race, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Should mention, too, the track has been upgraded. Start of the day, sloppy, muddy track now.
Yeah, it's still sealed, so I don't know how much different. Is it a question of standing water situation? Is that what changes it, Richie?
Yeah, I think it's just much less water content in general, but it's still pretty much the same racetrack because it's sealed and they're running over the top of it.
It never stops. I mean, the good news is that we saw it yesterday. The track played very fairly the last couple of days. It's not like we've seen any kind of bias out there with the wet tracks, but it just, I mean, it didn't rain as hard yesterday as it did on Thursday and early Thursday morning, but it just never stopped. It was always raining.
It was just steady, just kept coming at us.
We needed the rain.
We needed the rain, no doubt about it. We got snow up by me. A foot of snow.
Well, you got snow in like August, right? Carmela's shoveling out while you're up in Saratoga.
Well, someone's got to handle things,
I was mentioning this horse here to you guys while we were hearing from Acacia. A win last start, and this horse, look, has reeled off 3 in a row, but all at Finger Lakes. Softer circuit, obviously, than coming here, but going the right way at least.
And the truth is, his form didn't immediately improve when he went from Aqueduct to Finger Lakes. He's really improved lately, so maybe he's improving. And the other thing I thought, since the pace is murky here, Richie, Romero Mirage is an aggressive rider. He looks for those situations. So I wouldn't be surprised, even though he's not as fast as some other horses early, if you see him push him along early and be forward.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. He's drawn towards the inside, but all 4 of his wins have come at Finger Lakes. And
there's Romero.
I just have a hard time deciphering how that Finger Lakes form translates when they come back to the NYRA circuit.
Yeah, in general, it doesn't. In general, it seems like horses will improve there and not bring it here, but it doesn't mean it hasn't happened. And I think it's encouraging, if you like him, that he didn't immediately go to Finger Lakes and jump up 15 points.
Sure.
He actually sort of was running the same races a little bit slower even, and he's improved lately. I don't love him. I prefer others in here. My problem is I'm not convinced even his Finger Lakes form is good enough to beat both the 1A and 4.
You might need to improve just a little.
And that's a big ask in that situation.
All right, we'll get to the post parade in a moment. We're going to head back to Tampa. We do have a late scratch here, taking out one of the key players in this race, the 6 Bruce Banner.
Well, I think
has been taken out.
You know, if you look at the time form pace projector, which I look at, they had the 5 and 6 as the speed. Now, we had a horse who was supposed to be the speed of the last race who was dead last early, so who knows what goes on there. But I think Estillo Magic, who's stretching out, increases that or his chances. And I know the 3 is 4 to 5 and the 5 is 5 to 2. I still think there's a pretty good chance by post time the 5 is favored, or at least it's very, very close. Late money comes in substantially at Tampa, from what I've noticed at least last couple of years.
And, you know, we talked about the running style break the ice as well. The current 4 to 5 favorite is going to be coming from out of it, trying to win here.
And you get a horse like the 5 Estillo Magico, who is coming out of sprints, fast-paced races, 5 furlong races. You got to think this horse makes the lead. That's the only chance a horse like that has to win, is to go to the lead.
I prefer the 5, and I wonder if by post time the public will prefer that horse too. It's pretty close. You have to be very careful there and look at multi-race bets to see what prices horses are, because they will change substantially in the last flash.
So the 3, the 5 dominating the wagering here. And yeah, the 5, even though, you know, stretching out from a 5 furlong sprint, has shown ability going longer.
That's the thing. The horses run fine going longer.
Yeah.
So if he can run, now his recent form is a little bit dubious, this 4-year-old, but he is supposed to be controlling on the front end.
Jason Beam the call. Here's race 2 from Tampa Bay Downs.
All right, today's second, the early pick 4. Not this time, Randy, and Alex Gonzalez to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Estillo Magico, not this time, Randy. Those 2 are quickest through the opening 16th of a mile. All the rage. Wrangled back there, third, being passed on the inside by Inbound, who's coming all the way up to challenge for the leaders there. As they go into that first turn, it's Inbound. Now cutting the corner just in front of Estillo Magico, out 4 deep. Right tucked in between them are All the Rage and Break the Ice. Very tight-knit group of 4 up top. Length and a half more back to not this time, Randy, who's sitting 5th in the pink colors. The 2 at the back early on, Ballandine on the inside of Unique Path. So they work their way onto the back stretch. The opening quarter in 24 and 4/5 seconds. And it's Inbound, pressed by All the Rage. And those 2 now set up shop on the lead. They're 2 clear of Estillo Magico, who's back in 3rd. Down to that one's inside, Break the Ice. So the 2 favorites are sitting at 3rd and 4th right now, just 2.5 off the top. Then comes Not This Time, Randy. Ballandine starts to advance at the inside, and Unique Path is now the trailer. They have just under a half mile left to go after a 48 and 4 opening half mile. It's been Inbound and All the Rage. Those 2 go into the far turn pretty much as one. A length and a half in front of Estillo Magico. Break the Ice pushed along 4th. Not this time, Randy is starting to lift up on the outside as 5th. Drawn within 3.5 to lead. Ballandine is back 6th. Nothing yet from Unique Path. All the Rage and Inbound. These 2 continue to the quarter pole, but Estillo Magic is gradually getting closer. And Estillo Magico coming up to make a line of 3. Just in behind them, Break the Ice going to look for a seam. And to that one's outside, Not this time, Randy. As they come into the stretch, Inbound cuts the corner just in front. Estillo Magico coming up to join that one. Break the Ice going to dive down toward the fence. Not this time, Randy is now 4th. Final 16th to go. Inbound is surrounded. Up the inside, Break the Ice. Estillo Magico on the outside. Inbound trying to fend him off. Estillo Magico and Break the Ice. 3 of them hit the wire. Photo finish. Very close photo. I believe the photo's between the 5 and the 3. The 2 was right there. And back and forth was Not this time, Randy. Photo finish.
maybe Estilo Magico, the 5. This was very tight at the wire.
Well, the rider did everything he could to get beaten here, and he still may have won the race. Not sure why you would rate the lone speed and end up wide. Well, that wasn't very helpful. Can we back it up a little bit, guys?
Inside Horse got a pretty good bob right there at the end, guys.
Okay, then.
We'll get back to that.
Okay. Third at Aqueduct. Post parade. Final denial gets post 3.
Yeah, he's the weaker half of the entry. Does have better form on turf.
Post 6 for Landoro, other half of that entry.
Yeah, he's one of the main 2 players, and just wonder a little about the layoffs.
The rail to the 2, Colomio.
Yeah, horse that's never competed against New York breds, just won a $16,000 claimer in September. Churchill.
3 in a row, Finger Lakes Petrolo.
We talked about him. We'll see if he can class up to these.
Do we all agree the one to beat here, Liberty Central?
I agree. I like the turn back to the mile to him, and Jose Lezcano riding well.
Here's 11-1 Hagrid's Flame.
He just needs a lot of pace to run at. Probably not going to get it, and still probably just not as good as some others here.
Rock the Weekend, Katie Davis.
Came from off the pace to beat weaker last time. Well, Leadership Mangle has won with long shots at times.
And 38-1 A-Lister on the outside.
Yeah, this horse might be an underlay at 39-1.
By the way, quickly at Tampa, 3, 5, 2, 8. Let's break the ice. Just holding off Estilo Magico for that victory. Let's go down to Acacia.
I wanted to touch on quickly the number 2, Colomio, who is actually facing New York breds for the first time, though is stepping up off the back of a win in Claiming Company. Like I said, does get to face New York breds. This horse had a very aggressive warm-up from Dylan Davis out there on the track and set the pace last time, though I did notice a horse that kind of throws his head up out of the gate, and he was doing that in the warm-up as well. I would imagine with that rail post straw, we're going to see Dylan try to be aggressive with this guy, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. I'll have the inside post, and being aggressive with a different rider aboard worked last time out at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, I think that horse is a little bit interesting. It'll be interesting if Dylan comes out running another horse who's close to being fast enough early. It just depends on the rides. This horse was claimed by these connections with trainer Ken Sweezy, switching to Charlie Baker coming here. He's got races fast enough, Richie. He's a wild card.
Interesting, though, that a New York bred that has never competed against New York breds finally gets
Why
his
did we not
opportunity.
claim him for 16 when I was originally handicapping this race? I was thinking, how did nobody see him? Because he ran for 16 the time before that, and nobody even tried to claim him. Isn't that weird?
It is. And as we expected, it's the 4 who's become the favorite, 6-5, Liberty Central. Here he is stepping in with Jose Lezcano, coming off a second at this same condition. And will not have to go quite as far today, cutting back from 1 mile and 1/8. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the 3rd from Aqueduct.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking a little slowly was Liberty Central, but now emerges from in between horses to show that early speed. Here at the rail is Colomio, is going to join that early mix in the gold cap, and they're 1-2. Just off of them, towards the outside comes Landoro, is going to stalk off the pace setters. On the far outside, there comes A-Lister. In between horses, there's Petrolo, who wants to be in the early fray as they come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. 4 across the track in the early stages. Colomio's at the rail. It's actually about the 2 path there, well off the rail. Is going to hold the lead, though, is up by a head. Petrolo is chasing. 3 wide is going to be Liberty Central. 4 wide, Landoro. Final denials at the rail is patiently ridden. There's there with Rock the Weekend, A-Lister, and the early trailer, Hagrid's Flame. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile, and at the lead, it's Colomio. Colomio is still ahead in front. Petrolo's in between horses with less than a half mile to go. Tightly bunched as they work into the far turn. Colomio and Petrolo, they go at it. Liberty Central watching the action right there is Landoro, who's losing some ground from 4th. It's a ground-saving journey here at the rail from Final Denial, and Joel Rosario, Rock the Weekend, is in between horses. In behind them, Hagrid's Flame has made up a lot of ground, and tailing off is the trailer, A-Lister. 46-4 for that half-mile time. The leader is Colomio, losing some ground. Petrolo. Liberty Central is now asked, and up on the far outside here, back for more is Landoro. Landoro lost some ground into the turn, but has now taken the lead. It's Final Denial at the rail. Rock the Weekend is trying to catch them all. They approach a final furlong, and the leader is still Landoro. Rock the Weekend, though, is motoring down the center of the track, just trying to cut into that margin. Landoro and Manny Franco finding a touch more, back up by a length and a half inside that final 16th. Rock the Weekend can't make up the ground. Landoro is your winner. Rock the Weekend, then Colomio, and Hagrid's Flame. Final running time, 1 minute 39.37 seconds.
Landoro, Christophe Clement, Manny Franco with the win. Blinkers going on.
Yeah, got that outside trip that the winner earlier did, right? Bank Frenzy.
He was outside the 4, which maybe gave him a little bit of an advantage, just sort of stalking that one. But Liberty Central was dreadful in here. I mean, he had nothing in the stretch, and it was the long shot rocked the weekend that he ended up holding off. And in that situation, he was just best and ended up a fair 2-1 with Liberty Central going down to a somewhat surprising even money.
There you can see why they put the blinkers on Landoro. He's a horse that Manny had to really motivate coming off the turn. He looks like a horse that was just kind of happy to be where he was, and Manny said, no, I need more from you. And he got his attention. He dropped his head and ran on. How about the effort from the 6? Rocked the weekend at a big price.
No, he did run well. He had run a solid figure last time. Not sure how strong this race ultimately was. They came home in almost 28 seconds, but he did run well and outrun his odds to be second there. Bad race by Liberty Central. He was terrible.
And let's go back to what you were talking about on the backstretch, Mig.
Yeah, the 2-horse Colomio looked like he was trying to get out pretty badly with Dylan Davis. He kept having to correct him. You see his head when he's got that white face cocked towards the inside. Once he cleared the chute, he was a little bit better, but he was pretty much on one rein the entire way down the backstretch. Dylan kind of had his hands full. Did a good job keeping him as straight as possible.
One A 6-2-5. Landoro, Manny Franco, Christophe Clement the win. And yeah, I'm with you. I mean, that was somewhat shocking to see Liberty Central bet all the way down to even money.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I picked Liberty Central because I had thought, and the morning line maker had it right, that this horse would be a shorter price than Liberty Central. I was obviously wrong and had the wrong horse.
Well, prices from this one in a moment. Back to Tampa Bay. It was dead tight at the finish, and it winds up going to the 3, break the ice. The trainer, Kathleen O'Connell.
The lesson to be learned here is don't raid speed horses.
5-horse, yeah, we all expected to be
silly
up
drive.
front on the lead. Instead, had a 3-wide trip off the pace.
When you're trying to stretch a horse out to win, and he lost all the bob, when you're trying to stretch a horse out to win, getting cute makes no sense to me, but oh, I know.
Loses by a nose in the end. So break the ice, Kathleen O'Connell, and this 4-year-old son of Keen Ice. 3rd win of his career. For those that don't know, Keen Ice, biggest victory?
Matt Miles, come on.
No, the Travers.
I'm thinking about Frosted, Cold as Hell. Look, I'm stuck with Cold as Hell and Break the Ice.
Guy? You're a little bit.
Who did he beat? Who did he beat in the Travers? Your favorite horse?
You're thrown by the music.
More
beat
cowbell.
American Pharaoh, who Andy picked against, yes, in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown. So we can always bring it back to Andy.
Nice, actually.
Manny Franco, Landoro, with the win in the 3rd at Aqueduct.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
You're watching America's Day at the races as we see Landoro head into the winner's circle in the third. The second win today for Manny Franco, who joins me now. And Manny, you rode this horse last time out. Blinkers going on today. How did you feel that helped him in getting back to the winner's circle this afternoon?
Yeah, I think the blinkers helping a lot. I told Christophe last time to put blinker for the next race, and that's what he did. And I think the horse was more forward and in the bridle, so I think that helped me a lot because when I started riding him, I wasn't too far, so that was my plan with him.
Made a big difference for sure. And can you talk a little bit about what that conversation is like? And obviously it's the trust and the relationship between trainer and jockey. If you recommend any sort of equipment after getting to know a horse.
Yeah, no, definitely. When you have a good communication with the trainers, is a big help because we're here for help each other. And if you ride me, I'm gonna try to win for you. So we gotta communicate.
And it all worked out for the best today. Now, coming up a little bit later on in the New York Stallion Series, you picked up the mount on BD Saints, a horse you'll be climbing aboard. Any sort of prep that goes in when you pick up a mount last minute is a little bit extra trying to cram before the race?
I mean, it's not much to plan, I just pick them out when I get here to the room. So I know the horse. I run against him a lot, a couple of times. So it's no easy horse to ride, but I will try my best.
I'm sure you will. Congratulations on 2 wins already today, Manny.
Thank you, Acacia.
Greg?
Well, we always love to see Manny in the winner's circle. We talk about it often. Probably, good case, he's the most athletic guy in that room. And with a couple of wins now on today's card.
He's just another very good rider in the room here. And I think one of the best things about betting here is, in general, you don't worry that much for the most part whether or not you're going to get a good ride. I think that's all you can expect as a player.
Yeah, but his greatest gift is his physicality, and he's extremely strong.
And he's nice. We like him, too.
Yeah, good guy, sure.
Race 4, start of the pick 6.
We don't like you, Richie, but we like Manny.
New York bred, $40,000 maiden claiming sprint at 6 furlongs. And right now, just Clarity, David Donk, Dylan Davis, favorite at 2-1. A couple of intriguing first-time starters in this field as well.
The 7 King Phoenix is a strong favorite looking at doubles. A strong favorite, which surprises me a great deal. Just Clarity is the third choice in the morning line. Morning line maker usually gets it right. I thought Just Clarity, because he had the experience, be favored. I know he ran only a 40 buyer in his debut. He was wide against a gold rail, and that's not going to take a lot of money in there, but he was against the track in a better field, and I thought Just Clarity was the right horse in here. But, of course, you don't know about the firsters.
We'll get a look at them, talk more about this field to kick off this pick 6 when we come back from a timeout. Stick with us. Coming up tonight, well, early Sunday morning, I should say, 1 a.m., 44th edition of the Japan Cup. What a story this would be. Auguste Rodin, swan song for him. And, of course, he is significant. He'll be honored at Tokyo Racecourse because he is a son of their greatest sire, Deep Impact. We'll be back.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better Lucky Than Good at the rail. Better Lucky Than Good. Carew, Better Lucky Than Good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage later tonight. This will be seen on FS2, 1 a.m. Eastern start time, early Sunday morning, 44th running of one of the richest races on the planet in the Japan Cup. And special significance this year, they're going to honor Auguste Rodin, last year's Breeders' Cup Turf winner. It will be his final start. He is a son, of course, of Deep Impact, one of the truly great sires in Japan racing history, who surpassed his sire, the Great Sunday Silence, in terms of overall winners, stakes winners, everything. Just an incredible impact on the game.
And an incredible racehorse as well, who went over, did not win the ARC, but he went over with a real chance to win it, didn't get it done. And Auguste Rodin's form is a little bit spotty this year, but it's still pretty good. But it's tough for these horses to go over there and beat the Japanese runners.
Yeah, the Japanese runners are very good. Deep Impact should have won that ARC. He pulled himself up when he hit the front. He didn't wait on horse. He pulled himself up. A quirky kind of horse. The greatest sire in Japanese racing history.
So Auguste Rodin, win or lose, very nice gesture from the JRA. They're going to be honoring that horse, son of Deep Impact, in his career finale for trainer Aidan O'Brien. So that will be seen again tonight for the first time in a long, long time. It's been 18 straight years. Japanese runners have won it.
Amazing.
The strongest international cast they probably had maybe ever. Although Mig might disagree with that.
Kodashan was unlucky to lose this race,
Mig,
right? Back in
third in this race
the
back in
finish line,
1981.
And listen, that was a really good international field too, but that was before the Japanese horses got as good as they've become.
Back to Tampa Bay Downs, race 3. Mile and a 16th, back on the grass here in a $16,000 claiming race. And Dear Santa, Daniel Centeno will be aboard. This one a 4-time winner on the turf from 6 starts. We start with Come See About It, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's a horse that should be able to be forward. You would think the 2 is going to be the speed. And he has back turf races that aren't that bad. He's not impossible. He's a huge price.
So 4 for 6 on the turf, and this horse can be forward as well.
Dear Santa looks very tough here. Daniel Centeno and from Arnold Delacour, although he's getting back to the dirt, and there's better races been in synthetic or turf.
With the accent, Andy, let's hear it.
No. Kathleen O'Connell, here's a stat. Synthetic to turf, as this horse is going, she's 1 for 53 with a 15-cent ROI for every $2 bet over the last 5 years.
Here's Catatumbo, 3-time winner on the grass.
Catatumbo coming off of synthetic races and turning back from 1.5 miles at Presque Isle.
Long time away for Royal Luck.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got the best races of anybody if he can run them, but you haven't seen this horse now for 15 months. Feels like a dubious assertion.
Former Group 1 winner in Chile. Napoleon's War, the 6 at 10 to 1.
Has speed, should be very forward.
Crafty King, big number for the barn of David Van Winkle.
He's shipping in from Canterbury Downs. Looks a little slow for these.
Very good barn. Derek Ryan with Denying, the 8.
Yeah, with your perennial, one of the leading riders in Sammy Camacho. Rides the turf very well.
Dark and Fitzy, and this one is very quick early.
Feels like he and the 2, Dear Santa, should be the 2 forward horses, though you never know with riding around there. Overall, though, I think he's a little slow.
And 5 to 2 outside, Gilded Age. Coming out of race he probably was not meant for.
Kind of an interesting prep to give him the 2-mile prep, which he last time out. I think he's the horse to beat.
I agree. I mean, not a great post, but yeah, I mean, he last time just put a line through that 2 miles at Far Hills.
Had to deal with a horse who qualified to go to Australia, right, at Saratoga, the Great Wizard.
He didn't go. That's right.
Probably
the birth of the Cox
move.
Plate.
I don't know. Probably fun there.
All right, it's pick 6 time. Back here at Aqueduct. We're 10 minutes from a start. We welcome in for the first time this afternoon Maggie Wolfendale.
Greg. as we'll take a look here at some first-time starters on my end. But let me preface that discussion with the fact that I do think your current favorite, the horse taking a lot of money, Just Clarity, number 2, is the horse to beat. But we'll begin with one to his inside. That is number 1, Lucky Dragon, for trainer Mike Maselli. Now, I don't often think of Mike Maselli as a very potent first-time out trainer. So with that being said, I do get the impression that Lucky Dragon is probably about 90% fit. Is a son of Looking at Lucky. Usually they want a little bit more ground, though. Looking at this guy, he does look as though he should be fine sprinting. And there's a lot of him. There's a lot of substance, which I appreciate. But I really think a first start will be beneficial. I'm going to watch him with some interest, though. Definitely has some decent workouts and a consistent work tab coming in here. So as we move on to number 3, Run with Honor, that's something I can't necessarily say for him. He's had some stops and starts in that work tab as well for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Now, he is a 3/4 brother to Apollo Code, who is a solid enough type of runner by Honor AP. Haven't seen many of his progeny, but they do strike at 14% with his first-time starters. This guy, very sharp. So get the impression that he should have a bit of early foot, and that's very typical for Jeremiah Engelhardt trainees, first time out especially. Just really solid, despite the breaks in the work tab, does appear to be fit and ready to go. And then Carrie Bryan will send out number 7, King Phoenix. Coming in from Fair Hill, he's very laid back, but in that breath, very professional too, has not turned a hair. Now, he looks as though there's some framework to work with, but not necessarily totally molded into an athlete quite yet. So might need to start just to develop, just to get a little bit stronger overall. But I do like his disposition, his demeanor here for this debut, just indicating that he's going to most likely be professional during the running of the race too, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Good to have you on with us on our Saturday coverage here as we get set for this Pick 6 coming up. And another look here at King Phoenix, this first-time starter that will have Javier Castellano aboard.
Yeah, he's not favored yet, but based on doubles, you would expect to be favored. I think the 2 is supposed to be favored in here because I thought the first race a lot better than it looks, and I wouldn't try to beat this horse. But obviously, a good first would probably beat him. But how good do we expect him to be for 40,000?
Yeah, the debut Andy talking about was close to 13-1, but it was against a better group, New York Bred Maiden Special Weight Company. And
he was 4
beat
wide.
Almost half the field that day.
And he was 4 wide, and that was the day you really wanted to be on the inside. So he was compromised by his trip in a much better field. I'll put it this way, he lost by 9+ lengths to the horse who was second, who's probably or going to be, if not favored, one of the favorites in a much tougher Maiden Special in race number 5. I think he's a fairly likely winner of this race.
Unless, like you said, unless one of the firsters can run. You got a Jeremiah Engelhardt firster here, Run with Honor, the 3. And this is what I look at, the spacing of works. Look at this horse's work tab. It's all over the map. He works, then he doesn't work for 2 or 3 weeks, then he works 1 week out, and then he doesn't work for another 14 days. To me, that's a negative. I want to see a steady work tab.
We're talking about the 1?
The 3, Run with
3,
Honor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know, back to this horse, and Andy talked about who this one faced in the dirt debut. It's a horse who came back and won the New York Breeders' Futurity at Finger Lakes with an 89 buyer and dominated that field by 7 3/4 lengths.
No, I think he's very logical. I think the second horse is going to be tough for the next race. The third horse has run well in some other races. The horse that took money in the doubles that would be surprising is the 1, Lucky Dragon. He might be a firster to keep an eye on because he's the same price in doubles as the number 2, Just Clarity, excuse me.
Meanwhile, here's another one with at least experience against a little bit better, although did not show as much ability those first 2 starts, 2 Honest Mischief.
Yeah. On the other hand, he was a bit wide in that race as well, but he was beaten almost 10 lengths by the number 2. I'm not a fan.
Christopher Elliott will ride, son of Stuart Elliott, who rode Smarty Jones to the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown back in 2004.
Had a winner yesterday, Christopher, right?
I can't remember yesterday.
No, it was the day before yesterday.
I forgot everything on that 3-hour train ride in. He got to Albany faster.
Slowly, Andy's getting over it, though.
Slowly.
5 minutes away from this first leg of the Pick 6. You can play this Pick 6 by getting signed up with Nara Bets. Get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus with the code BONUS200. And bet any track, anytime. anywhere. Again, right there at NYRABets.com. So post break coming up here in a moment. Just Clarity stuff who we faced in the debut. Certainly one if you're playing this pick six. You do not want to get beat by, but some intriguing firsters that you probably don't want to get beat by as well, like the 1 and the 7.
I'd be interested to see if the 7 starts taking a lot of late money. That's what I'm waiting for, because he is a heavy favorite. That double is $10 for a dollar. The double with the 1 and 2 is $18 for a dollar, which suggests the 7's supposed to be the favorite near. We just haven't seen the money yet.
There's King Phoenix. So debut coming up. Castellano will ride. But we'll start with Lucky Dragon, another first-time starter, and one taking money also from the inside for Mike Maselli.
I actually picked him second. At least the dam ran buyers in the 60s and 70s. There's not a lot of pedigree to go on for the firsters.
Just Clarity coming again out of that dirt start 2 starts ago. Went on grass next, but against a very good horse.
Yeah, against much tougher. This is a much easier group, light even for a maiden 40.
Run with Honor was actually 2-1 morning line, first-time starter.
Yeah, the money's not showing. This horse was not bet that strongly in the double. And the dam ran around here, obviously, not surprisingly. Michael Dubb.
2 Honest Mischief getting back to dirt.
Yeah, the 2 dirt races leave a lot to be desired, but also dropping in class.
First-time starter with a 5.
Yeah, low-profile connections at $3,000 Klimt.
Blinkers on the 6, Renew the Blue.
This Blinker's going to have to make a big turnaround with this horse.
Here's the firster, 3-1 King Phoenix.
Yeah, we'll see if this horse ends up going off favored. I'm curious to see how much the odds change.
And this first-timer actually is taking some money as well. It's 20-1 morning line, 7-1 now, Gunman Javo.
Yeah, with a slow but steady work tab, not missing, not a lot of gaps in between the works, just not very fast.
You're right, though. For Randy Persaud, first-time starter, this horse is bet.
A gun runner, by the way, who stands for $250,000 that sold for $4,000.
Yes, you're right. This horse is bet to be that price. I don't disagree with you.
Back to Tampa Bay, race 3, mile and a 16th on the turf. It's Dear Santa, the 2, the favorite. Let's go to Jason Beam for the call.
Of the season, turf firm, rail at 22 feet today. As Gilded Age coming forward now to complete the line. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Dear Santa got away well toward the inside. You talking to me, Royal Luck are also forwardly placed, and Dark and Fitzy from the outside as they come by the wire for the first time. It's going to be Dark and Fitzy to assume command. Pablo Morales and Dark and Fitzy all the way over to the rail, and now a 3-length advantage over Dear Santa in the second position. Come see about it, Royal Luck. They're 3rd and 4th. Right between them, You talking to me in the lime colors is 5th. It's a break of 2.5 more. Back to Napoleon's War, who's 6th in the red colors. Catatimbo works over toward the inside from 7th. After that comes Denying Crafty King, and Gilded Age is the trailer, 10th and last, and already about 11 off the lead. They work their way toward the back stretch, and up on the front end, it's Dark and Fitzy, the leader. Dark and Fitzy in front by a length. Dear Santa finds a good spot second just outside of that one. 1.5 more. Back to Royal Luck. Down on the inside, Come See About It. They race as a pair. They're 3rd and 4th, just 2.5 off the top. Another 1.5. Back to You Talking to Me, who travels pretty nicely in the 5th position. Then comes Denying, who starts to move through inside of Napoleon's War. Crafty King, Catatimbo's second last. Gilded Age is the trailer. There's now just 7 or 8 lengths front to back as they go to the far turn. Dark and Fitzy has made every yard thus far. Dear Santa perched to that one's outside, and here's Dear Santa coming up to within ahead. And Dear Santa now right up alongside of Dark and Fitzy. Royal Luck is 3 deep. Room at the inside coming through is Denying in the pink cap. Starting to launch Come See About Me from in behind. Gilded Age has made a little progress, is going to stay down toward the fence as Dear Santa takes him into the stretch. It's Dear Santa, the leader by the 3/16 pull. Dark and Fitzy drops back. Gilded Age looking for a seam, has followed that rail run. Royal Luck to that one's outside, and You Talking to Me. Here comes Gilded Age from out of the pack. Was last early on and is first at the 16th pull. Down the far outside, You Talking to Me rallying up for second. Gilded Age. Samuel Marin to win it. You Talking to Me was second, 3rd. Dear Santa 4th. I think either Catatimbo or Royal Luck.
Gilded Age, Jose D'Angelo Barn with the victory here in the 3rd at Tampa.
Horse to beat. Got a great ride to get it done, Richie. From save ground, live cover, it all worked out.
Post 10 to find the rail, and it's a new angle. Horses dropping out of 2-mile races. Good prep.
It's the prep.
Back to Aqueduct, start of the pick 6. Let's check in again with Maggie.
Yeah, I just, not to really make a very strong case, though I am, for the 2-1 favorite. But Just Clarity, you know, the favorites, the first-time starters just didn't do that much for me. And Just Clarity is actually a horse that I liked first time out. He made a good impression in what was a large field, and to be kind of only, 12 to 13 to 1 for Dave Donk in that type of field, I thought it hinted at the fact that he does have a little bit of ability. Now he's drawn towards the inside, warmed up beautifully. The horse, as you guys mentioned, taking a lot of money. I couldn't help myself. I'm sick. I wanted to see the Fasig-Tipton workout. 10-4. Took a while to switch leads. Quite a tiny horse. I can't suggest him. The one thing I will say as a positive, Greg, being such a narrow horse, he did warm up quite well over this wet going.
Thank you, Maggie. This is just really interesting. Look, a barn that does not win a whole lot, especially with first-time starters, and was 20-1 morning line, 6-1, still continuing to take money here.
And it's interesting, when you mentioned it, he went from 7 to 8, and I thought, well, he'll drift up and be, 12, 13. And he's not even that huge a price in doubles. Now he's down to 6. This is the horse that is super live on the board. Nobody else.
Taking significant
Those
money.
Connections?
Yep.
This horse could be 40-1, and you wouldn't blink, right?
Yeah.
Kind of makes the race more interesting for me.
Will he produce? First time out, a gun runner that probably did not look the part going for that purchase price.
You think? $4,000 gun runner.
There he is. Again, yeah, stands for $250,000. Here we go. Pick 6 begins on our Saturday card. Chris Griffin to get us started.
And they're off. Good speed down towards the inside from Just Clarity is in that early mix, but emerging is Run With Honor, and Run With Honor is now up by 3/4 of a length. Here's a host of pursuers, and the first to challenge is Too Honest Mischief. Red Silks is Too Honest Mischief, who's stalking from second. Out wider there comes King Phoenix. Just in behind them comes Clip Master, who's now in that shared 4th position, is at the rail. Just Clarity is hustled along, doesn't want to be that far back, is now in 4th, is behind a battling trio through an early 23-second flat. Opening quarter mile. Moving from the outside, Orange Cap here's Renew the Blue is on the move, is now taken 5th, is to the outside of Clip Master, who's starting to lose some ground. Second to last is Lucky Dragon, and far back is the trailer, Gunman Javo. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. 3 across the racetrack. Run With Honors at the rail. Too Honest Mischief in between horses. King Phoenix is 3 wide. The journey comes from Just Clarity, who's out in the center of the racetrack, has been off the early tempo. Run With Honors trying to get away from him. It's Run With Honor, but the trip came from Just Clarity, grandstand side. Green Cap starts to move closer and closer. Too Honest Mischief is still in the hunt too. Inside the final furlong, Just Clarity's taking the lead. Run With Honors trying to go with this rival for a final 16th. Just Clarity, Run With Honor, Just Clarity is edging clear. Just Clarity gets the win. Run With Honor then came Too Honest Mischief and a late run from Lucky Dragon. Final running time, 1 minute 13.20 seconds.
2-1 favorite with the win to start this pick 6. It's Just Clarity. Trainer David Donk and Dylan Davis aboard for the victory.
Not a bad example, Richie, of what you talk about getting your position going forward. Because Johnny asked this horse for speed coming out of the gate, made sure he left, but then with the number 3, the firster had more speed. Yeah, John Velasquez.
Dylan Davis.
Oh, Dylan wrote him. Excuse me. Thank you for that. I print my PBs about 2 months ago. I think during Saratoga, I handicapped this card. And when they got away from him, he ended up getting a perfect trip in 4th. And not sure the 3 didn't maybe run the better race, fighting out the whole way down the inside. But Just Clarity got the trip.
Yeah, it was dead game, the runner-up, Run With Honor, but Just Clarity, when you're sitting in behind 3 horses in a scrum like that and you're on a horse that's traveling, it's a good feeling. Dylan tipped out to the clear, and we've seen horses rallying down the outside portion of the track, but very logical horses up to this point. And listen, I didn't like the work tab for the 3 Run With Honor, but Jeremiah Engelhardt, out of the trainers with the first-time starters, is
Ran
the
well,
most accomplished with firsters.
2-3-4-1. Just Clarity, 4 in full beginning to the pick 6. As you see that first timer here, we'll start to weaken a bit as here comes Just Clarity into the picture as the picture becomes a little clearer to your winner. And horse with experience with the win.
That's what it is, but also the trip he worked out. And it's like, leaving like he did makes it so much easier to establish that position, Richie.
Oh, absolutely. Breaking clean, getting your position going forward, then give your horse an opportunity. Listen, he was the favorite, the best horse, and set the best trip.
All right, we'll get those prices in a moment. Back at Tampa, finished 10-3-2-4. Objection and inquiry was posted.
But it's down.
And we're going to bring what they were looking at here.
Really? Do we know what they were looking at? Does anyone know? It's official. 10-3-2-4.
No change obviously made.
What a terrific ride the winner here got, number 10, Gilded Age. From that post to get down to the inside, it was tight, but...
No, it wasn't. I have no idea why they looked
he didn't make any contact with anybody. He came out, I thought, very cleanly.
Now in the end, no change. Okay, move on. 10-3-2-4. Gilded Age, second win, 5 career starts on turf, $7.60 for the victory. Again for Jose D'Angelo, Blue Boy Racing Stable. And you talking to me at 11:01, Dear Santa, underneath there in second and third. Dylan Davis for David Donk, just clarity, kicks off this pick 6 with a win. Prices when we come back, and we'll get into the late pick 5 on our Saturday card right after this.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the races on FS1. Just clarity, well, he saw the wire quite clearly today. Got there first, and please be joined by winning trainer Dave Donk, and a horse that I thought, in a big field, took a little nibbles for you first time out. Talk a little bit about the kind of road to get this horse to the win today in his third start.
Well, his first race was a really good quality race. Early in the meet, I think we go back, I think the tracks were pretty speed favoring then, so he's kind of up against it. He wasn't that fast. Johnny rode him, really green. Knew that he would be useful. I experimented on the grass last time knowing that he was by War of Will, and that didn't work. So, listen, he needed the class relief. This was not a very tough maiden 40, so in reality, but it's where he belonged.
And I thought, too, still kind of figuring it out. You know, Dylan did a good job getting him out of the gate. And it's almost like he kind of wanted to take himself back, but Dylan didn't let him. And so, therefore, he was allowed to be in that perfect position.
He will be a gelding next time. So.
Jeez, he wins a race and you take his equipment away.
It's interesting. He's lovely to ride and do everything with, but in the barn, he's nasty.
Oh, really?
And I think that, personally, I think his testicles bother him. So I needed to get to a point somewhere. I knew that before I ran him, but, when they're doing well, you just want to run them and get them to the race and educate them. And I knew that I kind of needed to maybe run him in this spot first to validate himself that he would be useful.
Yeah.
But I really think it's going to help his demeanor. He'll be a lot nicer horse to be around. So.
That's always important. But talking about lack of equipment, no Jets for you today. I've been told that we need a sponsor to get you a Jets beanie.
Yeah, I have a lot of Jet hats. I don't have a wool one. This is Grand Motion. So it was cold back earlier. This is really nice in the paddock, so I would have switched. But, listen, I'm still going to wear them. I mean, I don't know, like I told you earlier, they suck, but what am I going to do? I mean, I'm still going to be loyal.
You are loyal to the end.
Most of my clients are to me, so I'm going to be loyal.
I love that. Well, Dave, I am loyal to being one of your biggest fans and love to get to talk to you. Congratulations here.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Greg?
First Happy Thanksgiving we've got on the program. Thank you, David Donk. I've been doing these shows since 2016. I have never seen David Donk without a Jets cap on, so this is a first.
He's come up with excuses, I think, like the rest of us. He's had enough of Aaron Rodgers.
Just Clarity with a win. $6.40 for the victory to kick off our Saturday Pick 6. Good for David Donk. We move into the late Pick 5, and it starts with our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. So a New York bred maiden special weight is all try and get that first win. 6.5 furlong sprint, and it's Skytown coming out of common race, Bold Fortune.
Yeah, there you go.
Who's the favorite right now? Who would beat our winner in the last race?
Is that the key race for today's card?
Could be.
Could be. This is a little tougher field, though, the one we just had.
It is. But the horses, would you say, the 4, the 10, the 12, the horses with experience, they are the ones to beat?
They are. We'll see if any firsters get bet. We'll give more attention to that after we get rid of him. Thanks a lot.
So long to Mig. It was a little strange having you not in the middle. I think it's the first time that's happened.
No, he's been in the end.
I'm good on the outside. I'm good on the inside.
He'll be in the middle and we leave.
You in wherever.
When we leave.
Swiss Army knife right there. We enjoyed it, Mig. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Late Pick 5 coming up, as are our Tuco features later on, including that Thunder Rumble division. Lightman, General Banker, 2 of many you can make a case for in our main event still ahead. Stay with us.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
They're off. And Gun Pilot 22.66 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot. Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Down. Gun Pilot by 2.5 under the wire. Spine tingling.
Stallion Central Banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped him attract a solid group of mares every year since he launched his career at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga back in 2018. Now that his runners have proven themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there, and Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that Central Banker has ranked as a top 5 to top 10 sire nationally many times since his offspring hit the track.
And they're off.
The stallion's leading earner is Bankit with more than $1.4 million in purse money.
Bankit has taken the lead.
Central Banker progeny have earned more than $21 million.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, that's where you go, nybreds.com. Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage as we get set for the late pick 5 underway in our pick 6. A favorite began things. We welcome to the set Jonathan Kinchin. Good to see you.
Guys, what's going on? Did you guys miss me while I was?
It was horrible.
Always.
There was a lot of tears. Yeah, Johnny's been despondent, our cameraman.
Yeah.
But now you're here. He's really pepped up.
Good, good. I'm glad.
We got 2 co-features a little bit later on. Staten Island division for the ladies. Obviously, Thunder Rumble for the boys, and that just looks like Jake an incredibly, not just wide open, but a lot of talent lining up in this race today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw, Antonio Vinus, who's coming in off of back-to-back wins, and takes a little bit of a break, though. Obviously, he didn't run this summer at Saratoga, so obviously there's probably some sort of an issue.
I think this race is a tribute to how strong the Stallions are in New York State when you think about it, because this is a field where you got 8 lined up. Even the 30-1 shot has run some solid races throughout his career. It's just such a competitive race. It's a race that rates to get over a 90 buyer. It's wide open, and they're all New York bred stallions. It really does show how strong the program is.
All right, so we'll get to that a little bit later on in the card. That's race 8 this afternoon, part of this late pick 5, which is coming up in just about 12 minutes. Begins with this New York bred maiden special weight, 6.5 furlongs. Favorite is one with experience. Sir Cartwright, Jeremiah Engard, his first-time starter, ran a decent runner-up finish in the last race. We'll see if this one with experience can get the win. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, I'm going to focus on horses who don't have experience, though, Greg. Beginning with a first-time starter down on the rail, as we saw Mitch Friedman break through with the juvenile, but in his 3rd start yesterday in Western Wolf. And I remember talking to owner, his main client, in Richard Greeley, and him saying that I actually prefer buying these horses at yearling sales as opposed to 2-year-old and training sales. But here we are with an OBS June acquisition in which this guy went 9-4. And did it quite impressively. Didn't look like he was going that fast. So I think that's always a good sign. And you can tell why he looked that way looking at him here in the paddock, because there's a lot of size to him. There's a lot of coverage in his frame, and that he's a bit of a longer type. Now, with that all being said, I do believe that there's some talent in there. As you can see, he also has some quicker works coming in here, but there's some gaps in the work tab, and so therefore it just makes me think that maybe a start's going to be needed from a fitness perspective. But mentally, he has been a professional here, so I do appreciate that about him. Moving on to number 5, Riff, who goes out for Brad Cox and Calumet Farm, son of Classic Empire, who I have found that his progeny seem to do better with more ground, and that's the impression I'm getting here with Riff. Riff is huge. He's very tall, very leggy. There's some substance to him too, which I like, but he's also just very laid back. He is wearing blinkers first time out, and he just doesn't look like a sprinter at all in any sense of the word. He looks fantastic because it's Brad Cox and his team here, including assistant trainer Dustin Dugas, do a fantastic job, but I just don't think this is necessarily a condition that he is going to win at first time out, going the 6.5. Number 7, Chief Liam, they paid $380,000 for this son of violence as a yearling. And the dam, she's it's a knockout, who was a pretty good 3-year-old winning the Fountain of Youth. And I kind of see why they paid so much for this guy. He is very athletic looking. He's really nicely put together, very balanced horse, which you like to see. Now, I think he's about 90% fit. He seems fairly keen, fairly forward, though it's not like Kenny McPeek's firsters necessarily have an abundance of speed in their debut. So he's one I really want to watch with intrigue. Not that I'm going to pick him here, but I feel like there could be some ability with this horse. I just don't know if first time out is really going to be his winning one. And then you have the ever dangerous Rick Dutrow barn, who sends out number 9 in here, Outsource. This is a turf pedigree on the bottom side, though, as the second dam was Checkers, multiple stakes winner on turf, though did actually win a stake on the dirt, too. She went on all 3 surfaces, and then the dam is also half to Switzerland. So there's some dirt, yes, and we'll see how he handles it here. He's quite laid back in the paddock, has a little bit more of a turf look to him, so we'll see how he negotiates this wet track today. There's some size as well, indicating to me that he might actually want to go a little bit further, but with that in mind, I totally heed the fact that he has a little bit of sprint in that pedigree too. Again, Greg, I just get the feeling that he's going to need a start. So, yes, the tale of this story is that I think horses with experience are likely to win this one.
So the 4, 10, 12, yeah, they look like the strong main players, but we'll see. Will a first-timer step up? Could be the case, and this is one of those with experience. Skytown coming out of that same race we just saw Just Clarity win out of in race 4.
And 2 back. Well, we'll see here, finishing just 3 lengths behind Sacrosanct, who's won 2 races since then and actually finished ahead of Bold Fortunes, came back with those 2 big wins. So this horse obviously has the talent, is a very logical horse in here. I think the way the board is talking, the 1 might be the only first that's taking any money, and if that horse doesn't win, probably the 4, 10, or 12 will win, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, I think we always, get reminded that experience goes a long way in these types of races, and I think Skytown's run well in 2 starts, and especially last time after breaking a little bit slow. I love the draw for this horse with this style. Hopefully just stay a little bit connected.
How about no money for the 7, who's 19-1 now, a $380,000 yearling purchase, despite lacking pedigree?
That was Katie Davis. You just saw she's going to ride this one here, the 10, Skytown. And again, there's Katie, the one that beat this 2-year-old in the second start, came back to win the New York Breeders' Futurity at Finger Lakes with an impressive 89 Beyer speed figure. Another one with experience, a volatile situation, the 12 outside, faced Kenny B in a debut, who was second in the notebook to shoot it true.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was a solid race. Kenny B came back. I think he ran 2 Beyer points slower in a very good second behind that super filly of Wesley Ward's last week. No disgrace there. I mean, I think that all of the 10, 12, and 4 are very logical out of their debuts. There's really not a lot to say that isn't obviously in the paper. I just prefer the 10, who ran, I think, against the stronger fields overall. But no knock on Kenny B. He's a good one for David Duggan.
Yeah, the 12 volatile situation, I think drew well as well, right? You have a horse who's got some tactical speed. You got Kendrick, who typically is the type that will get his position moving forward. It's going to be interesting to see how those 2 horses end up, if one of them ends up getting, kind of hooked wide between the 10 and the 12.
I think the 12 and 4 are probably a little bit quicker early than the 10. We'll see. And Katie's not a super aggressive rider out of the gate, so I would imagine they could both be in front of her. We'll see.
Now we know that guy right there is Kendrick Carmouche. He'll be on the 12, volatile situation from that far outside post.
My weirdo horse in here is the 6, John's in Charge, who ran once on the turf, despite having a pedigree that can handle the turf, probably better turf, but there is some dirt in there. And I thought this one might be a little interesting. A big rider change from the rider who was riding, who I think won 3 or 4 races this year, to Joel Rosario.
5 minutes away from the start of the Late Pick 5. Let's go to Tampa quickly here, this 4th race. 6 furlong sprint, $16,000 maiden claiming group.
The scratch of the 1 obviously changed things a great deal. The horse was even money, though, Jonathan. This horse that ran once and ran only on synthetic For a trainer, for what it's worth, who does not have good numbers going synthetic to dirt, I thought It's Pizza Time could be a little bit vulnerable here, though. The pickings are a little slim.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you look at the horse, It's Pizza Time, and you say, oh, this is going to be fun. Let me try to beat this horse. And you look elsewhere, and there's just nothing really to latch on to.
I would rather go to the 6, who also ran synthetic, but ran for Kevin Rice, and this horse actually has a pedigree that suggests he should be able to run okay on synthetic. I mean, on dirt.
Yeah, debut came on synthetic, so this will be the dirt debut for the 6. 9-2 right now.
I'd bet a couple bucks on him.
As Andy mentioned, Kevin Rice. Behind the 4 taking a little bit of money. Bad Mammer Jammer.
Well, the fastest race was on the turf. I mean, listen, it's not going to – the winner of this race might well run a 38 buyer. So, am I wrong?
That's not fast?
Well, and the 1 scratching really changed things because I imagine Fit to Fire, the 1, would have been a heavy favorite in here. I'd have to think, right? I just don't know that I want the 8, really. It's Pizza Time.
Especially at even money.
Yeah.
Trying something,
to win, but
a new surface for the first time.
I prefer the 6. Better price, too.
Now 4-5. Just keeps getting lower and lower with It's Pizza Time. Jason Beam with the call. 4th from Tampa Bay Downs.
Buzzsaw. And It's Pizza Time going to be the final 2. We're just about set for a start. Today's Ultimate 6 kicking off here on a Saturday. It's Pizza Time. Jorge Urdaneta to the outside. Two-year-olds here. It's Pizza Time now goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a pretty good line. He's side-eyed in the center going out for the early advantage. It's Pizza Time and Buzzsaw there, 2nd and 3rd up to the extreme outside, and now those 3 are lining up on the front end. The trio a length and a half in front of Allegrissimo and Bad Mammer Jammer. They're 4th and 5th. Advancing to their outside goes Chubb's Rocket from 6, and it's about 10 or 12 back to Centerfold Guy, who's a distant trailer here in the early going. Half mile left to go here, and he's side-eyed, and Sarah Hess just in front of Buzzsaw. And Alonzo Quinones pressing a little bit closer, 22 and 4 that opening quarter mile. It's Pizza Time. The favorite is 3rd, just 2 lengths off the top, and starting to inch forward on the outside. Just giving a little bit of a cue there was the 8. It's about 3.5 more back to Chubb's Rocket, another 4 then back to Allegrissimo and Bad Mammer Jammer, and Centerfold Guy essentially being eased at the back. Around to the quarter pole. He's side-eyed still there. He's side-eyed in front by a half a length. Buzzsaw trying to press closer. It's Pizza Time. 2.5, 3 back now. Stays toward the inside. Chubb's Rocket starting to gain a little bit of ground. Is 4th now as they have a final furlong left to go. He's side-eyed. The lead is a length. Buzzsaw trying to wear that one down in the final 100 yards. It's Pizza Time. Stays to the inside with Chubb's Rocket. 16th to go. Here comes Buzzsaw after he's side-eyed. Buzzsaw and he's side-eyed up the inside. It's Pizza Time. He's side-eyed. It's Pizza Time. Surging late on the inside. Photo finish. He's side-eyed, looked to maybe have the nose down, but It's Pizza Time was right there with Buzzsaw. 3-way photo here in today's 4th.
Tough angle for us. We all thought, though, the 5 between horses here may have hung on the first-time starter.
Felt like he did. Felt like they never got by him, right? I think maybe going inside with the 8 might not have been the best moves, Jonathan.
Yeah, I don't know why he did that.
Back to Aqueduct. Post-parade happened a few
Tampa.
moments ago. We start with the first-time starter, Roofer, 8-1.
And this is the first one that's taking money in this race. Had worked 9 4/5 the 2-year-old sale back in June, and Mitch Friedman's been quietly live with firsters this year.
First-time starter for Tom Morley with a bullet drill.
Yeah, not taking too much money, 18-1, but does have some nice works in there.
Frame up, debuted on grass.
Yeah, there's really – this horse is half the Shady Lady who's riding the stake later today, but connections I'm not familiar with.
Sir Cartwright went by.
Yeah, one of the horses with experience.
Riff, first-time starter, Brad Cox.
Brad Cox firster is taking no money. Not a good sign.
Andy's goofy horse. John's in charge.
Yeah, made a compelling case for a horse that's 18-1.
Expensive Son of Violence debuting Chief Liam.
Really odd, right? Given the pedigree overall. I mean, Violence is okay, but just nothing on the damn side and not taking any money.
Dylan Davis, first-timer, Let's Fight.
Yeah, another one who's not taking any money from Mike Maker.
Red Hot Detro Barn looking for another with a first-time starter outsource.
I didn't love the 2-year-old sales work, and I agree with Maggie. This horse might be more turf meant.
Skytown coming out of that productive Bold Fortune race.
Yeah, he's had a couple of good races. The last one was pretty impressive as well, the way that he ran, although he was beaten 10 lengths.
Second biggest price on the board here, the 11, firster.
Actually, the dam was pretty good. Ran buyer figures in the 80s, her first foal, but this horse is bet like he can't run.
And here's the favorite, Volatile Situation, start number 2.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. This horse is drawn towards the outside, has tactical speed, and in a group like this, that's something I'd like to use.
So Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day coming up to start the late pick 5. Let's go back to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at the outside runner Volatile Situation, who will be my selection in here. And I kind of called this early because I told our producer, Terrence, he's just speaking to me, T. And then I watched him warm up and I was like, oh no. He got a little headstrong, a little bit revved up out there on the track. But I did like what Kendrick Carmouche did with him once getting him to the chute, kind of doing those figures of 8s, making him focus, making him settle down. He looks like an Adonis for his second start, and I like the way he ran. Skytown, there just hasn't been any development. I respect the races that he's run, but physically this horse has not gotten any stronger, has not grown at all in the interim between the second start and making his third one today. So the one-horse Roofer, he continued to impress me, especially out on the racetrack. I still don't think he's 100% fit to win first time out, but one I really want to watch and how he performs today, Greg.
All right, Maggie, 9-1. Yeah, on Roofer, that first timer from the rail. But there's one with experience who's a major player, Skytown, Katie Davis stepping in on the 10. But looks-wise, Volatile Situation, this 12 horse on your screen, getting the go-ahead for Maggie.
I'm not going to be surprised when any of the horses taking money kick bet here. I think the 4s run the 10s run the best race of anybody, but maybe the other runs, having only one start, have a little more room to move forward. We'll find out shortly.
This really just feels like a race where a horse with experience is going to win. The firsters aren't really jumping off the page or off the tote board.
Well, the 1 is interesting. The 1's probably a speed. Mitch's Live 2-year-olds have had speed lately, which could be good or bad, depending, because breaking inside, this horse could be really under the gun if he does, but he's a little interesting.
Late pick 5 begins here. Here's your 2-1 favorite, Kendrick Carmouche, start number 2 for Volatile Situation for trainer John Kimmel. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Volatile Situation is in. All set. And they're off. Breaking smoothly from the inside was Frame Up, who has early speed, and Sir Cartwright's in that early mix, and out wider comes Skytown. Now Sir Cartwright's going to press on and clear it. Sir Cartwright. Pumped Up is up by 2.5 lengths. Here at the rail is Frame Up, is challenging for that second position with Skytown. Volatile Situation is well settled in 4th. Towards the inside in 5th is Chief Liam. In between horses moving through, that's Let's Fight. The front 6 are now 4 lengths in front of a Shoved Along. Fines Creek is out in the far outside of the racetrack and followed towards the inside by Roofer. 4 furlongs left to go, 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. The 3 at the back, Johnson Charge with the 2 trailers, A Million Stories and Outsource. The back end of the field. Quick opening quarter there for Sir Cartwright and a host of pursuers, and the first to challenge here comes Volatile Situation is to the outside here, just getting shuffled back, steadying back there. Was the 7, Chief Liam, is okay, but just got shuffled back on the turn. 3 of them across the track as they reach the top of the stretch, and Sir Cartwright is pressed on. Skytown is in between horses. Volatile Situation, they are 6 lengths clear of the rest between this trio right now for a final furlong. Volatile Situation on the grandstand side, not going anywhere. Sir Cartwright and Manny Franco as they battle on back. Skytown's in the hunt too. Roofer is up late here for 4th right now as they approach a final 16th. It is Volatile Situation in a stretch battle here towards the inside, though. Sir Cartwright finding more. Sir Cartwright with the nose in front. Sir Cartwright is game and wins over Volatile Situation. Skytown late run here. Let's Fight in front of Roofer in 1 minute 18 and 4.
Sir Cartwright took command early. He had to dig down and find more, though, late in the stretch, and he does.
Felt like the 10 might swallow him. It looked like the 12 had him measured. 12 kind of hung on the money, and he gutted it out. The ones with experience ran well. I believe I heard him calling the 1. Did the 1 Roofer run well late? Because he got badly left in this race.
It's a big difference in trips here for the 12 and the 4. The 12 ended up being about 4 wide on the turn.
Hopped out of the gate
a little bit. I mean, I think I would argue the 12 was best in here, ran the best race. It's definitely one I think you could use coming out of this.
I would disagree. I think the 4 did all the running the whole way. I think the 12's supposed to catch him, and he couldn't get by him in the stretch. I'm not saying the 12 ran badly, but I don't like horses that loom up like that. I mean, you know, it seems like outside runners have done fine. I don't like horses that hang like this.
Well, I felt like he had a reason to hang.
Well, but you're the one who said you liked the 12 post.
Well, I did if he would have worked out a better trip.
Well, but you really thought he'd be less than 3 or 4 wide in here? I'm going to disagree with that philosophy. If you like the 12 post, you have to be comfortable with the idea that he's probably going to get a 3 or 4 wide trip.
Fair, but I didn't think he was going to be 4 wide on the turn.
They always tend to be a little wider on wet tracks.
12-10, it's the 8. Let's Fight first-time starter that
nosed out the 1.
Finishes 4th in here at 26-1, Dylan Davis. But the horses with experience look like the main contenders in here. They run 1, 2, 3.
I think the 1 might be the one, and obviously I haven't looked at other horses, but I know the 1 didn't break, tried to run up a little in the backstretch. Romero had to put the brakes on, and for that horse still finished the end. That might be the one, and Maggie was even saying she thought the horse might need a race.
And with more on Roofer, let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, being on that inside post, see, that's why a lot of trainers don't like it, because they have to stand in there, and then those first-time starters, they kind of lose focus. So he got out of there slowly. He kind of wanted to run off during the middle part of the race with Romero Mirage. He weaved his way in throughout traffic and then just came up late. Considering this race was dominated towards the front end, the ground he made up, and the fact that he just looked like he needed a race, as Andy said, definitely one you want to watch moving forward. I think this guy does have a bit of talent.
Again, 4, 12, 10, 8, and a 4-1 start to this late pick 5 back at Tampa. It was a very tight finish, but it does go to He's Side-Eyed, first-time starter with the win.
Yeah, and he was gutsy, right? I mean, he had horses all around him from the inside and the outside and was able to hold them off. It's not something you always see with a first-time starter.
$51 winner. Goes off at 24-1 here. It beats the time. Comes up just short. 5.87 finish in the 4th at Tampa. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with more ahead. We'll get into the late pick 4 next at Aqueduct, but it's Sir Cartwright to kick off the late pick 5 with a gritty victory. Was in front early, late, able to hold off volatile situation for the win.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best stride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning into the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 1, and we just saw Sir Cartwright, tenacious, on the front end, get the win for trainer Jeremiah Engelhart. And Maya, it's family day at the Big A. Got the whole crew with you.
Yeah, my kids asked me when we came down, I'm like, "No, is it just like Saratoga?" And I'm like, "Just like Saratoga." I said, Maggie will be here, the camera will be here, Richie Migliori, Acacia, Andy Serling, everyone else will be here. No, we're actually going to the Giants game tomorrow too.
The real story comes out.
So shout out to Chris Mara. I want to say thank you again, but no, we were going to come down to the races. I was going to bring just 2 of my sons. They wanted to come down, and then everyone came down. So it was a great day.
That is great. First and second, obviously, here with Sir Cartwright. I thought he was so game. Obviously, a horse that showed a good bit of speed chasing the winner last time in Kenny B. But once he got his head in front, it was all over.
Yeah, Irad was very adamant. He was very confident that he would come back and run well the next time. He said, listen, he just got tired. And he's like that. He's a lot like me. He's a little on the chunky side. Takes a little while to get into shape. A long time. But even today in the paddock, I said to Eric, I'm like, he still looks a little heavy. But you know, since that first race, he's actually been doing a lot of things that would make you think that he's going to run better his next start, and he did, so it was good. Manny actually said he was slowing down. I'm like, man, you gave him a break on the turn. I'm like, no, he was slowing down. Like, he thought it was over.
Thankfully, he kept going.
No, he kept going. So.
And, well, I guess a big steak dinner for the whole family tonight in front of that Giants game.
Yeah, well, I've been looking for tickets for the Notre Dame. Notre Dame plays Army today at Yankee Stadium, so I might try to look for that first. If not, we'll go to dinner and see. But definitely tomorrow for the Giants, we'll be there.
Well, you're so hoping it's a doubleheader, and best of luck to the Giants. Mike, congratulations.
Thanks a lot, Maggie.
All right, Jeremiah Engelhart, always entertaining when he shows his face here at the Big A. Greg?
Giants hosting the Bucks tomorrow. JK, who do you have in that game?
Whoever they're playing, the Giants are playing, I'll take them for the rest of the season.
Sad state of affairs for the New York sports team.
It's been rough. It's been rough. Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day goes to Sir Cartwright. $10 for the win. Early pick 5. I think we can do a lot better in the late. It started in that 5th race. We move on to race 6. 1-turn mile, $12,000 claiming race.
Yeah, I really, I'm going to tell you, I struggled a lot with this race. I ended up picking the 1A Ski Country because I just didn't trust the other ones. I think the most interesting horse to discuss in here is the number 4 Mystic Knight, because obviously he has relatively recent races that would just destroy this field, but was claimed by the owner, who I think has some experience before, but this horse's form has completely fallen apart, and now he's dropping off a cliff. If he remembers who he was, he can win, but that's a big if. Feels like an all-or-none type horse to me.
2 races, yeah, JK was way over his head, massive drop. Can he find a little bit of that back form?
Yeah, I mean, that's the hard thing about these types of races is trying to guess which horse is going to show up. And that's why they're at this level, very inconsistent. And it's hard to know which one's going to show up. I think the 8 to the outside is interesting. He's been pretty consistent. Wayne Potts has been doing well as well.
Yeah, 7-2 on that one right now. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Told you we'd talk more about him on the program. Joel Rosario ending the year on a very high note. We'll talk about some of his late success when we come back. Stay with us.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Full Serrano has taken the lead. Post time is splitting horses late. Domestic product on the outside. It is going to be Full Serrano at post time. Full Serrano in the dirt mile.
That was to close out championship weekend, and Joel Rosario on a 13-1 shot. Full Serrano taking that Breeders' Cup dirt mile for John Sadler.
And he was a tough horse to make really on paper, but he got a great ride from Joel, and he was able to hang in and run a good race, holding off post time. Was kind of one of the cooler horses running, a domestic product who looked good coming for home. He just didn't finish at the mile, but a nice win for him in the upset to close out Breeders' Cup Day.
JK, obviously, rider with so much ability, who does it seemingly just so effortlessly. We talked about it earlier when Mig was on, but really starting to, some nice wins late in the year now.
Absolutely. When Joel is in his zone, he's the best that there is when he's in his zone. And there's times where he'll do some things that are a little curious. As a horse player, you're wondering why he's got a horse on the lead or got a horse last. But when he's on, he is spectacular.
Speaking of having horses on the lead, you expected Farbridge to be there, right, when you picked that horse?
Yeah, of course. I knew. I have a crystal ball.
Back-to-back grade ones heading into the Breeders' Cup turf that did not go his way, but had a big summer and early autumn.
And he backed it up by coming from behind to win his next start in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. He's a really neat horse. He's just a quirky horse that does his best running when he can get inside of horses and make that run. But listen,
but Joel rode him perfectly, too. A horse that likes to be inside.
Perfect ride. Great ride by him. Rode him great when he closed to win the Joe Hirsch, and he fits this horse very well. His patient style and his ability to be calm on a horse work. And listen, he and Carl Spackler both won 2 grade ones in the turf last year. They're the only 2 males that did it last year, and I guess they could conceivably be vying with, More Than Looks for the champion turf sprinter, or could it be even Cogburn? Who's going to be the champion turf horse this year? Should there even be one?
Yeah, there definitely should be one. I agree, though. It's definitely a tricky category this year.
Well, another one that things worked out here with Joel Rosario, but look, beat a champion. Beat Idiomatic unrandomized. Another big win over the summer for him in a grade 1.
Well, it's not as though randomized doesn't have big race. I mean, she buried the field in the Alabama. She finished a half length behind Idiomatic when they ran the Breeders' Cup last year, and she was able to beat her in Saratoga. Obviously, things didn't go well in her next start, and there were some issues, and she's been off since that race. But Joel's been very, very good on her, and one thing he has not done is gotten in the way of her speed. He has used her speed as a weapon.
And we talk about all these runners coming back, too. She's one of them,
She'll be
sounds
back,
like,
randomized,
who's coming
yeah,
back.
she'll be back.
Joel Rosario, though, as JK said, when he's on his game, there might be nobody better in this sport. Hall of Fame inductee and Eclipse Award winner back in 2021.
And he got a haircut for the ceremony, looks like right there. He joined us on stage, joined us on the set that afternoon, actually. I sometimes wonder if there's anybody that doesn't like Joel.
Yeah, he's always been so gracious when I've come across him.
Super guy.
Well, in this race coming up, we're going to see him on part of the entry, who is favored right now. He'll be on the other half, the 1A Ski Country, who's got to, again, deal with Cumberland Blues, who just outfinished him when they met back on November 2nd.
And he is Cumberland Blues named for a Grateful Dead song, as I know you well know. Jonathan probably didn't. He hasn't worked his way up to Working Men's Dead yet, but he's getting there.
Post-parade for the 6th when we come back.
Honor AP. a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage, Fox Sports 1. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we get set for race number 6. Start of the late pick 4 on our Saturday card. We're approaching the 5-minute mark to post. If you're just tuning in, one-turn mile, $12,000 claiming race coming up.
Can I give my steam on my long shot at Tampa?
Please do.
I'm interested a little in the long shot, the 4, in the upcoming 5th at Tampa. Probably a ridiculous horse, but the horse has gigantic move-up breeding, first time on the turf, and they're heading on the turf course for that race, so it's coming up. Currently 18-1 and going higher.
All right, that race, yeah, mile and a 16th on the turf. Condition claiming race. Here's the 1A. There's Joel's Mount, Ski Country. In this race ahead, Joel getting a leg up for the Orlando Noda barn.
I don't love this horse, and he did finish behind Cumberland Blues, but he hasn't now run in a few weeks. Cumberland Blues ran just last week. He was kind of a last time, was the time horse. I have nothing argue with Cumberland Blues. I just want 1A 4-8 here. I think the 4 is the wise guy horse, kind of an all or nothing. I am not a fan of Steiner in here, the 3, who should be forward. But I thought, Jonathan, there could be some pace between the inside 2 horses.
Yeah, Steiner was interesting just from a pace situation. I just don't trust that last race, that figure. Kind of feels like it jumped out of nowhere.
I kind of agree. That was ultimately, I felt exactly the same way.
Post 4 for Arabato, first half of the entry.
Yeah, I think he's the lesser half of the entry, though his last race was okay.
And there's Rosario, post 6 for Ski Country.
As I said, he's my top choice.
Winner's Ghost, the rail.
Just seems to be going the wrong direction.
Steiner coming off a big win that was at Finger Lakes.
He's going to be forward, but I don't know if he's as good as his last suggests.
And as Andy mentioned, the one with the best races of anyone in the field, Mystic Knight.
If he can find those races from 3 back, 4 back, 5 back, absolutely can win this race.
9-2 right now. Strong Light, big price.
10-pound bug rider and a horse with no speed.
Even bigger price on Co-Conspirator for trainer Eduardo Jones.
Just going the wrong direction, just seems too slow.
Mr. Swagger has Katie Davis riding.
Did a little bit of running last time. He's not totally impossible.
And 3-1, and there's Katie Davis. Cumberland Blues comes in off a win at Aqueduct going a mile and an eighth.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is a little bit interesting, cutting back from the 9 furlongs and was closing in that race, was wide in that race as well, projects to be wide here also.
Back to Tampa Bay. So again, the one Andy was talking about, Jade's J, the 4.
My feeling is there's a lot of horses in this race that look the same, and none of them are that good. I have no issue against the number 10, though I wonder if that horse really wants to go this far for his best races. And the 4 horse, the Dam, was 12 times the turf, 2 wins, 3 seconds, 2/3, 78 Beyer. On the turf, could not run on the dirt. 1 for 2 on the turf. Both of them handled the turf, and they both improved substantially on the turf. So I don't mind that they're lower-level horses. They show that they're much better. And this horse has run some high 60 Beyers on synthetic. If this horse improves on the turf, he could be better than these. Now, I'm not familiar with the rider. The horse is a big price. These are the kind of horses I like to bet a few dollars on the pedigree angle. Just strictly a pedigree play.
I'm a little bit interested in the 1. I like stretch out turf horses, like turf sprinters stretching out when they draw the inside, because they usually have enough tactical speed to be able to get out of any jams, and they get to save ground if the stretch out is a concern.
And showed some capability actually going longer. We're set for the 5th. Let's go to Jason Beam.
Tolerable goes in, Ready to Rain, and Jose Batista to the outside draw. Ready to Rain coming up. And in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Start in the center, Jade's J showing some good speed in the yellow cap. Right there is Escape Key, and Baylonga down toward the inside. Also for the place, Art Handler coming up to join the mix. But it's Jade's J and Brooke Bays in front by the wire the first time around. Escape Key and Jesus Castanon out in second. Baylonga third, down along the fence. Art Handler's right to that one's outside, now moving up into that third spot. It's a length and a half more back to Adios Buccaneer. He's Angel. They race together in 5th and 6th. A little bit wide there for Coach's Meeting into that first turn in 7th. A length and a half more then. Back to Ready to Rain. Spectacular Luck is second last, and it's 3 more back to Intolerable as long shot Jade's J strides away. Jade's J opening up now, about a 5 or 6 length advantage as Escape Key's going to sit back in second. Baylonga is third to the inside of Art Handler. They're right together. They're a length and a half in front of He's an Angel. Starting to move up Adios Buccaneer. Coach's Meeting is out wide as this leader still working on about a 7-length advantage. 2.5 more back to Ready to Rain. The 2 at the back are Intolerable, dropping out last now. Spectacular Luck. It's been a quick pace thus far for Jade's J, who takes him into the far turn. Jade's J, the lead down to about 5 now. Art Handler starts to move up on the outside of Escape Key. Dropping back, there was Baylonga. Coach's Meeting, meanwhile, is up to 4th. Then comes Adios Buccaneer. He's Angel, looks to have some run in behind horses as Jade's J leads him around to the top of the stretch. Jade's J, the lead is now 2. Coach's Meeting getting closer along with Art Handler. Ready to Rain, looping up 5 wide. He's an Angel, finds a seam in the blue cap. Looking down toward the inside to see some run is Escape Key, also an Art Handler. A final furlong left to go. Coach's Meeting strikes the front. He's Angel, Ready to Rain. Spectacular Luck, who was last just a little bit ago, is really rallying down the far outside, but still has 5 to get to Coach's Meeting. Coach's Meeting in front. And then comes a Ready to Rain. Coach's Meeting got it. Ready to Rain looked to get second from Adios Buccaneer. After that, He's an Angel, Intolerable, and Spectacular Luck all photoed for 4th, 5th, 6th.
Coach's Meeting, the win. Andy got a bit of a thrill there on the front end, and J unfortunately fades in the stretch.
Yeah, if those fractions are to be believed, I don't think he figured to hold on up to 44.53 half, 21.56.
We got a big change here. Steiner, the 3, who comes off a gate-to-wire win at Finger Lakes. Late scratch coming out of here. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I was going to report on that, and I said, I think they're going to scratch the 3 here. He just never warmed up behind. So, yes, that does change the complexion of the race. And as far as speed is concerned, taking a wealth of speed out of this race with the defection of Steiner. So, I have no problems with the favorite entry or Cumberland Blues, but the horse that just I thought looked best on the day, and sometimes it is about that when you're dealing with these lower level claimers. That's number 7, Mr. Swagger. Now, I don't know, obviously, with the dynamics changing a bit, if it really helps his cause with some of the pace coming out, but maybe that allows Katie Davis to sit a little bit closer to the pace, which I hope she does here. She did give him a nice warm-up overall, just really healthy appearance in that his muscle mass is great, his coat is resplendent, so I'm going to take the horse that just looks best today in this field. field, Greg, and that is Mr. Swagger.
I think
6-1 on Mr. Swagger.
I think the important thing to talk about is that with the scratch of the 3 Steiner, the potential for the 2 Winters Ghost to be loose increases. And I think Winters Ghost a little bit interesting off the claim by Pat Reynolds. And maybe you want to at least take another look at a horse who is going to have to engage, who might now be able to control, Jonathan.
I see exactly what you're saying. I just wish Winters Ghost had been running better.
I'm not in love with him, but I do think it's an important fact to point out with the scratch. That's all.
I agree. 100%.
And I wish he was better, too.
Good chance Arabato, the 1, tries to go as well?
Yeah, I mean, the 1 is the secondaries, the tertiary speed, and we see Matty Oliver, I believe, still riding. Sometimes be aggressive, but the 2 is faster.
And you'd like to think sometimes with these entries like this, it makes sense with team tactics to a certain extent. Hey, you go ahead and go forward, see if you can make the front easy, especially with the scratch. We got the horse coming from off of it. I think sometimes the intent can be a little bit more clear with an entry like this.
So 7-1 on not only probably the speed of the speed, but the inside post too. And Winters Ghost, Christopher Elliott, young rider, 5-pound apprentice, will try no doubt to take advantage of that with the speed right next door coming out of the race.
I mean, if you're not, if you're going to ride this circuit, you've got to be able to adjust and realize that your whole situation, the horse that you're going to have to worry about up front is gone, and he's just supposed to come out riding. If the horse isn't good enough, he's not good enough, but he's supposed to lose as the speed.
Meanwhile, this one, Mystic Knight, the best races that anyone in the field has on the resume. 3, 5, 6 starts back. Was in against a lot tougher the last couple and showed very little. So now comes the big drop in class for Mystic Knight. Set for the 6th, start of the Pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Lane Leslie aboard. And it. All set. And they're off. Speed towards the outside from Cumberland Blues, and Mr. Swagger's in the early mix, and also in between horses, Arabato. At the rail, here comes Winters Ghost, but there is pressure up front. It's Winters Ghost and Arabato. They're 1-2 head and head as they get set to come out of the chute. Just off of them is Mystic Knight, is going to take back and stalk from 3rd. Co-Conspirators on the move, is now taken 3rd up on the outside. At the rail moving forward here, Ski Country, close to the paces, now 2.5 off the lead. Towards the back end of that group is Mr. Swagger. Then Cumberland Blues, and far back the late runner, Strong Light, about 10 lengths, now 12 the trailer. 23.43 for that moderate opening quarter. Winters Ghost to the inside, and Arabato applies the pressure towards the outside. They're still 1-2, and drafting right in behind them, Joel Rosario on Ski Country is at the rail, is in 3rd. Co-Conspirator 3 wide in that group with less than 4 furlongs to go, 46-4 for the half-mile time. Mystic Knight is in between horses in 5th. Cumberland Blues just made a quick move there, just past Mr. Swagger, who's now 2nd to last, and no move yet from Strong Light, as Cumberland Blues is ranging up, looming up on the outside of that second group, and Cumberland Blues is passing rivals quickly. It's Winters Ghost, who's dispatched of Arabato, who's dropped out of it. Cumberland Blues is an ominous presence towards the outside, though, in the center of the racetrack. Ski Country's at the rail, and the Blue Silks is trying to push on through. Winters Ghost still in front, but for how long? Cumberland Blues, they just brushed there, and they're drifting out now. Winters Ghost, Cumberland Blues fighting on towards the outside. Winters Ghost, Ski Country is the one clear at the rail, but Cumberland Blues, even with the drifting, is now a nose in front. Winters Ghost still right there. It is going to be Cumberland Blues to the outside. Ski Country, it's a photo finish. Photo finish there, Cumberland Blues, Winters Ghost, and also Ski Country's in that mix. It's a tight photo. Then came Mystic Knight in 1 minute 39.51 seconds.
Tight finish here with Cumberland Blues, Winters Ghost, but the 2 continually drifting out in the stretch. Let's take a look.
They look like St. Liam and Ghost Zapper in the Woodward in 2003, drifting out so badly, or 2004, I should say, as the 2 was clearly interfering with the 8 down the stretch, at least on the pan. It does feel like the 8 got the best of it. This way I don't have to worry about getting disqualified.
I can't believe that you put Cumberland Blues and Ghost Zapper in the same sentence.
Well, that was one of the great drifts in history.
Here's a look at the head-on to show you how dramatic it is. Keep your eyes on the gray. Pink cap.
I like that he's still whacking lefty while the horse is drifting out. I have a feeling that the stewards may have something to say about this. He's drifted out about conservative 8 paths, and he's still going the left hand. He's an apprentice. I think he needs a talk from our friend, the MiG.
8-2, 1A4, and even if the 8 had got beat there, likely, would have been put up.
Yes, I think that I know he's an apprentice and he has a lot to learn, but you can't keep hitting lefty when you're drifting out 10 paths. He never made any attempt to correct his horse.
I feel like that's the closest I've ever seen a horse in that shutter tail.
Right. Yeah, I felt like they were going to jump off the screen at us, right?
Yeah, right in our face. So, hey, credit Cumberland Blues. Despite that, still gets up and crosses the wire first.
Much like Ghost Sapper when St. Liam carried him out 15 paths. Thus the analogy. Very much like the Woodward of 2004.
8-2.
In so many ways.
1A4. It's Cumberland Blues. Now back-to-back wins. Horse had come in for the level in pretty sharp form, and now able to go back-to-back for the barn of Wayne Potts. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have prices when we return, and we'll look ahead to our first of two co-features on the program. Staten Island division for the ladies, and that man right there will have two chances at it with the speedy Sunday Girl and Lisa's Vision, who will try and sit off it, returns from turf to dirt in that Staten Island. Stay with us.
Down, get in, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
1,005,000 and $1,006,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage, America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 1. It's brought to you in part by NYRA Bets, where you can play it all. Go to NYRABets.com, get signed up, started, get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Cumberland Blues, extra credit for this win after being forced out much wider than he would have preferred.
And let's just say a thank you to Cumberland Blues and Lane Luzzy for getting his head down the wire so we didn't have to sit through an annoying 8-minute inquiry.
Another look at it. So gray horse, black blinkers, pink cap. Will continue to come out here under Christopher Elliott.
Under encouragement for him to come out.
Yeah, continuing with that left-handed crop. That is not going to be good for you when you talk to the stewards if you're trying to get that reversed.
Yeah, he's a young rider, you know, and everybody deserves a chance to learn, but hopefully he can use this as a learning experience.
And in the end, Cumberland Blues overcomes it. So back-to-back wins. Wayne Potts Barn, Sandy Goldfarb, and Lane Luzzy. $6.40 for the victory.
But also, let's give a little bit of credit, Christopher Elliott, for at least being aggressive with him, as we talked before the race, and taking advantage of the scratch of the 3. It almost worked out.
All right, our co-features coming up next. First, fillies and mares get their turn. Staten Island, 7 furlongs, $125,000 purse. And Sunday Girl. Wow. One of the 2 speeds, who certainly 7 furlongs might seem like a question mark, opens up as the 8-5 favorite.
I'm thinking the man to my left does not like her.
Yeah, she's got a lot of early speed, but she doesn't feel like the type of horse that's going to appreciate going any longer.
She is the 4th choice looking at multi-race bets, so expect higher.
And there's, Athena Beach wants to be forward as well.
Athena Beach appears to be favored in the doubles. I like the 3, Cali Magic. I like the 3 and 6 in this race.
We will talk more about it when we come back. Man who won 4 consecutive Eclipse Awards as outstanding rider has a couple of chances in these next 2 stakes coming up in this New York Stallion Series. Javier Castellano, he'll be on My Shady Lady for Carlos David. And that's Staten Island and Doc Sullivan in the Thunder Rumble. We'll be back.
Gunrunner, sire of a champion 2-year-old. He is the sire of 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 individual millionaires. With $10 million yearlings in 2024, he is the sire of a first crop classic winner. Ranks number 2 on the general sire list. Grade 1 winning millionaire gun pilot, new to 3 Chimneys.
Nick, how are you? How you doing? Good to see you. How you guys doing today? Good?
Walt Barasinik owns Old Tavern Farm with wife Michelle, who's on the board of directors of the racetrack Chaplaincy, New York. Together, they welcome the chance to introduce these children to the breeding side of the thoroughbred industry, as most of the students already have some idea of what it's like to work at a racetrack because many of their parents work there. Andres Garcia has watched both his parents make a living taking care of racehorses at Belmont and Saratoga.
I really admire how hard my parents work and how everybody with horses work.
This is a yearling filly. If you're looking to buy a racehorse, let's talk about some of the things buyers are looking for.
The Chaplaincy's Dick Harris explains that field trips like this are meant to inspire the students to aim high.
The world is open to them, and whatever they pursue, we are there to stand alongside them and guide them and direct them.
Got a nice back line.
Today they learned about yearling confirmation, what it costs to buy a horse, and that if a yearling's airways are less than perfect, it can drive down the sale price. Among the students paying close attention, Jacob Alicia.
They put the tube down their throat, and they see they're breathing good. It means they can run fast, but if they can't breathe good, they can't run at all.
The farm mascot, Pork Chop, was a big hit.
He's a pet, okay, so we don't harvest them, meaning that we don't, we're not going to barbecue them in the future.
I like feeding the horses and feeding the pigs. I really had a fun time here that I learned a lot about different horses, and different animals.
And they leave the farm knowing much more about another aspect of the industry in which their parents are involved.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, you can go to nybreds.com. Glad to know Pork Chop is safe. It's good news. So we get set for the Staten Island division coming up in the New York Stallion Series.
And these are the ones for the fillies and mares. They're both 7 furlongs and a competitive group in here. We're surprised the early money at Sunday Girl. I'm even more surprised that Lisa's Vision is 4-1. Maybe a lot of Lisa's betting, and they haven't really paid attention to the fact that this horse's dirt races are not quite as good as the turf races. But she did run a career best race last time.
Betting right now, this is a strange board, isn't it, JK?
Yeah, it is. I didn't think Sunday Girl, and it seems by with a double she probably won't be favored. But obviously she's taking some money right now.
And the horse who's favored in doubles is 7-1 and tied for the longest shot on the board right now. That's the number 7 horse, Athena Beach.
Well, there's Sunday Girl. For now, she's favored. We don't expect that to be the case. Look, she is quick. She's coming off a 3-furlong bullet move, quickest of 27 runners in the morning, too. You would expect they're trying to make sure she stays sharp.
I mean, listen, she obviously, as a 3-year-old, has right to be improved more than a lot of these horses who are older horses. Having said that, she better improve, and she's coming off a layoff, and she's sort of under the gun down the inside. I don't like her chances in this race.
Do you think she's the speed of the speed?
I would think so. I mean, her pace figures are pretty quick, but I do wonder if they're concerned about the distance, and sometimes when they're concerned about the distance, they try to rate them to try to help them with that. So I think that would be a mistake. I think send her and hope that she wants to go this far.
First of back-to-back co-features, Staten Island ahead. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at both of those 2-speed type of fillies here in the paddock for this New York Stallion Series Staten Island division, and begin with Sunday Girl, who does come off a little bit of a layoff, as you heard Andy speaking about. And I'm actually shocked to announce that this is the most fit I've ever seen her look, because my biggest problem with her previously was that she always just looked very round. Like, she just carried a lot of excess weight, especially in her barrel. And now, for whatever reason, being away from the races since that off the turf 5.5 win up at the Spa, she just looks that much more athletic. And it could be just a development thing. You know, at 3, these horses are still growing, still maturing and changing. And I'm seeing much more of an athlete here in the paddock than what I have ever seen from her before. So while I still have my question marks, as JK was bringing up some concerns about the 7/8s, I do too, but at least it feels as though she's really well prepared to tackle it here for trainer Dave Duggan. Moving on to the more accomplished speed type, the 4-year-old, number 7, Athena Beach. And I haven't been in the paddock for her 2 Belmont at Aqueduct races, one of which she won. The other was the Iroquois, and do note that she does pick up Gabriel Ramos. I hope I said that correctly, for Jose Gomez today. But she's one that in the past she can get very nervous, be really, edgy when saddling. But they know that Connections typically always saddle her outside, and she handled it beautifully today. Her weight looks better than ever. She finally looks, round through her hindquarters, round through her shoulder. I really like the way that Athena Beach is appearing prior to this start here. And 2, she doesn't feel as under the gun from the get-go with that outside post position. So maybe, Greg, she's the one that's sitting in the right spot throughout the running of the race.
And you look at her, thank you, Maggie, Athena Beach, even though she likes to be forward, she has a lot of races where she's won going gate to wire, she has shown the ability to sit off the pace and win.
That's fair, and she gets the right post to be able to do it, but she is a horse that wants to flaunt her speed. So I don't, and if the two's engaging and they're going too fast, it's a problem. I think she's supposed to be in front here. I am not familiar at all with the rider, however, who's riding, with Jose Gomez still being sick.
And I also think it's important to note, Andy, you mentioned that it's not entirely impossible the outside's where you want to be.
It felt like the 1A, the way that horse did not pick things up, despite having an incredible advantage last race. You may want to be a little bit outside.
Seems like the racetrack has kind of had that flow, with the exception, I guess, of Sir Cartwright holding off volatile situation. That's probably the only one where we didn't kind of see that.
Mm-hmm.
8 minutes away from the 7th coming up. Here's a look at Kali Magic. Jose Lezcano rides here.
I like Kali Magic. I thought this horse ran very well 2 races back. That was a race where the pace fell apart, and I thought she did very well to hang on for a game third. Last time out, she's chasing the speed of Nick Style. She may be one of the better fillier mare sprinters in the country, frankly, now for trainer Bill Mott. And I just think she fits very well in this race. She's a logical horse who usually shows up with a good effort.
4-1 right now. Third off a short layoff, and yeah, in terms of who everyone's faced in here, I mean, that was a bit of a monster she had to go against.
Yeah, she's been in some tough spots. I think Shady Lady is a dangerous horse, and well, I wouldn't bet her at 2-1, but I like her cutting back in distance. My problem with her is she has improved lately. She doesn't have any particularly fast races, whereas a horse like the 3 has just consistently faster races.
And I think she's going to appreciate maybe getting a little bit of pace to close into. Her last couple of races, she's been trying to close into these paceless races.
Well, trainer Dave Duggan, he's got a 1-2 punch. Speedster Sunday Girl, Lisa's Vision, who can come off of it. Let's go to Maggie.
I always get the giggles with Dave Duggan. I don't want to keep him too long. He said he's got to give some instructions, but Sunday Girl, Dave, taking a lot of early money. She looks really fit today. It feels like she's kind of a 3-year-old that's really maturing right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we pressed the pause button after Saratoga with lack of options more than anything. We thought it made more sense to wait till this time of year, and I think hopefully it'll pay off.
Lisa's Vision, how does she handle the track?
I mean, she could be a little bit of a wild card. She's training very, very good. As you see, she's got a lot stronger and doing very, very well. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. She'll love to skip off the wet track too. So, who knows?
At the end, you'll still love Audrey Hepburn. Just kidding. That's a little bit of a joke. But best of luck here. Go give those instructions.
Thank you very much.
All right, Dave Duggan, always a pleasure to catch up with him. But 2 interesting horses taking a shot with Lisa's Vision on the surface. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. And there's Lisa's Vision. Yeah, right now 5-1. Most recently, look, last 4 starts have all come on the grass.
These are generally terrible bets, these kind of horses coming off a good race on their preferred surface, going to their non-preferred surface. Having said that, it's a $125,000 purse. She qualifies. She can't run on the turf anymore, and she's a New York bred. They're not going to ship her, so you take a shot and see if she can run. I can't blame her for taking a shot. I wouldn't bet a nickel on her, though.
Still, I mean, how you look at some of her dirt races, JK, how far off her best is she from, the top tier runners in here?
Yeah, I mean, I think she's far off.
You do.
I don't have a problem with horses like this, especially this time of year when we're done with turf racing. I don't necessarily have a problem getting involved with a horse like this if I feel like the horse is just a better horse than the horses that they're facing, and I don't feel that way about Lisa's Vision. I just don't think she's really a standout in any regard.
Golden Rocket just went by Manny Franco.
Yeah, she's another horse who's better on the turf.
1 of 2 for David Duggan. This is the quick part of that uncoupled entry, Sunday Girl.
Yeah, let's see if the distance is going to be a problem, but you'd like to think that Sunday Girl will be on the front end.
All 3 of her victories coming at, the one defeat was at 7/8, I should say. Kali Magic going by.
I think she's the horse to beat. She's the most consistent horse running the fastest races.
Here's the other Duggan runner, Lisa's Vision, Romero Mirage.
Yeah, as we just said, I just don't feel that her dirt form stacks up with these.
Cut back in distance for My Shady Lady, rears up a little.
Yeah, it feels like she's going to appreciate getting a little bit of pace to close into. Her best friend is going to be the 2 Sunday Girl going as fast as she can.
And Athena Beach, Gabriel Ramos will ride here at 7-1, a name we're not too familiar with.
Yeah, we'll see how much speed the 2 shows. If not, she could be in a controlling position with a good outside post.
We will get back to it. First, of back-to-back co-features on the Saturday card. Staten Island Division, New York Stallion Series right now off at Tampa, race 6. 6 furlongs. all for sale for $8,000 in this claiming race. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime. And 8-5 on the 6 in here for One Avila.
Yeah, I prefer the number 9, Marvelous Lady, cutting back in distance, and getting back to dirt. But tough race to have a big opinion.
I have to try to take a chance with the 3. I don't trust the 6 at a short price.
6 is a weird short price, right?
Yeah.
Big scratch with a 2 coming out would have taken some money just with the drop in class alone.
And we could have talked about Leonard Skinner.
Yes, lost that opportunity.
Yeah, so disappointed.
Devastated.
I think in a different life, at a different time, Jonathan would have been a guy yelling, "Play Freebird."
I see that.
Back in the day.
I absolutely see that.
Big Southern rock fan, down in Texas. Really getting into that. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Jason Beam with the call. It's the start of a pick 4 here in the 6th at Tampa.
Okay, I'm going to buy Jonathan.
4 time on a Saturday. Fans, don't forget live racing next week, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. We add Fridays to the mix starting next week. Sundays will join in after the holidays. Marvelous Lady and Richard Braccio to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. Oh, now they're in the gate. And the race is on. Marvelous Lady toward the outside was out quickly. Driving through is Carson Strong in the blue colors, and Carson Strong going to go up to Poconos in front of Marvelous Lady out second. Chica Linda moving up between horses now to take over that second spot. Then comes Real Mikey in the green colors, who's 4th, only 2 off the pace. Arizon moves through down to the inside of Syllabus, who broke sharply but has drifted back through the field, being joined and passed by Pisadilla Chanel on the outside. And it's 5 or 6 more to Tip Hurrah, who's the trailer. Company up front for Carson Strong as Chica Linda moves through to challenge through that 22-3 opening quarter mile. They're a length and a half in front of Marvelous Lady, who moves out 3 deep to take over a sole 3rd. Length and a half more to Real Mikey. Pesadilla Chanel is up to 5th now. Starting to rally up Syllabus. Starting to drop back a touch there was Arizon, and still last is Tip Hurrah. Around the far turn, Chica Linda, but a fresh challenge. Marvelous Lady looping up on the far outside, and Marvelous Lady coming up to Poconos in front of Chica Linda, who's back to 2nd. Carson Strong back 3rd. Pesadilla Chanel swings toward the outside from 4th, along with Real Mikey. A final furlong left to go. Marvelous Lady, Richard Braccio shaking that one up to a length and a half advantage. Chica Linda's battling on bravely toward the inside. Then comes Pesadilla Chanel, but a final 16th to go. It's all Marvelous Lady. Marvelous Lady pulling clear late at 3-2. Marvelous Lady going to win it here by 5 in the end. Pesadilla Chanel up for 2nd. Chica Linda 3rd. Real Mikey 4th, and 5th with Syllabus.
Marvelous Lady as the 3-2 post-time favorite to win.
Yeah, no surprise the late money came on her, and she was basically a winner, Jonathan, every step of the way.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they really bet her down late, and she got a nice trip. It's a reminder for me, at least at Tampa, the outside is where you typically want to be historically down at Tampa Bay Downs.
Back to Aqueduct, Staten Island division of this New York Stallion Series, and favoritism finally now has shifted. It's Kali Magic the 3 as the one to beat. Let's go down to Maggie.
I feel like several of these have taken their turn being favorites leading up to this Staten Island division. And one that was just before we came back here to Aqueduct from Tampa was number 6, My Shady Lady, who does not miss an opportunity to participate in these New York Stallion Series races, having won 2 of the 4 that she has run in so far. I really like the turn back in distance from the 2 mile and an 1/8 races to this 7 furlongs. I think it suits her perfectly. Now, she is one that I noted was just continuing to fill out and get stronger throughout the year, and that's something you really like to see with horses who have run frequently. I mean, 11th start now as she reaches the tail end of this 3-year-old campaign. She is sharp. She is really kind of almost too edgy in a way, but then again, that's what you want to see with a horse who's shortening up significantly in distance. So she's just flipped back over to 2-1 as your favorite, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Yeah, My Shady Lady. Javier Castellano, Carlos David, cut back in distance, former stakes winner. multiple stakes winner.
I
The one to beat.
like turnbacks. Horses going from routes to sprints to turn to one-turn race. One thing Jonathan touched on, a faster pace should certainly help her chances. I'm not sure how good she is, and for what it's worth, over the last 5 years, Carlos David, who wins at a pretty high percentage, is just 9 for 73, 12% with a 91-cent ROI for every $2 bet. With his horses turning back from routes to sprints, he doesn't do that well with it. I think she's an underlay at 2-1, even though I like her chances a bit, and I once again prefer the number 3.
I don't think did we expect anyone in here, JK, to be that short a price?
No, this is a
No one should be.
yeah. I would, if in a multi-race, I would feel like I needed all these horses.
I mean, I think the 6 second. I'm not going to be at all surprised if she wins. What makes her 2-1 in this race?
Yeah, I don't.
It's an odd 2-1, right?
Keep your eyes early on the pace duel up front between the 2 Sunday Girl, the 7 Athena Beach, but there's the favorite stepping in. My Shady Lady, a little surprising as the favorite, certainly at that price. It's a Staten Island division, New York Stallion Series. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking quickly was My Shady Lady. Off slowly was Athena Beach, who's the early trailer. The speed is with Sunday Girl. Sunday Girl right out towards the front is stalked by Lisa's Vision. At the rail comes Golden Rocket, who's now in third. Hustled along there is My Shady Lady. Let's just get past to the outside here by Athena Beach. And the trailer, Kali Magic, but they are tightly bunched. 2 lengths to cover them all. The leader went 23-1 for the opening quarter mile, and they're chasing Sunday Girl. Sunday Girl is in front. Towards the outside there is Lisa's Vision. Romero Mirage is in pursuit. At the rail there comes Golden Rocket. Golden Rocket tightly at the rail looking for a seam is in that third position as they're well into the far turn now. Sunday Girl in hand doing it nicely. Moving to the outside is Kali Magic. Has some momentum from fourth. Losing a touch ground My Shady Lady as the trailer is Athena Beach. 46-3 for a half-mile time. Sunday Girl is in front. Here comes a decisive move towards the inside. Wants to hold the position. That's Golden Rocket. And Golden Rocket is challenging the leader now. Sunday Girl. Golden Rocket. Golden Rocket's put a nose in front. It's Golden Rocket who's sprinting for home. Sunday Girl is in full pursuit, trying to come back on this leader. Golden Rocket is skipping away with a final furlong left to go. Golden Rocket is up by 2. Sunday Girl is a clear second. Back to third there, Lisa's Vision. Late run there from Kali Magic, but give it to Golden Rocket. Wins the New York Stallion Series Staten Island division decisively. Sunday Girl second, then Lisa's Vision and Kali Magic in 1 minute 25 seconds flat.
Golden Rocket with the win, 8-1, and that is the 4th win on this Saturday card for Manny Franco.
He might be 4 for 4. I'm not absolutely sure of that, but I mean, listen, this turf horse really handled the dirt and won quite easily. It was a very slow pace. I'm not really sure what Jose Lezcano's plan was with the 3 who was supposed to be forward. The 7 was never in the hunt in this race. A very oddly run race, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think the 1 also kind of puts away the idea that maybe you didn't want to be down on the inside. I thought he ran extremely well down there, sliding through that inside gap.
Golden Rocket with the upset score as the 2nd biggest price on the board. By the way, we talked about this race being completely wide open. Turns out that way. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Ilkay Gantamasi. And Ilkay, first stakes win in your own name. This has got to be a thrill with a horse yet again you claimed, much like your stable star Evie Jets.
Yeah, under my name first time, but you know, everybody knows we used to do with Mert Khan. I used to help him. We used to train together. So under my name right now, and it's my first stakes race in the States, and it's been. So I'm so happy.
Absolutely. And Golden Rocket, you picked her up for $45,000 to start to go immediately into stakes company. Talk a little bit about the decision to claim her and what she has shown you since.
Like when we were looking about the claim, we always looked like what we can do next, what we do the next step. So when we claim her, we looked the races about the New York Stakes, and she was in actually the last week. 10 days ago, a other than race, but it was enough horses in there, and I got permission. Then we ran over here, so it was worked out very well.
She's awesome because she runs on both surfaces too.
Oh, she is amazing. She can do long, short, dirt, turf, everything. Like. So.
Congratulations here with your stakes win, Golden Rocket.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
It's such a sweet moment with Ilkay getting the win here with Golden Rocket, guys. And she's just one of those kind of throwback horses that doesn't matter what she's running on, she seems to perform.
Yeah, 4-time winner on turf, now second win on a dirt surface. So this 5-year-old mare, Golden Rocket, 6 wins overall now. Good for Ilkay to get this victory. Of course, taking over for his brother.
The barn's been very live lately. A nice win for them. Congrats. Second off the claim. Did very well. Claimed this horse for, this was for $45,000. They just won a race where their share was close to $70,000, 60-something thousand. Yeah, close.
Another great claim. They claimed, of course, their best claim of all time. Evie Jets went on to become a multiple graded stakes winner.
And you've got a race mare that can run on both surfaces. They claimed the horse for $45,000, and a great claim by them. Already out with this horse in good form. Good luck. That's great.
$18.60 for the win. It's Golden Rocket in this Staten Island division of the New York Stallion Series. The boys get their turn next. That is the Thunder Rumble. Another wide open group that will compete in that one. Andy and I stepping out. Acacia, Mig will step in for us, and JK, you'll be around for a little bit more.
I'm going to hang out here. I'll hold down the fort.
All right. Hope everyone enjoys this second of our co-features coming up, and the rest of our coverage this afternoon. A lot more coming up. Good one next in that Thunder Rumble division. Stay tuned for it. Antonio Avenes coming back. He'd won 3 of his last 4. All stakes wins. His last was his best, but we've not seen him now since April. How will he fare off the layoff? For that man right there, Rudy Rodriguez, you'll find out next.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track. I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stisson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile at the gate, a couple dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shook his head and he just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the quarter pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here. To make up the ground on a sealed racetrack, When I got to the 8 pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is going to pull off the upset here in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist bump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
Was this a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1. Oh, we got out Grade 1, baby.
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile, and the African-American jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
Louisiana in the house. Kendrick Carmouche, you can certainly put a smile on a lot of people's faces as we take a look at Lightman. Acacia Long, Richard Babiori joining Jonathan Kinchin, by the way. And Lightman, Richie, going to be Kendrick's mount coming up in the New York Stallion Series Thunder Rumble division.
It comes off a big effort in the Hudson, beat a very good group that day. And I was speaking with his conditioner, Bruce Levine, after that win in the Hudson, and he said they put blinkers on him. He changed in the morning, more focused, more attentive. The idea wasn't to put more speed into him. It was to get him to run into the bridle, put some continuity into his run, and they certainly got the desired effect.
No, absolutely. He ran extremely well last time, and he worked out a really nice trip with some pace to close into. Yep. That'd be my only real negative with him, is that he got such a great trip last time. It's hard for me to then assume he's going to get another great trip like that again here today.
Oftentimes, though, as you saw in that feature, we see Kendrick Carmouche just put them in the right place. But we have a terrific jockey colony here in New York, and one of those is Manny Franco, who picks up his 4th win of the day. This one in the New York Stallions Series Staten Island division with Golden Rocket sneaking up the rail, Richie.
Yeah, the shortest path home. He broke from post 1, never had to leave the rail. It looked like Sunday Girl had cleared him at one point, but left some space. Manny came through, and Golden Rocket, not a very big mare, but boy, a big heart.
She's teeny tiny, enough space up on the rail for her to pull away for Ilkay Cancermasi, who claimed this mare 2 starts back, and actually turned out to be a sharp claim right off the bat. As we take a look at the Thunder Rumble New York Stallion Series coming up, and Jonathan, I think you and I should just be quiet for this segment and let the man in the middle talk about Thunder Rumble.
Thunder Rumble was a very good horse. Here we are watching him win the Travers Stakes under Herb McCauley. Gave him a terrific ride that day. The leader was Dixie Brass, really crackerjack sprinter type. He won the Met Mile as a 3-year-old for trainer Dennis Bryder, but Thunder Rumble ran away with this Travers, and he had been my mount. I was working him before he ever ran. I got hurt. And then Richie O'Connell, his conditioner, was reluctant to take Herb McCauley off while he was winning. So I did get to ride him as a 5-year-old.
Yeah, he won the 1992 Travers, missed all of 1993, came back in 94, and picked up a stakes win with you then.
Yeah, and listen, he was to me the Black Stallion. I used to love that series of books by Walter Farley, and he embodied everything I imagined the Black Stallion to be. Big, tough, stout horse, loved to train, loved to run, and really a privilege to be around him.
Our director, Mitch Levitas, wanted to point out that he's not wearing a face shield hardly there. Yeah.
Well, it also is August. I mean, yeah, listen, I'm hard on them guys with these face shields, but if you wore one in August, we're done.
Jonathan started it. Just saying that. As we have the New York Stallion Series Thunder Rumble division coming up next here in the 8-7 furlongs on the main track. And taking a look at Doc Sullivan right now, JK, currently the favorite. I guess in large part, he's a very good horse. Also coming out of a Grade 1 try.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anytime you have a horse that they thought enough of, and was 10-1 actually in that Pennsylvania Derby, to show up in here and facing New York breds, it makes a lot of sense. He's got some fast numbers as well.
Who is the speed here, though? I'm really having a hard time identifying who will be. Is it Antonio Avenis, who has shown consistent good pace and coming off the layout being fresh?
I would think so. Yeah, especially the freshness aspect, drawn in the middle. You kind of want to. You don't want to get kind of swallowed up from the outside. I would imagine that they'll send this one to the front.
And Antonio Avenis does have the layout to contend with here. He is beating Doc Sullivan back in April, but Doc Sullivan has gone on to do some good things since then, Richie, whereas Antonio Avenis, we saw him enter in stakes company this summer, scratched. Obviously, maybe something not 100% out of this April race.
But did you see right there, Acacia? He jumped back to his left lead when Manny Franco went after him right-handed. And it was a real rough lead change. And he went back to his right lead, back to his left lead, again, rough looking. And then he went to the bench. And it just makes me feel like something was nagging him at that point, because horses don't jump leads that rough when everything is going well. Is it a bit surprising, too? You know, hot riding Manny Franco is not aboard Antonio Venice. It's Ruben Silveira. And Manny doesn't ride the race.
But he picks up the mount on the 2.
Oh, all right, he did. But he wasn't named on anything to begin with. So it just, I thought, was a bit of an odd move. Now, we don't ever know what exactly goes on behind the scenes in these situations. But when a guy wins, 3 or 4 races on a horse, you tend to see them stay on the horse.
Yeah, it is interesting. And like we talked about, I think, a little bit yesterday, that trying to guess where what riders are and why they are, it can be a dangerous game because, like you said, I mean, Manny could have just given the commitment to another horse that was supposed to run, that didn't enter, and so they had already made the decision for Rudy to try to find someone else, and so it doesn't always, like, as you know, Richie, doesn't always.
Yeah, I mean, we're speculating, but I just thought it was a bit of kind of an odd thing to see.
6-1 on Antonio Venice as we bring Maggie Wolfendale in. Maggie, we have not seen him since April. How does he look off the bench?
Well, he looks actually much the same. You know, he's a big, robust 2-year-old slash early 3-year-old, just really one that carried a lot of that conditioning, that muscle mass. And I'm looking at the same type of horse here. And that, with that being said, he does look incredibly fit and defined. He's marching around the paddock, so displaying great energy for this comeback race. Now, it's been reported that foot issues, quote unquote, have kept him away from the races. So if that is what has been keeping him away, you know, I do call into question this racetrack. Sometimes horses with those feet issues don't necessarily love the concussion kind of that you get from these wetter racetracks. But Acacia, I will continue to watch and see how he warms up. Those front wraps do go back on for this effort today. Moving on to another horse that is coming off a little bit of a freshening, and I think rightfully so freshening. It's not one that you're as concerned about, and that's number 3, Doc Sullivan. I did have the opportunity to see him at Parks for the PA Derby, and I'll give Connections credit in that they schooled this horse a lot in the paddock that day because it was going to be a new experience, and he handled it beautifully because going back to when he won the Mike Lee, he was a disaster in the paddock that day. He still went on to win, but he just behaved so badly, knocked his groom over. He would just, you know, it was like a bull in a china shop in the paddock up at the spa. So they're working on him. They're getting the tack on him with the pony as they typically do. And I just thought last time, you know, he had to break from the rail in a big field and in a way inexplicably taken really far off of it, going 1 1/8 when that race was won on the front end by Seize the Gray. So I didn't think it was a really fair shot that he had, and he still was able to kind of pick up the pieces and weave his way in throughout traffic. So I do like a little less ground for him. He might be one that's best at a 1-turn mile, but I'm okay with the 7 furlongs today. He looks incredibly fit here, Acacia, so we'll see what he does. I think he is the likeliest winner in this field.
The betting public agrees with you, Maggie. Doc Sullivan currently 7-5, and yeah, as Maggie was saying, any of us that have seen Doc Sullivan, you know that he's a little bit tricky sometimes getting the tack on. That's just typical of him, Richie, but he has been such a cool horse, just one that always shows up.
Yeah, and I like him getting back to 1 turn. Not that he wasn't good in the Albany or the New York Derby. He ran extremely well against Pandagate, who I think just had his measure at the longer distances. But I think 1 turn suits Doc Sullivan better. Put a line through the Pennsylvania Derby. He was just in over his head there.
And as Maggie touched on, Jonathan, with the dynamics against him, cutting back in distance, where do you expect him to be in this race? So, as Richie said, kind of murky for the pace scenario for going 7 furlongs.
I mean, he's got a couple races where he's got some pace figures that suggest he can be close. I don't think he's quick enough to make the front, but I do think that Javier should be able to put him in a position forward, you know, at least the top 3, I would imagine.
3-2 right now on Doc Sullivan. In 1 minute, we're going to be taking a pause, leaving FS1 and moving over to FS2. So just take note of that. don't shoot the messenger, but we will be saying goodbye to our viewers on FS1. Coverage continuing over on FS2 in less than a minute now as we take a quick pause. For those on FS1, who are you leaning towards in the Thunder Rumble?
Well, the more I looked at this race, the more I thought that there's a very big potential for Antonio Venice to get very comfortable on the lead. I know 7/8's a tough distance coming off the layoff, but I think he's going to control.
Yeah, I think that he definitely does have an advantage. I wish there was a little bit more pace in here. I could get interested in the 8 General Banker. I'm just worried about the pace scenario.
Coverage continues over on FS2, the New York Stallion Series Thunder Rumble Division coming up next. We hope you stay with us. America's Day at the Races continues after this. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. New York City's racetrack, Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, and you're just in time. Horses are in the paddock for the New York Stallion Series Thunder Rumble Division, our co-feature on the day. Acacia Clement alongside Richard Migliori and Jonathan Kinchin, and Richie for New York sired horses coming up here, and a great opportunity, these races, to highlight the strong New York breeding program and some of these talented runners.
It's an incredible program, and they truly do start New York breds with an advantage. And the evolution of the New York breds since I started way back many, many years ago in the 80s has been nothing short of miraculous. Going back to Win, a horse that was the first New York bred to earn $1 million, 4-star Dave, and then, of course, Funny Side, and on and on and on, Tiz the Law. I mean, we've been really, really blessed and fortunate to see how this program has blossomed.
Absolutely, and I think as of late, recently too, Tiz the Law, the success that he had really thrust the New York bred scene into the public eye even more than it already was.
And so for these races, these are all New York breds coming up in the Thunder Rumble division, but the big thing with this, with the condition, they have to be sired by stallions that stand in the state of New York as well to be eligible for this race, or at least at the time that they were bred for those stallions. And right now, Richie, it is Doc Sullivan by New York Stallion Solomini, who is currently the favorite. We last saw him trying the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby back in against this restricted company and a little bit shorter.
Yeah, and I just think that the key is the class relief and getting back shorter. Mike Maselli does a tremendous job. He was a really good rider, won the Travers and the Haskell on holding pattern back in, I believe, 1974, if I'm not mistaken. And there he is, Mike, a terrific guy. And also, it doesn't have to be a New York bred. It just has to be by a New York sire. I actually won one of these on a mare called Jersey Girl. She was a Jersey bred, but she was by a New York sire.
Good opportunities there. That's where reading the condition book really comes in handy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a lot of times where, if it's a huge edge, I think, for trainers that can really understand where great spots for horses, and the condition book is a great start.
There's Doc Sullivan. We, as said, last saw him in the Pennsylvania Derby, where he was very far off of it too. Jonathan sees the gray wiring the field that day, and obviously he's cutting back in distance, but the pace scenario in this race pretty murky. Could fall to Antonio Venice, who's off the layoff. But first, guys, we'll start off with the post parade. More on Antonio Venice in a moment. Dr. Kraft will kick things off.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of speed from the inside, but we did see a winner in the last race come right up the rail.
Manny Franco picking up the mount on BD Saints.
Yeah, BD Saints, one really good effort on dirt was in mud back in the Sleepy Hollow over a year ago.
Your favorite, Doc Sullivan.
Yeah, this horse is exiting the Pennsylvania Derby. Didn't run particularly well that day, but all the races prior to that, second, first, second, first, always in the exacta.
I like saying this name, Ciccio Bello. How do you do?
I love it, Ciccio Bello. Yeah, listen, this is a hard-knocking, consistent horse. Feels like going to have to come up with an A-plus effort here.
Last out winner, Lightman.
Kendrick gave this horse a perfect ride last time. Let's see if he can do it again.
Off the layoff, Antonio Venice, who's very good before sidelined.
Like the work pattern. He hasn't missed a beat. A couple of nice fast works in there, mixed in with some maintenance moves. I think he's going to be tough.
Big price on the 7 Kaz Sugar Bank.
Yeah, it just looks a little bit over his head.
And intriguing prospect cutting back in distance, General Banker.
If there was a bit more pace in here, I would like General Branco a lot more. I think he's a player. I also like him turning back because I think he's a good closing sprinter. I just don't see a lot of pace to help him out.
Yep.
Got stuck in a situation last time where Mama's Gold wired the field. We head over, though, to Florida as it's opening week over at Tampa Bay Downs. They're running a little bit early on the program today, but here's a look coming up with race number 7, a mile and a 16th on the turf in this first level allowance. And right now it is the number 5 in Source for Graham Motion. Richie, off a little bit of a freshening and a horse that has run some good races in America so far.
Yeah, she has, and I think she's landing in a good group here, Daughter of Kingman. And you see Graham do this a lot, ship horses down to Tampa Bay, as do a lot of other conditioners we're used to seeing in New York. Christophe Comant, Chad Brown, certainly Bill Mott. They're not adverse to sending horses to Tampa. It is a spectacular turf course.
Yeah, really is. Such good condition there. She's one, Jonathan, that has run pretty well, still looking for her first U.S. win, won on the all-weather over in Europe. She's a heavy favorite right now. Did you see anybody else that was a bit intriguing?
Yeah, I mean, I thought the 9, Victoria's Dancer, looked very similar to the 5. Obviously, you get Graham Motion, and I think people, when you see a trainer like Graham or Christophe or Chad or Todd that ship horses up to Tampa Bay Downs, they usually do take a little bit more money than sometimes they should. I would look elsewhere in here. It feels like the 5 Source, a little bit over bet. I would go with the 9 Victoria's Dancer.
The connection's taking a lot of attention. How about the 10 Clearly Chopper? Just a quick note. Pretty cool to see Nolan Ramsey down in Florida this year, now training on his own. Of course, longtime assistant with Mike Maker.
Yeah, and I mean, he's really, for a young trainer who really just got started, 21 wins from 84 starts, 25%. That's a really auspicious beginning.
Started off really strong, particularly with quite a few horses running on that Tapeta down at Gulfstream. Loading in for race 7, Tampa Bay Downs. Here's Jason Beam with the call.
And the race is on. Graytana toward the inside was out well. EM's Treasure Girl's flashing some good early speed, and Sing Along Kayla coming up between horses in the yellow colors. And Sing Along Kayla going to assume command by the 16th pole the first time around. EM's Treasure Girl up alongside of Graytana. They're out second and third. Dreaming of Abba fourth by the wire the first time, 3.5, 4 off the top. Then comes Source, who's fifth right now, down along the inside in the Eclipse Thoroughbred colors. It's a length and a half more back to Factor Bella. Evie Does It stays toward the inside. The gray Clearly Copper 3 deep there in 8th. It's 2 more back to At Midnight Victoria's Dancer. Those 2 are the trailers with just over 5.5 furlongs remaining. Up front, Sing Along Kayla through an opening quarter, 22 and 3/5 seconds. Takes him out of the back stretch in front, just over 2 lengths. To EM's Treasure Girl in second. Down along the fence, Graytana, third, about 3.5 adrift. Right to that one's outside comes Dreaming of Abba in the 4th spot. Source still 5th, about 5.5, 6 off the top now. As Clearly Copper starts to move with Factor Bella up on the outside there, 6th and 7th. Inside of that comes Evie Does It, who's 8th. Then comes Victoria's Dancer and 3 more back to At Midnight, who trails 46 and 2/5 seconds. The opening half-mile time, there's 3 furlongs remaining. Sing Along Kayla and Jose Ferrer doling out the fractions. The lead down to 2.5 now. Getting a little bit closer is EM's Treasure Girl. Up on the outside, Dreaming of Abba. Graytana's after that. Source bottled up toward the inside. Going to need to find a seam as Source. Now going to come out to the 2-path. They've all got to come catch Sing Along Kayla. Sing Along Kayla brings them to the top of the stretch. The lead bumped out once again to 2.5. EM's Treasure Girl chases from second. Dreaming of Abba third. Now Source sees daylight, swings toward the outside. Factor Bella trying to rally up with that one as well. Final furlong, Sing Along Kayla, EM's Treasure Girl. Dreaming of Abba third. Source down the outside. Victoria's Dancer's made up some ground. Up front, Sing Along Kayla looking for the wire. EM's Treasure Girl, Victoria's Dancer going for a split, and Dreaming of Abba, wild finish. Did Victoria's Dancer get up? I think she might have. It's very, very close there. Also in and amongst the runners was EM's Treasure Girl, Dreaming of Abba, Sing Along Kayla.
Quite helpful that trainer Juan Avila has that yellow bridle. As you could see, Victoria's Dancer between horses. Nice call. Jonathan in the 7th at Tampa Bay Downs. Back over to Aqueduct, the Thunder Rumble division of the New York Stallion Series coming up. JK, you just gave us a winner at Tampa. I know you had a little bit of interest in General Banker. What are the thoughts on him cutting back?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, I think this horse ran really well the last few starts. I'm just concerned about the pace situation. It doesn't look to set up well for General Banker.
9-2 right now as the number 2 in here, BD Saints. Maggie Wolfendale with us. Maggie, pickup mount for Manny Franco, looking for 5 today.
It's been Manny Franco's day as we have like the golden hour here at the Big A for this Thunder Rumble division. And I'm a little intrigued. Actually, I'm going to pick this 15-1 shot number 2, BD Saints, because his last dirt start, I think, is a complete toss in which we saw him in that Albany. He tried to run off into that first turn and continued to do so. Ramon Vasquez couldn't do anything but just try to steady this horse and nurse him along. But ultimately, and while Pandagate was the favorite, that race was dominated by horses coming from off of it. I like the turn back for him, given that propensity to get a little headstrong going longer. And furthermore, I've always thought that he would be okay on a wet track, as Richie pointed out. As a 2-year-old, he ran very well. And so with the routine improvement that he's shown now as a later 3-year-old, albeit on the turf, there's every reason to believe that he could improve upon that Sleepy Hollow effort over a similar racetrack. The 5 Lightman, look for him to be forward in here. I think that's his best chance of being successful. There's a lot of horses turning back, so you wonder about the stamina with Lightman, but a horse that has endeared himself to my heart because I feel like he always shows up. He always tries, Acacia.
He certainly does. He's been remarkably consistent. Maggie, thank you. Horses loading in for the New York Stallion Series Thunder Rumble division. We send it up to the voice of Aqueduct, Chris Griffin, standing by with the call.
Kaz Sugarbank just hesitates. Another turn. Kaz Sugarbank. Thunder Rumble division. General Banker to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed towards the inside from Dr. Kraft. They are lined up as here's Antonio Venice, and Antonio Venice emerges with the lead with Lightman. Lightman and Antonio Venice, they're 1-2. General Banker is right off of them, is in third, is only 3 lengths off the lead. At the rail is Dr. Kraft. In between horses there came Doc Sullivan, just had to steady. Doc Sullivan's moving towards the outside. He's climbing. Doc Sullivan's in 5th, losing some ground as BD Saints is moving towards the inside. Now takes that 5th position. They are very strung out here in the early stages because it's a pace duel up front. 22.34. Antonio of Venice and Lightman, they throw it down into the turn. Neither wants to give up the lead. General Banker is in the catbird seat right now, is watching from third, and here comes General Banker, will be the first to move in that stalking presence. Dr. Kraft is at the rail. Here's BD Saints in between horses. Doc Sullivan. Ciccio Bello is rallying on from the back, and Kaz Sugarbank, the trailer. The front 2 went 45.44 for a half-mile time. Lightman, Antonio Venice, and here comes the rest of the field. General Banker up on the outside, and General Banker is now ready to pounce. Lightman is fighting on. Ciccio Bello is on the grandstand side, is catching up as General Banker drifts out here just a touch. It's General Banker in front. Ciccio Bello is trying to run by. BD Saints emerges towards the inside. Ciccio Bello, General Banker, these two nose to nose down to the line. Give it to Ciccio Bello, wins the Thunder Rumble division of the New York Stallion Series. Finishing second was General Banker, then BD Saints. Final running time, 1:23 and 4.
20-1 upset. Ciccio Bello got the pace to run at Jonathan, and he was incredibly game over General Banker.
Well, I mean, it's set up perfectly. I mean, the 5 and the 6 just ding-donged on the front end, and you knew it was going to set up well for a closer. I just didn't see it being this one.
No, he made the last run. You know, General Banker came with that kind of the first run, and it was a cutthroat speed. Very rarely in New York do you see an all-out war on the lead like that. These two horses, the 5 Lightman, the 6 Antonio Venice, just did themselves in, and Ciccio Bello comes with the last run. General Banker probably laid up a touch too close to what turned out to be a very fast pace, and Ciccio Bello is an Italian doll. You know, that's a brand of Italian dolls.
Oh, all right. Well, there's your trivia
learn
for
something
the
new
day.
every day.
Yeah. See, Jonathan, you thought you came here, you weren't going to learn anything?
That's the only reason I show up. I learn something every time.
Jose Lezcano. Richie, you were saying earlier on the show that Jose Lezcano's been riding well and maybe doesn't get quite as many kind of press and accolades as some of the bigger riders here, but one that consistently shows up, does his job, and provides winners.
He is a rider's rider. He's the rider in the room that other riders respect. You know how good he is. He doesn't always get the accolades I believe he deserves, and on some big days, he seems to me he's been overlooked at times, and not, unfairly so. But, he consistently shows up and delivers a good ride.
4, 8, 2, 3, delivering a good ride and a well-timed ride on this 20-to-1 shot, pulling the big upset here. And yeah, JK, you could kind of tell early on with how Kendrick Harmouche was trying to get Lightman to settle a bit, and just at that point when those horses hooked up on the front end, him and Antonio Venice, who was fresh off the bench, there was no stopping it.
Yeah, everyone who was sitting back behind, Jose, Louis Rivera, Manny, Javier, I'm sure they were all feeling like, okay, this is going to set up perfectly, and it just so happened to set up perfectly for Ciccio Bello.
20-to-1 upset in the Thunder Rumble division. Prices, reactions, and more. When we come back, Derek Ryan trains the turnback runner and winner here at 20-to-1. Big upset. Bringing more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Basic Tip Digital, right? Okay. Looks like a good place to take the edge off, take a bath, as the Seagulls do, but how about the winner's circle? That's the best place to be. Ciccio Bello pulling the upset as this winner's circle lead-in is brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Digital Sale. Be sure to check out the Fasig-Tipton website for more information. Ciccio Bello pulling the upset and getting that pace to run at.
Got pace, got a good pace to ride, made the last run down the crown of the track to get up.
Let's head down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
Oh, man, this is great. And Sam Rapuano here, because I'm not even going to try to say his real name, which you had me totally relieved when you said, just call me Sam.
It's easy because it's a lot easier to say Massimino. Everybody's like, what? I'm like, just say Sam.
Just call me Sam.
Like, okay.
and like, you know, just take the first few letters, flip them around.
I love it. Well, your horse's name, Ciccio Bello, is so fun to say.
He's a good horse. He's a fun horse. I mean, he can give you a hard time at times, but when he works out, it's like he knows it's all business, and he gives you his all.
And Jose Lezcano, Jose Lezcano on him today just seemed really confident, biding his time towards the back.
He worked him out last week, and he got back and looked at Derek. He goes, "What were you hiding from me?" And so Derek's like, "You want to ride him?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "You got him." So he told him what had to be done, what to do, and unfortunately, Derek had to take off to Tampa for something today, so he couldn't be here. So I said, "All right, look, if you can get the lead, get it. If not, just sit back, sit wide a little bit, and make your move." And when I saw him drop way back, I'm like, "Oh no!" And then I saw him come flying. I'm like, "Open him!" I was just screaming, "Open him!" And we're all people up there looking at us like, "He's a long shot." I'm like, "Yeah, it's my horse. I want him to win."
That is the best feeling when you have a horse that you believe in, nobody else does at 21-1, and he comes rolling down the middle of the racetrack. Talk about that feeling.
I mean, when we saw him making that move, and I'm like, all right, he'll hit the board at least. And I saw him just keep going, and I'm like, he's got the lead. He's getting it. I'm like, this is ours. And my cousin's looking at me like, what? I'm like, it's ours, damn it, it's ours. And he's like screaming with me, and all these guys are looking, they're screaming with us. I had no idea what we're screaming at. But I mean, after that stake race he ran in Saratoga when he hit fourth, and he only lost by a couple of lengths, I'm like, I think we got something here, so let's give it a shot. It doesn't hurt.
Don't seem too many Bellamy Roads running anymore, so congratulations, Sam. This is huge.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm loving it. This is going to be a fun ride home.
If I was a fly on the wall in the car, that would be a lot of fun. But Ciccio Bello really proving and strutting his stuff today. Acacia?
That's what it's all about, Maggie. Just awesome. $43.60 winner, Ciccio Bello. Jonathan, I mean, this is the part of the game that just never gets old, seeing that celebration and that joy that these horses can bring.
Well, that's the thing about the game is it's so tough. You know, I mean, the excitement you just saw from Sam there, I'm going to go with Sam too. The excitement you just saw from him is because so often it doesn't work out this way. Sure. So when it does, it just feels that much better.
Great celebration interview there, and I thought Maggie did a really good job with the Italian pronunciation.
I think she did great with it. Massimino Rapuano with Ciccio Bello. That's like, come on, that's all Italian right there. Maggie she's doing better and better with the Italian accent.
Did you notice Richie did the hands when he said it?
Hey, come on, hey.
Bringing out the Italian side. Actually supplemented in it to this race as well, Ciccio Bello, and for good reason. Backs it up for the victory today, getting that set up. Cool stuff there. As we take a look at race number 9 coming up next, the nightcap here from New York. We still have a couple left at Tampa. New York bred maiden claiming for the 2-year-old fillies to wrap up the afternoon here. And taking a look at the field right now, pretty wide open board as the number 7 Lightning Mama, a tepid favorite at 3-1, Richie.
Yeah, this is, to me, the hardest race to handicap the entire day. Kind of interesting. I think just on the name, I got to go with the 3. Hey, Maggie.
Yeah, first-time starter there.
Yeah, GMP Farm, Mike Maselli, a lot of my friends involved.
Yeah, I like to see that. Tricky race to close out the card at Aqueduct. We'll talk more about it in a moment when we come back. Stay here and see if Ray Handel can get his first win of the fall meet. Certainly with a chance coming up in the nightcap. Be sure to stay with us as we'll talk a little bit more about his story. Setting out first-time starter Wave after this.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One today, we get to all do 1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best. Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the Frizette easily.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NyraBets.com.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Saratoga's world-renowned GMP farm is up for sale. You heard right. This state-of-the-art equine rehabilitation facility will be up for absolute auction with no reserve. The auction includes Sacred Spa and Wellness, a full-service med spa, custom training track, and luxury residence, all on 84 pristine acres, just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs. It's all up for absolute auction with no reserve. Saturday, December 7th, 11 a.m. Eastern at the property. For more information, visit us online at DeCaraAuctions.com.
So War Dancer is a yearling that we bought at the Fasig-Tipton sale in 2011, and then he took us on a journey beyond our wildest imagination. He was just always an honest horse and a smart horse. There was an allowance race in Keeneland where he got held up at the gate.
And they're off, an awkward beginning for War Dancer, who broke in the air and is absolutely last.
And then it's, oh, bad start for War Dancer. War Dancer's in the back by 12 lengths. And then all of a sudden, boom, he comes flying and he wins the race.
War Dancer, Bold Challenger positively. War Dancer, Bold Challenger. War Dancer, unbelievable.
Then when he retired, I said, oh, why don't we stand him stud? It'd be easy. He's by Warfront. He's made over $1 million. He's a graded stakes winner. And then we started down the journey of making him a stallion in New York, which possibly the hardest thing I've ever done in my whole life. I'm originally from New York. My husband's originally from New York, so it was pretty much New York or nothing. In order to survive, I realized we needed a package that was unique. And right out of the gate, we started having winners. 2020, okay? That was our first crop. We have Step Dancer and Pivotal Run, 35-1 and 49-1 on Labor Day weekend. Wouldn't you know it, we come in first and second. And from there, it just kind of took off, and we've had a lot of success. Miss Big Bucks, she won the Stallion Series. And then 26 Black came in second by like a quarter of a nose in his Stallion Series. And I think we have a lot of up-and-comers.
And they're off.
A couple things I've noticed. They all bust out of the gate. You see War Dancers almost get the first call. The second thing is they're level-headed, they're smart. You'll talk to most trainers, they say, I love the War Dancers. So he's proven himself as a sire, and quite frankly, in New York, it's all about the racetrack. It's been very, very exciting, and I want to thank everybody who supported us because it was an uphill battle for years until you finally have runners that make it a little bit easier.
And we take a look at the number 2, Evelyn's War, first time starting filly by War Dancer, Richie, who has been such a fun stallion here in New York, though primarily on the turf.
Yeah, no doubt. But boy, he's a beautiful individual himself, and he throws very well-balanced horses, and he's really kind of stepped into that role. Over the years, we've been so fortunate to have such good mainstay stallions going back to Freud. Now, obviously, War Dancer, General Banker. We've got a nice stallion lineup in New York.
And this one actually co-bred by Sugar Plum Farm as well, where War Dancer is up in Saratoga at that beautiful farm just outside town as well. 16-1. Jonathan, any thoughts on any of the first-time starters in here? Not much to sink your teeth into.
No, but I mean the 3 is taking some money, right? 5-1 for Mike Maselli, who's only 5% with first-time starters in his career. So if you have one that's taking money, there's obviously some sort of talent there that's leading people to right into the teeth of what I would consider not a bad stat, but not a strong stat, because it's not really Mike's thing, I think, to try to have him ready to go first time out. So I think that was a little bit interesting from a firster.
There she is, first time starting 2-year-old filly. Now this is going to get confusing. There's Hey Maggie, so let's say Hey Maggie.
I've had nothing to do with this name. So I feel like, though, I will always kick myself, Acacia, for that time that Maggie T and Maggie ran completed an exacta and paid a pretty good price, and I didn't have a penny on it. So, hey, Maggie, though, as JK pointed out, is taking some money. Actually has a pretty nice pedigree. So, with that being said, why is she showing up here for 25? Being a daughter of Speightstown, and she's a half to multiple graded stakes winner horologist. Actually, a very nice New Jersey bred who won the Beldame amongst other races, going long on the dirt. She's quite small. So I just get the feeling that despite having a pedigree, being half to horologist, that maybe distance is going to be a little bit of a question mark here. So 6 furlongs, fine. When are going any further than that, is wearing blinkers first time out. And as you guys were mentioning, Mike Maselli doesn't have the numbers with his first time starters. And it just looks like from a fitness perspective that she's going to need one. So we'll see how she does here as we'll move on towards the outside with a few, including number 10, Akaira. I think that's how you say it. She is a half to Brock Nardini, who's a decent turf runner. This one, though, a daughter of Maximum Security. But the Maximum Securities, I mean, he's had no first-time out winners, and if they can do any running at all, they want to do it going long. And that's the impression that I'm getting from her here for Jorge Abreu. She's bit taller, more of that even frame, and also we'll see how fit she is overall, but she just looks as though she might benefit from a start. But I do respect these connections and always take an interest in their horses because they do tend to run well first time out. Now Ray Handel will send out number 11, Wave. I like that, being out of Bid You Adieu. Now, Bid You Adieu, she's a half too, a good New York bred. Listen to Your Heart is a stakes-winning dirt sprinter. But Bid You Adieu, I always felt as though she was a little bit better on the turf, being a daughter of Artie Schiller. We don't see many Mr. Monomoys. She might be my first one, who stands for 1500 in West Virginia. Looking at her, she actually, of the first-time starters, looks the most well-prepared. She's the fittest, she's the strongest looking, great coat to her too, has been a professional here in the paddock. So we'll see. Honestly, she's the firster that caught my eye the most, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 7-1 on Wave right now, that first-time starter for Ray Handel. We'll see if she is ready at first asking, and maybe if she is the fittest of the firsters, as Maggie was touching on, might find herself in the right spot.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is such a tough race to handicap, Jonathan, and we're guessing with first-time starters, so we try to look at pedigree. We try to see who's live on the board, who's kind of tipped their hand in their morning trials that they have some ability.
Right. I mean, I think, you know, the board often can lead you to understanding where there's talent, right? These horses, they work in the morning, they practice in the mornings, and the word can get out if one can run a little bit. The trainers can know who they got and what they've got and think that they might like a horse in situations like this, and that's how it leads to them taking money in these situations.
There's Dylan Davis off to get a leg up from Ray Handel for that first-time starter, homebred for Marylegs Farm by Mr. Monomoy. Yeah, an intriguing stallion, as Mackie mentioned. We don't see many of them on the track and here in New York. As horses head out, we'll meet the field for the nightcap, starting off with some experience, yet to show much, though, with the one Infatuation.
Yeah, Infatuation is not very fast.
Here's that daughter of War Dancer, Evelyn's War.
Yeah, the trainer, Rudy Rodriguez, also co-owner, co-breeder of this horse, and not taking much money, though.
Hey, Maggie, first-time starter for Michael Maselli.
Yeah, like we talked about, taking a little bit of money into the teeth of a trainer who's only 5% with first-time starters.
Putting in the work, showed a little bit at Finger Lakes first out.
Yeah, it comes to the Irish circuit, Drops and Company, and no excuse for not putting in the work.
Here's T.D. McGee, big price, and there's the 6 Just Words.
Would be a surprise to me.
Of course, it did show a little bit better speed last time. There's Lightning Mama, your tepid favorite.
Yeah, it's got some experience and ran okay last time.
It's had trouble out of the gate. Here is the 8 Rodeo Star, dropping class.
Dropping in class, and that's key, going from that maiden allowance to maiden 25.
I like this name, Not My Stepping Stone.
Yeah, showed some early speed last time. I've always felt like showing speed does indicate a little bit of talent.
Akaira, first-time starter.
Yeah, you're not taking a lot of money here. Got a good steady work tab.
There is that first-time starter, Wave, and here's the 12, Run Don't Walk, who's doing exactly that in the warm-up.
Yeah, that might be faster than she's gone in her first 2 races, but she is dropping in class.
Well, that's the field. Keen in that warm-up there, Kendrick Carmouche. As we'll take a look at the 7, Lightning Mama. Did show speed last time out with an outside post, but as mentioned, she's a horse that, I mean, you can even see it in the short comment of her last couple of starts. Just has had some trouble with braking. At least the momentum went forward, Jonathan, last time out.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a situation. It starts to look like a habit. You know, sometimes I think horses can maybe break a little slow, just trying to figure it all out. But when it starts to kind of be a repeat offense, you start to worry or expect that it could happen every time they run.
I think a lot of that has to do with horses that don't set their feet, right? They're in the gate and they're shuffling and they're moving. And so when the break comes, they're trying to get away fast, but they're not balanced. So they miss that step and they'll tend to stumble or bobble.
Well, this one, a homebred for Buck Butler, who we've seen with some really talented New York breds, most of them trained by Mike Makers. Take a look at one of his stable stars, My Main Squeeze, who had another really good year. And she's a horse that the New York bred, she was able to effectively, Richie, compete against Open Company.
Yeah, I mean, she's really taken her show on the road. She's traveled around. She's taken on the best. And she's put together a really fine year. I'm sure we're going to be seeing her on the New York Breeders' dinner night.
Which you host?
Yeah, I like hosting it because I get to see all my friends. Being a New York bred myself, it's fun to catch up with all my fellow New York compadres.
Compadres, I like that.
Well, Ciccio Bello's got me in this Italian mood.
5-2 on that contender for that team. My Main Squeeze, yeah, it's just been a really fun filly to follow as well. So those well-known colors here. And Jonathan, we talked about the breeding program here in New York, and these are some New York breds too, lower level as well. But you know, we talk about some of the breeders, and as you look at the 9, Not My Stepping Stone, this one, a daughter of Bustin' Stones for Dr. Belinsky, Roddy Valenti, and they have just had so much success with this stallion here in New York.
No, absolutely, and it's one of the things with the New York breds too is that even when you get horses that are at this lower level, there's still an opportunity to make some money and to protect that original investment.
That's one thing you see with the Bustin' Stones, too. They find their level. They all run. They may be lower level, but you see them. They win at Finger Lakes. They win everywhere. To me, he has been the best bargain stallion in a very long time in the state of New York.
And had some really fun names for his offspring as well.
My last winner was a Bustin' Stones for Roddy Valenti, and her name was Lots of Stones.
I like that. Not My Stepping Stone, second-time starter. Maggie, I thought first time out she just did not look 100% fit. What are you seeing from her today?
Hopefully she gained maybe 5% fitness, Acacia, from what you saw. I still don't think she looks 100% there, but a nice disposition in the paddock. You know, you always wonder with these second-time starters, especially ones that have speed, do they get a little rattled? Do they get a little unnerved? Therefore, coming in as young horses in their second starts because they're worried about what is obviously knowingly now going to take place. Not her. Cool. Laid back. Like I said, I still question the fitness because she came to a significant stop in that first race. Might get a little bit further. She might take another stepping stone, but I don't know if it's going to be all the way to the finish line first. Moving on to number 12, Run Don't Walk. Oh, Acacia, you just brought up, okay. That for Anthony Melfi's sister, Hey Maggie. As I said, I had nothing to do with it, but number 12, Run Don't Walk, she drops in class and she feels like she can, well, only run for about a quarter of a mile and then she stops. Now, whether that means she has a bit of a breathing issue or something that prohibits her from seeing these races out, I don't know, because she looks fantastic as she drops in class here. I thought she looked good against maiden special weight fields as well. So she definitely looks good against these. And she's 17-1 today, as we saw Kendrick Carmouche really send her in the warm-up. So I do think that Kendrick's going to be forward with her, possibly pressing just outside of number 9, My Stepping Stone.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Maggie, thank you. Run Don't Walk, 18-1 right now. Big price taking that drop in class. And yes, shout out to Eric Donovan giving us the behind the scenes on the name of the 3. Hey, Maggie.
Yeah, I always like to get the background, so thank you for that. And GMP Farm out there on the other side of Schuylerville, not about 20, 25 minutes from Saratoga Racecourse. What a beautiful facility. Obviously, we're showing it's up for sale, and I would love to train jockey racers there.
Jonathan, are you going to sign up?
Yeah, I mean, look, I probably got to lose a little weight, I think, before I can get on one of those things, but I'll give it a shot.
I think you could help run the classroom, though. We'll explain like about position, where you should be. I think you'd be a big asset with that.
Yeah, me or Andy.
I think we have just come up with a good business plan for you guys.
I want to do it. I want to train jockey racers.
It's going to be the Richard Migliori Jockey School next. I like it.
The Migliori Academy.
Migliori Academy. Loading in for race 9, the nightcap here at Aqueduct. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Horses moving in. Here's TD McGee. Waiting on Just Words. Run, don't walk. Run, don't walk. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Asaria, who's going to be at the back end of the field. Not My Stepping Stone flashes early speed. Just Words is in that early mix. Infatuation at the rail. Moving quickly, Lightning Mama. Now strikes, and Lightning Mama moves towards the inside, gets right to the 2 path, wants to be on the front end, and Lightning Mama is the leader. Not My Stepping Stone, not going anywhere, is right there as a challenging second. But the far outside, here comes Run. Don't Walk is taken third, 22 and 3 for that opening quarter mile. They are very strung out. Infatuations there in fourth. In behind that in fifth is Just Words. At the rail moving forward is putting in the work, is chased to the purple cap by Wave. Towards the back end of the field is going to be Rodeo Star, far back TD McGee, then Evelyn's Whirl. Second to last is going to be Asaida, and the trailer at the back end, that's Hey Maggie. They reach the top of the stretch, and Lightning Mama made that move on the back stretch, and Lightning Mama sprints for home. Challenging from second, Not My Stepping Stone. It is far back to the rest. Run, Don't Walk is battling it out there with Infatuation, but it is still Lightning Mama finding plenty. Not My Stepping Stone continues to chase, but is still 2.5, now 3 back. A 16th left to go. It's Lightning Mama here in the finale, and Manny Franco, 5 on the afternoon. Lightning Mama wins it over Not My Stepping Stone. Infatuation and putting in the work. Give 1 minute 13.46 seconds.
What a day for Manny Franco. 1 for the thumb, as John Imbrial would say. 5 on the day. He was aggressive with Lightning Mama early on, and she did prove to be best.
Another homebred winner for Buck Butler, and very good kind of producing mares that he has, and it's a 1-2 speed number around the track. The 9-horse, Not My Stepping Stone, tried to outrun the 7 Lightning Mama, who didn't break as sharp, but was able to hold her position. And Manny Franco, 5 wins on the day. When you win 5 wins in one card at one track on the same day, it's a big accomplishment.
It's a 9-race card too. It's not like 14-race
it's
card.
very impressive, but it's not a shocking thing for me. I mean, Manny is just he's one of the best riders in the country, if not the world, and he just happens to play ball in a situation where there's a lot of really good riders, and the Irads and the Flavians of the world sometimes make it harder for some of the others.
Picked up his 2nd Breeders' Cup win this year with Immersive in the Juvenile Fillies, the very likely champion 2-year-old filly winner moving on as she is undefeated this year. Manny Franco aboard in all of our starts. He wins 5 on the card this Saturday at Aqueduct. Logical for the top 2 finishers, Lightning Mama and Not My Stepping Stone. The speed's right there. Infatuation at a big price, checking in 3rd. Back over to Tampa Bay Downs. This is on tape delay as we'll take a look at what took place in race 8, 1 mile and 40 yards on the main track. Here's Jason Beam.
Yeah, the race is on. Bit of a slow start there for Viking Queen. Set Hard is Set the Pace, who's going out for the early advantage. East Wing is right there, and Angela's Party Girl down to their inside, but it's Set the Pace who wants to do just that, leads him into that first turn. Down at the inside, Angela's Party Girl, East Wing out 3 deep. Those are the top 3. They're 3 lengths clear then of Cloud Storage, who came away 4th. After that comes a lineup of 3. Bootsy's Merlot between horses. Shabam in a bit of a tight spot down at the fence. Out wide there is Anador. Then comes Salgadula, who's second last. And Viking Queen, after the slow beginning, is the trailer. 23-2. It's an honest tempo up front for Set the Pace. Pablo Morales and Set the Pace a length in front of East Wing in that second position. It's a length more then. Back to Angela's Party Girl. They've gotten away by 5 lengths now to Cloud Storage, who's running along a joint 4th. Salgadula moves to that one's inside, now takes over that 4th spot. Bootsy's Merlot is back 4th last. Anador is 3rd last. The 2 at the back, Shabam and Viking Queen. 46-4 for Set the Pace, who takes him into the far turn. The lead is still a length. East Wing and down at the inside, Angela's Party Girl. They're chasing. Now the closer's getting a little bit closer now. Cloud Storage going to be 3 or 4 deep. Just in behind, Salgadula going to take the rails run as Set the Pace still leads it. Angela's Party Girl. Salgadula coming through down at the inside. Angela's Party Girl takes over at the top of the stretch. Salgadula now switches outside. After that comes Cloud Storage, trying to make up some ground. Bootsy's Merlot. Anador is also caught onto the scene late. Still many chances with a furlong left to go. Angela's Party Girl, a narrow leader. Anador, Bootsy's Merlot, down the far outside, Cloud Storage and Salgadula across the track as they come to the 16th pole. Salgadula, Angela's Party Girl on the outside, Cloud Storage. Salgadula got through. Salgadula going to go on to win it here. Angela's Party Girl ran a brave one in second. Third was Cloud Storage, and 4th, Bootsy's Merlot.
Number 9, Salgadula just gets through on the drop-in class. That's a fun name. 2-1, $6.40 winner over Angela's Party Girl in race 8 at Tampa Bay Downs. 9-7 there at Tampa. We still have the nightcap from Tampa to come, and we'll wrap up what took place in New York, the 5th win today for Manny Franco as he takes the nightcap. More prices on that and reactions when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day of the Races.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races as the nightcap here at the Big A going to favorite Lightning Mama, as I'm pleased to be joined by some of the winning connections. Mr. 5-star Manny Franco, 5 for 6 on the day, as well as owner breeder Buck Butler. But Manny, wow, the only defeat was a horse that I picked, and I think the only pick that you didn't win on, but still a third in the stake. Huge day for you.
Yeah, big day. I mean, I want to say thanks to all the trainer, owners, my agent, John Panaga, he's doing a phenomenal job. And I have a good mount today. I was always positive, and the horse was running for me today.
Pretty remarkable to do it with, only riding the 6 races. Obviously, the other one being a pickup mount, too. I mean, you were nearly perfect if you didn't have to pick that one up.
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, the horse ran good. I just happy with the day that I had. So, it's unbelievable. And those days doesn't come on often, so I just enjoying it and thankful.
We were just joking, Buck, your wife Loretta, who's standing off screen right now, that you were going to be up all night watching the win. And I think for Manny, he'll literally be up all night watching all of his wins. But talk a little about the ride that he gave, taking nothing away from her, just really flaunting her speed.
No, he did a beautiful job with her. Yeah, she didn't break all that well, but he got her out there and she took off for him. But just want a great being piece of your big day. I really appreciate it, Manny.
And just continuing, the horses you breed are just runners. Obviously, Mike Maker, a big part of the team, picking the right spots for him. But how do you do it? You just told me that you don't know anything, but I think you know something.
Something, but not much. But not much. You know what? Luck is when you keep working. So we just keep plugging. And I wish I could tell you. No, in fact, I'm glad I can't tell you.
Come on, man.
Don't need any more competition. So.
Well, congratulations to both of you, and here's to having a cup of coffee so you can watch those winning replays, Manny.
Thank you, Maggie.
And you too.
Guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to both of you. Excellent day, and a nice way to cap it off here with a win in the last for Manny Franco.
What a day for Manny, Maggie. I think Maggie brings up a really good point. I mean, he had to pick up the other mount, otherwise would have been perfect on the day.
Yeah, see, I would be mad. Hey, you blew that perfect record that day, but how do you turn a mount down in the stake?
BD Saints finished 3rd, too. Still finished very well. But 5-win day for Manny Franco on this 9-race card. $6.70 win. And JK, pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, nice. It's 26,000. Those are sometimes the sneaky ones, the smaller carryovers. They don't get the big attention like the 200,000s, but it sometimes can be a little bit easier to hit the situation too. So I always love a carryover.
It's still a good opportunity to try and beat the takeout, basically.
Absolutely, definitely can help in that regard, and it also brings other people along, making a bigger pool.
Well, Jonathan's on Talking Horses doing the handicapping show tomorrow, so he'll be giving you all the insight. So you guys can get prepared for that Pick 6 carryover on Sunday's card. But first, we have the nightcap from Tampa Bay Downs coming up next. And we'll learn a little bit more about the history of this charming racetrack as opening week up in Oldsmar, Florida continues. The nightcap from Tampa after this.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fastbacks, exclusively on NYRA-Bets. Open your NYRA-Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA-Bets app to start using Fastbacks today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one.
A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse in the barn. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
In its 97th season, Tampa Bay Downs has plenty of history. Today, there are many new things to see and do, and perhaps most importantly, the track's racing surfaces have become a big draw for owners and trainers looking to find the winner's circle.
I'm not gonna lie, the turf course is beautiful. And when we started training, me and my wife, we had horses that were turf horses, and we needed to spend the winter somewhere. So we give it a go, and we really enjoy the place, the atmosphere, and the fact that horses winter very well.
Well, as you can see, everybody comes here to run on the turf, get their horses ready for going north. And the dirt track is, when you leave here, you can pretty well win at any track. The horses get legged up good here, and it's a very safe track.
We just want to give our horses enough foundation and experience to be able to obviously go to bigger meets, meaning Kinlan, New York, and you know how tough that can be. And we feel that Tampa is the right place to do so.
There are several places to enjoy all of that great racing, with new stadium seating in the grandstand, covered cabanas on the first floor, and the veranda, which gives your group the best seat in the house, directly across from the winner's circle. There's more fun to be had next door at the Downs Golf Practice Facility, which was launched in 2003.
We offer a fully stocked pro shop. We carry about 9 different brands of apparel, clubs, golf balls, gloves, you name it. Full short game area. You can actually bet the horses inside of our pro shop. We like to call ourselves the only driving range where you can bet horses and play golf in the same day at the same location. You know, joining the golf with the racetrack for families is perfect. You know, you can come over here, hit some golf balls, and then go have some lunch over at the track and play the horses. And there's obviously a lot of stuff to do over there for kids as well. So it's a perfect place.
Fans can also experience the Silks Poker Room on the 3rd floor with a variety of high-stakes games and tournament competition. Whatever you're looking for on race day, you can find it at Tampa Bay Downs.
The word is approachable, both as a fan and as an owner. Everybody that you run into wants you to be here. You have a real connection to the people, and I'm talking from the racing office all the way down to concessions. So it's just a great place to be an owner. It's a great place to train horses. It's probably the best surface in the country, and there's no better place to be in the winter.
Those have been to Tampa Bay Downs. Really enjoy it. Taking a look at some of the key dates. I'm looking forward to being down there covering these big stakes days at Tampa Bay Downs this winter once again. I can catch that on America's Day at the Races throughout. Of course, highlighted, Richie, by that Tampa Bay Derby Day.
Yeah, and just what they were saying about the surface, it's just such a great, consistently safe surface. It gives a lot of foundation to horses. I think it adds another level of fitness, and it has become a race that is one of the preps that people use for the Kentucky Derby. I love being there. I haven't been there a lot, but I did win 2 Tampa Bay Derbies, and it was just fun. It's a great atmosphere, and the people are so excited and enjoying the day. I like Tampa Bay Downs a great deal.
And Jonathan, we've seen, Richie mentioned some of the big trainers that will bring horses there, particularly for the good turf course there. I mean, you think back to Chad Brown starting a horse like Bleecker Street there in the winter, kicking off their campaign with a start at Tampa.
No, absolutely, and it's obviously Christophe and Graham Motion, who we saw a little bit earlier. They seem to really like that turf course, and they seem to send good horses there. It's not just like a second string of horses. They'll send some of their best there.
Absolutely. Great surface to start there. And Richie, you mentioned the 2 Tampa Bay Derby wins. Want to give a little background?
Yeah, well,
on
Burning Roma was trained by Giglio. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting her first name. And John Kimmel with Wheelaway, who Wheelaway was a very good horse. He unfortunately was just a bit too unsound. He actually looped up and took the lead in the Kentucky Derby. And for about 3 seconds, my face started to tingle. I thought I was going to win the Kentucky Derby coming to the 8th pole. And as soon as I had that feeling, Pusaichi Pegasus blew by me and took that feeling away. But that turf course is like a billiard table. It is as good a turf course as we have in North America.
Well, we'll talk a little about a race on the turf at Tampa Bay Downs for the nightcap coming up. Here's a look at the field. Unfortunate with some scratches in here. Some major players coming out of the last race at Tampa Bay Downs. But Yata, speaking of Graham Motion, that one currently the favorite right now in the number 5, coming out of a stakes try. Last time on the turf was in the Dueling Ground Oaks, 2 starts back at Kentucky Downs. Leading the field, though, starting things off with the 3, Katie's a Lady.
Yeah, Katie's a Lady does have some speed drawn towards the inside. I would think we'll try to find the front end.
5-2 right now for that early speed for trainer Monica McJoey, as we'll take a look at the 4, La Loba Feroz.
Yeah, horse that's best races have come on the turf at Tampa. A couple of recent starts back at Gulfstream, not quite as good.
Here's your favorite, Yata.
Yeah, Yata, who ran on the synthetic last time, but does have some turf races that make this one the favorite.
She's a warrior. She's my warrior, excuse me. Another one with some speed.
Yeah, some speed here. She's got sprint kind of speed. I think you'll see her on the lead.
Summer's coming. Slowly but surely it is.
She's got some tactical speed, but I don't think she's quite quick enough to make the front in here.
Here's the 9, Heaven Rules. First time going long.
Yeah, Heaven Rules is going long, is stretching out. I don't really like stretch outs drawn towards the outside. They typically end up not getting any cover, which could be a problem, and they're wide more often than not.
That's the field for race 9, Tampa Bay Downs. Yata, or heavy favorite now at 3-5 with those scratches. The Saturday finale from Oldsmart. Tampa Bay Downs when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Elite Power to the front. At the 16th pole, Gunite is second, but Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin.
5-5 all leading at 875 down and down 900 and 900,000.
Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup sprint at 108.34.
The power of Juddmonte.
Barbara, you recently acquired all of Jim Raftery's photos, his whole collection. For somebody who has been taking photos your entire life, why did you do that?
I grew up looking at Mr. Raftery's work, and just his name was revered. Any place near me, don't say anything bad about Mr. Raftery, because he helped to form the person I am, with not only just his race finishes, winner's circles, that kind of photograph, which is necessary for history, but because he would go beyond that, and he was an artist, and he would take photographs of the horses where I almost felt like I was touching their soft noses, or of the riders where I felt like I was friends with them at the dinner table. And so for years, I finally found out about where the family lived in Miami, and I just kept telling them how much I thought of their father and grandfather, depending who I was speaking with. And then finally, they were willing to let it go on to the next generation, to the next person. And obviously, I won't be keeping them forever. I'm just the steward for now. But I just wanted to do my best to protect them, to get the work out there, because I think a lot of people have lost a sense of the beauty of the history of our sport and of each horse and each person. And so, we made a deal. I drove down, I got a U-Haul down there, a 15-foot U-Haul, which is huge, by the way, and brought them all back up to near Saratoga to start working on them, chronicling them, just making sure they're protected until they go on to the next place, which will probably be the Keeneland Library.
He runs with quick, short, sharp strides, not the classic flowing locomotion of the rangier kind.
But at the end of the day, why? Like, what's the reward for you? It's not financial. What is it that drove you to do this?
I have such respect for what he did, and it's an incredible breadth of work. I had no idea even, and I knew how great he was, but I didn't know just the sheer quantity, racetrack after racetrack, 8, 9, 10 racetracks at different times, 40, 50 years of chronicling every detail that he could. I mean, that included security guards and signs at the track, and people's children, and everything, just everything that he thought was worth preserving for history's sake. When you own a lamp, you own the pictures on the walls, and you die. They just go on to the next generation at whatever crappy lawn sale you might have, for a quarter, $1, whatever, and they remain like they were. But with the negative collection, it almost doesn't exist until it comes back to life. Like they're dormant, they're little cocoons, and you bring them out and you turn them back into the butterflies they were when they were first created by a master craftsman.
Seabiscuit by 3. Seabiscuit is the winner by 4 lengths. And you never saw such a wild crowd. Seabiscuit the winner by 4 lengths.
Just amazing pieces of history. Love getting to hear that from Barbara Livingston, and I thought that she did such a beautiful job describing of the importance of bringing them out that negative collection. And you look back, and it's just incredible to look at what he captured throughout his years at the racetrack.
I spent a few hours in the storage facility where they're just looking through negatives, and it was fantastic, the things he had, and the way he would set up photos. When Swaps broke the world record, they put them by that speed limit 35, like he was getting a ticket because he went faster than 35 miles an hour in the barn area. But I thought it was beautiful how she explained that they're in a cocoon and bringing them back to life. And you could see her passion shone through so much. I just was having a hard time understanding why someone who has such an extensive collection of photos of her own, right? She's a multiple Eclipse Award-winning photographer, incredible images she captured, why she would have that undertaking of taking on all these great photos from Mr. Raftery, who, by the way, was a very good influence on me as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that the images of this sport are what kind of transcends time. Like you can keep looking back at them and getting those feelings, and I think Barbara is really kind of focused on that. And I think that probably has a lot to do with why she did that.
There's some amazing stories that go along with each photo as well, and I believe that they are now part of the Keeneland Library.
Yeah, I think she now has them there, and just to go through all of those photos and catalog everything, it was a labor of love for her. I mean, she understood and respects how important they are. And Mr. Raftery's work. One day when I was an apprentice, I was riding so many horses night and day. And it was taking so long for them to take the picture because it was so many people. I actually jumped off the horse before the photo, and he got a picture of me like undoing the girth and walking away. And the next day he came to the jockeys room at the Meadowlands, and he explained to me how important those photos are to the connections, and that I ruined that moment for them. And the way he explained it in such a gentlemanly way, I really took it to heart, and I felt terrible about it. And I went out of my way from that point on to make sure that I was definitely more cooperative in those situations.
Beautiful story, a beautiful history of the game. And thanks to Barbara Livingston for sharing all of that with us as well. All right, guys, we've got the nightcap from Tampa Bay Downs coming up. Jonathan, can you see around the current favorite, Yada?
No, I really can't. I mean, this horse has just got some really good races. You know, it's Graham Motion. I guess the only other one I could get even kind of interested in would be the 3 Katie's a Lady, who I think down on the inside could take advantage of a pace scenario here. But I'm going to hitch my wagon to the 5.
So you're going to go yada, yada.
Yada, yada, yada.
Any thoughts, Richie?
No, I see it the same way Jonathan does. I thought Katie's Lady was a little interesting, but I think she might be hurt a little bit by the presence of the 6, She's My Warrior.
Nightcap from Tampa Bay Downs. Jason Beam has the call.
On. Katie's a Lady from the inside out quickly. Here She's My Warrior flashing good early speed. And from the outside, Heaven Rules also wants a piece of the early puzzle as it's going to be She's My Warrior to grab the lead by the wire. Heaven Rules, and down on the inside, Katie's a Lady. They're out second and third. They're length and a half in front of Summers Coming, who finds a good spot fourth. It's a break of 3 more back to Yata. La Loba Feroz, the early trailer, as they go into that first turn. She's My Warrior is the leader. She's My Warrior with 6 furlongs to go, 3/4 of a length in front of Katie's a Lady. Heaven Rules up on the outside, 3 deep in that third spot. Now starts to work over to the 2 path as Summers Coming is fourth. It's 2 more back to Yata, another 2 to La Loba Feroz. 23 seconds, the opening quarter-mile time. They have 5 furlongs left in the nightcap, and it's She's My Warrior. Alonzo Quinones doling out the fractions. They lead it by a length to Heaven Rules, who's up on the outside now to second. Katie's a Lady back a spot third, giving a little nudge there is Katie's a Lady. Right to that one's outside. Summers Coming, cruising into things from fourth. It's 2 more back to Yata, and still another 2 back to La Loba Feroz. 47-2 is the opening half-mile time. Long shot, She's My Warrior has led every step of the journey. The lead is a half a length now. Getting closer, Heaven Rules on the outside. Summers Coming starts to move up on the outside of Katie's Lady. They're taking closer order. Yata is still fifth, just 2.5 behind now, and La Loba Feroz is just 3.5 adrift. As they come to the top of the stretch, She's My Warrior under siege now. Here's Heaven Rules on the outside of Poconos in front. In behind horses, Katie's a Lady. Yata's looking for some room. La Loba Feroz charging down the center of the course. Here comes La Loba Feroz after Heaven Rules. Yata in between them. Down at the inside, She's My Warrior. Yata and La Loba Feroz. These are the 2 that go on. Yata kicks better. Yata wins. La Loba Feroz was second. Katie's a Lady re-rallied to grab third, it looked like, from Heaven's Rules.
Yata gets the job done, but not the easiest trip for this favorite, Richie.
Wow, she came in through some tight quarters, some body contact there. It looked like for a second he might be in a jackpot, but you know, when you have a horse that's going to accelerate, they can get you in and out of those spots. And La Loba Feroz had first run on her, but she was able to quicken away when she finally secured full running room.
Yeah, she's just a better horse, and it just took a matter of time. But she, ended up winning easily at the end when it looked like she was in deep water throughout the entire running of the stretch.
Class prevailing here. Jorge Ruiz finally getting some opening and some clear racetrack for her to run on for trainer Graham Motion. The daughter of Yoshida gets the win here in the nightcap as she takes the victory as your favorite. 1-2 she went off. No surprise, as she was the class of the field, getting the victory there in the last race of the day at Tampa Bay Downs. Bring you prices more and wrap things up and take a look back at some of the big stakes swings we had here in New York after this.
Saratoga's world-renowned GMP farm is up for sale. You heard right. This state-of-the-art equine rehabilitation facility will be up for absolute auction with no reserve. The auction includes Sacred Spa and Wellness, a full-service med spa, custom training track, and luxury residence, all on 84 pristine acres, just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs. It's all up for absolute auction with no reserve. Saturday, December 7th, 11 a.m. Eastern at the property. For more information, visit us online at DeCaraAuctions.com.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care.
And there's the
Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I love this stallion barn because this is where we house all of our stallions. And it's a favorite amongst everyone that comes on tour because they get to meet and greet some of their favorite horses that they saw race or are fans of their progeny. So this is Midnight Lou. So these boys are always expecting a mint. Yes, they know when we're coming, don't ya, on these tours. Of course, Loggins is our newest stallion. So son of Go Zapper. Yes, I know. Very handsome, very youthful looking. I like to come when the stallions are coming in from their paddocks. So I get to see them all parade in, and Violence comes in every day, very proud. So I enjoy watching them come in and go into their different stalls, and that happens around noon each day. Violence, I would say, stands the proudest, looks the tallest, even though he's not. If you wanted to draw a picture-perfect stallion, this is what you draw a picture of. He's a beautiful stallion. A little bit aggressive. Clean your mouth out, charlatan. You're messy. This is Charlatan. They call him Charlie in the barn. That's his nickname. So, fun fact about him. Full of personality.
And here is the horse of the year, Go Zapper.
Of course, he's a legend of the barn. He's 24 years old. We had no intention of moving our stallion division here when we first purchased Alapa. And when the decision was made to move the whole operation here, we had 6 months to be out of the Lexington facility. So we had to construct that breeding shed and get all of these paddocks up so that we were ready for breeding season for our stallions. So I would say that Good Magic is probably the kindest, gentlest stallion in the barn. We're really proud of Good Magic and excited about his future. Of course, he had Mage win the Kentucky Derby in his first crop. We look forward to everything that's coming up from this guy. Curlin! Here, buddy. Hi, handsome. So here's Curlin. Consider him the king of the barn. Hi. It's great for me to do tours because when I do give a tour, the fans are so blown away and they just say wow constantly that it's a good reminder for me every day to appreciate it.
And you're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. As we saw the nightcap at Tampa go to your heavy favorite, Yada, getting the job done for Graham Motion. Jonathan, even though, as we talked about, not the smoothest of trips, Jorge Ruiz having to be quite patient.
Yeah, but he was confident. I think, you know, he rode like he was on the best horse and didn't really panic, sat right in behind here, Richie, and eventually got the seam that he needed to end up opening up and winning quite easily at the end.
Yeah, it's amazing how you can find those gaps and take advantage of them when you have horse underneath you. Did come through a kind of a tough spot. The 3-horse was trying to, get out at the same time. Katie's a lady, and she beat her to the spot, was able to kind of bully her way through and hold off the good run from the 4, La Loba Faros.
$3 winner, though, heavy favorite Yada victorious in the nightcap at Tampa Bay Downs. As we mentioned, just a reminder, all of those big stakes days coming up this winter, we'll have coverage of On America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports. I'll be there down at Tampa Bay Downs for the big stakes day this winter. Really looking forward to that. It's been a lot of fun being down there. Really, really charming racetrack.
Yeah, but you really like it, right? It's a fun day there. Great atmosphere.
I really do.
Yeah. And it's great to have you there, too, on site, bringing us some good interviews. And I think the people there really appreciate the coverage, right, that they get the attention, and they deserve the attention. Look, just now, that was a $54,000 allowance race. Why wouldn't you take advantage of that great course and good purses?
And a lot of trainers doing exactly that throughout the winter opening weekend here at Tampa Bay Downs. Today, though, we had a couple of those New York Stallion Series races. Jonathan, we'll start off with the Staten Island division. Golden Rocket coming up the rail here, and this was one of 5 on the card for Manny Franco.
Yeah, Manny was on fire today, and this is a good one right up the inside. The shortest way around there. Geometry came into play, and this was like right before this race. There was starting to be kind of a feel that maybe you didn't want to be down on the inside. You wanted to be out wide, but Golden Rocket changed that.
Yeah, slipped through, and, she had post 1, never had to leave that path. Sunday Girl, very game effort, but getting through on the rail made all the difference there.
Most of her running had really been on the turf. Her last win, 2 strikes back on the grass, and then last time out on the main track. I mean, she's a filly that showed, or mare, I should say now, that's shown some versatility. She has won on the dirt before, but clearly she seemed to take to this wet racetrack as well.
And she really did. And sometimes I think that horses that are proven turf performers run well on sealed tracks because they run over the top of the ground and they don't get, kind of ground down into the dirt that much.
Okay, Cantor-Massey, the trainer, picked with Source Up Claiming 2 starts back. Jonathan, we saw the Cantor-Massey brothers having success with Evie Jets, who they claimed, and kind of doing the same thing here. Sharp guys.
Absolutely sharp guys, and I love their post-race interviews. They're, they just always look so happy and joyful and appreciative of all the wins that they have.
Nice performance for the barn. Golden Rocket getting the victory in the Staten Island division. After that, we had the boys, and it was another upset. In fact, upsets in both of the New York Stallion Series. This time, a 20-to-1 shot getting the win with Chicho Bello supplemented into this race, Richie, and he got the pace set up running on under Jose Lezcano.
Well, really got a pace set up. There was just absolutely a cutthroat duel between Lightman and Antonio Avenis. They went very fast, never gave each other any breathing room whatsoever, and he came with the last run. The final run was the key to victory here.
Turning back in distance to Jonathan, and he had that win 2 starts back, but as of yet he hadn't really kind of shown that he was up to the task of some of these New York Bred Stakes or New York Stallion Series. And yes, he got the setup, but he also was traveling well throughout the race.
Absolutely. I mean, look, horses get setups all the time and don't win. You still got to go out there and do it. But yeah, I mean, I think if you want to make a fair evaluation of the race, I do think that things kind of fell in his lap to a certain extent. But like you said, you still got to show up and run, and he did that at a big price.
20-to-1, able to wear down General Banker, who's a logical contender, cutting back in distance as well. Chicho Bello with the victory in the New York Stallion Series Thunder Rumble division. All right, who's coming back at 1 a.m. to help out Greg Wolf for the Japan Cup?
Not me.
No, I don't think so. I've got a lot of work to do.
Well, you got talking horses in the morning?
I know.
I don't think I've seen 1 o'clock in the morning in a lot of years. Maybe back when I rode at the Meadowlands at night, but I haven't seen midnight on New Year's in 40 years.
That's fair. Yeah, I like to go to bed early. This one down the end seems 1 a.m. all the time. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the little New Jersey bred that could. Bookham Dano, how fun is he? Pointing towards the Cigar Mile marquee day towards the end of the season here at Aqueduct, the first week of December. More on his story after this.
The sun shines bright on Carraconti. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred Racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Stay Thirsty switch to the outside for the run past the quarter pole, and the field turns for home. Buffum, Coyle, and Gruppidal across the track. Stay Thirsty just in behind Gruppidal. Coming into the final furlong, it's Coyle doing battle with Gruppidal. Those two head-to-head for the lead. Stay Thirsty is coming at them from the outside, and the filly's in front. The filly Gruppidal trying to hold off. Stay Thirsty, Gruppidal, and Stay Thirsty. A thrilling finish. Photo finish!
That one was tough for our friend Rajiv Mirage, Gruppidal. What a performance from her, but Stay Thirsty winning the 2012 Cigar Mile. This would be the final win of his career before he would go on to start a stallion career.
And Ramon Dominguez aboard. Look how hard he's trying to lug in, and Ramon's trying to ride that line, right? Keep going forward, but correct him enough so you don't run into the mare Gruppidal. And then he gets the best of this Bob. This is all his Bob, Jonathan.
Oh, I forgot what happened, and I almost forgot who won when I watched it here. Stay Thirsty was a cool horse, though. His Travers was the same day that Uncle Mo lost to Caleb Fossey, also involving Rajiv.
Yep.
That was a nice change up for Mike Rapoli, I'm sure.
Stay Thirsty tomorrow, 12 years to the day since he won the Cigar Mile. So take a look at some of the probables for this year's Cigar Mile, and it should be a really fun one. We were just saying, quite a shame, no longer grade 1, but we digress. Bookham Dano, I think, kind of one of the highlights. Richie, what a fun horse this has been. What a great year he's had as well.
He really is. He's a special horse, 3-year-old gelding. I love his name, Bookham Dano, for you Hawaii 5-0 fans. He's just Hickory. He shows up. He gives you all. I mean, he was beating a nose to Forever Young, going a mile. Probably, he taps out at about a mile, but he gets this mile. He's going to be tough here in the Cigar Mile. And Jack Lord, who played the detective in Hawaii 5-0, ended every show with Bookham Dano. And he went to high school right down the street from Aqueduct at John Adams High School. I think that's cool. No reaction.
Richie's giving us all the trivia for the day. But Jonathan, I mean, like Richie said, Bookham Dano, he ran very well, starting off the year over in Saudi, and then even finishing a good third in the Jerkins, winning the Woody Stephen Belmont Stakes Week, and then we'll face up with some interesting runners, including Locht, whose comeback as a 3-year-old was really good looking.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with him. He's one of those horses where I don't want to just assume that he's going to appreciate the added distance. You know, we talked about it earlier in the show, and you know, Elite Power kind of taught me that lesson. Not always do late running sprinters want to go a little bit further. Sometimes it can dull their kick.
Yeah, you know, the longer the race, it kind of stretches out their late run, and it's just not quite as potent. And you know, we've got the Woody Stevens, we've got the Alan Jerkins. Just recently in California, they renamed the race the Lafitte Pink Eye, long overdue and well deserved. When are we going to have an Angel Cordero Stakes in New York?
I thought you were going to ask when are we going to have the Richard Migliore?
No, I don't deserve that. Angel Cordero should have a race named for him in New York. He was the most overwhelming presence in the game in New York, and to me, it's a crime that there's not a race named for him.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Truly a legend in this game. Don't forget, tonight, tomorrow morning, depending on when you go to sleep / wake up, starting at 1 a.m. Sunday, live coverage of the Japan Cup on FS2. Greg Wolf will be here in studio, but we have coverage from Japan. Can Auguste Rodin be the first horse in the last 18 years that's not a Japanese-based contender to win the Japan Cup?
Great race.
Looking forward to that. Hope you'll tune in with us. Thank you, everybody, for joining us on this Saturday edition of America's Day at the Races. Saw some good performances today in those New York Stallion series. How about Golden Rocket? One of 5 on the card for jockey Manny Franco, who had an absolutely stellar Saturday, and Ciccio Bello, 20-1 upset in the Thunder Rumble division. We've got more live racing action tomorrow. Our show kicks off at 12 p.m. Eastern on America's Day at the Races. We hope you'll join us. Good night, everyone.